Chapter 401. As soon as Susiao finished speaking, a few temporary contracts were sent. Hashtag contractor invited you to sign a temporary contract. Description: the details of the main mission of the hashtag contractor need to pay 3,000 paradise coins to check the content. After confirming that the temporary contract was fine, Susiao paid 3,000 paradise coins. You have paid 3,000 paradise coins. The temporary contract is effective. Temporary contract is a public certificate of the reincarnation paradise. Both sides cannot violate it. You have obtained detailed information about the main mission of the hashtag contractor. Main mission: destroy the node. Difficulty level: LV12. Mission summary: one of any secondary nodes to destroy the country and make the array. Mission information: there are a total of 63 secondary nodes destroyed, 21/63. Mission deadline: 20 days. Mission reward: 3 attribute points, 14,000 paradise coins. Mission penalty: all attributes -2. Seeing the contractor's main mission, Susiao felt incredible. This main mission was too simple. This was the main mission of a rank 2 contractor? Susiao looked at his promotion mission and looked at the main mission of the contractor, which was a lot more difficult no matter how he looked at it. Susiao's task was so difficult that he did not think about it for the time being. The contractor did not conflict with his task, or the contractor's goal was generally the same as his. The contractor's task was to destroy the node of the country to refine the formation, which was undoubtedly the plan of the middle-aged man in the broken bottle. There was no division of factions in the world of steel. The plan of the middle-aged man in the bottle was too anti-human. The contractor would not join that side in the later stage unless that contractor wanted to become the philosopher's stone. There was no obvious division of factions, which meant that the conflict between contractors was not obvious. Everyone, I wonder if you have any thoughts of buying a recovery item. Hearing Susiao's words, the faces of several contractors turned black. The recovery items sold in the derivative world were generally very black. The recovery items in the reincarnation paradise worth 800 points would be sold to 8,000 points in the derivative world. I'm not interested. A contractor just wanted to walk away but stopped after seeing the potion in Susiao's hand. Low-grade alchemy secret medicine. Origin: steel alchemist. Quality: white. Type: recovery. Effect: recovers 19 of HP after drinking. Rating: 9. Description: product of alchemy, reincarnation paradise has no official certificate. 500 paradise coins for a bottle. The price that Susiao said made the contractor a little excited. With the recovery amount of low-grade alchemy secret medicine, the price in the reincarnation paradise was 1,000 to 1,200 paradise coins. Although low-grade alchemy secret medicine could not bring out the steel refining world, it was also very good to use in the steel refining world. The recovery goods were essential materials. Instead of using the recovery products bought in the reincarnation paradise, why not buy some cheap recovery products that could only be used in the derivative world? Buying low-grade alchemy secret medicine could save a lot of money. If they only used low-grade alchemy secret medicine in the steel refining world, the recovery products they bought before could be saved in the next derivative world. The attributes of this potion are very ordinary, and the price is lower. As the saying goes, the heart of a snake is not enough to swallow an elephant. After seeing the low price, people always thought about why they could not be cheaper. You have 3 minutes to buy it, and I will leave after that. Susiao did not bargain with these contractors, and whether he wanted to buy or not, if he kept talking about the price, he would kill the other party. Since it can't be cheap, then forget it. We will not buy it, right, everyone? The strong man looked around the crowd with the attitude of a leader. He was not the leader. No one supported the strong man's idea. 500 paradise coins could be half cheaper in the reincarnation paradise. Hashtag contractor sent a trade request. You pay the basic alchemy potion X6 and get 3000 paradise coins. Hashtag contractor sent a trade request. You pay the basic alchemy potion X5 and get 2500 paradise coins. Some contractors bought 5 bottles. Some bought 8 bottles. Su Xiao sold 48 bottles of beginner alchemy potions and got 24,000 paradise coins. Everyone, if you meet other contractors, you can recommend me. Whoever helps me sell a potion bottle, I will give him 1/10 of the commission. It was too difficult to find a contractor alone, so he released the benefits. 10% of the cost was exchanged for more buyers, so why not? There were not many good things like this. There were no hunting missions in the world of advancement and the world of war. If there were hunting missions, he would try to avoid contact with too many contractors. After the transaction, Su Xiao gained a lot. He immediately left the small town on the edge of the central city. The next morning, Su Xiao found a hotel to rest in the next town and killed Inwei on behalf of him and the artificial human completely. It was not right to say that. He and the artificial human were not cooperating at all. The camp of the artificial people was too difficult to infiltrate. Su Xiao helped the artificial people do 2 things, and the camp favorability was still, cold, 0/200. From this point, it could be seen that artificial people did not trust humans. The hope of sneaking in was broken. Su Xiao decisively killed Inwei. Su Xiao slept in the hotel all day. That night, Su Xiao saw a wanted poster on the wall downstairs of the hotel, and it was him who wanted to be wanted. It was written on the wanted poster that the reward was extremely high regardless of life or death, and a small amount of reward could be obtained by providing clues. Have you found it? It is faster than imagined. Su Xiao left the town at night. He was ready to move at night recently. The dark purple quality coat could make him difficult to be noticed at night. Su Xiao went straight to the central city. He was ready to make the last vote in the central city, and the goal was the Third Research Institute. Su Xiao also needed a few pieces of Philosopher's Stone to improve his proficiency in alchemy. Before, he planned to get it from the hands of artificial people. Later, he found that it was unlikely. The artificial people were very stingy, and now he could only rob openly. After a half-hour of running, Su Xiao arrived in Central City. Central City was quiet at night. It was already midnight, and there were no pedestrians on the streets. Although the Central City would not implement a curfew, the government did not support civilians moving at night. Once the civilians went out at night, the patrolling soldiers would go forward and scold them. Over time, the civilians of the Central City had developed the habit of not going out at night. This was intentional by the artificial people, and the night was the time for them to act. Black shadows flashed on the street from time to time. Su Xiao squatted on the roof of a tall building. The night wind blew his clothes, and he held a map. The Third Research Institute. How was this broken place built? The location of the Third Research Institute could be said to be extremely deceptive. It was built in the center of the army, and there were tens of thousands of troops stationed around the area. Su Xiao did not want to fight with the scale of an army. Although he now had a lot of alchemy bombs, which were not inferior to these armies, it was troublesome to disturb other artificial people. There were still 3 cyborgs left. They were angry, arrogant, and lazy. Anger and arrogance were not easy to provoke. Laziness was a good target to kill. Unfortunately, he could not find it. That guy was underground. After mastering the detailed route, Su Xiao entered the military camp in a flash. It was heavily guarded here, but it was not difficult to sneak in with the dark purple quality trench coat. Bobo Wang already did not know where to go. If they were to compete in hiding ability, Su Xiao was ashamed. Chapter 402. A dozen soldiers in blue military uniforms stood in front of a building. The building was brightly lit, and this was the third research institute. The third research on all two functions. The first was the fusion beast research. For example, the fusion beasts under the greedy subordinates were created here. The second was the fusion sage stone, and the materials were prisoners and war prisoners. After observing the third research institute for a while, Susiao did not choose to sneak in indirectly. He was waiting for the opportunity. Half an hour later, a middle-aged researcher walked out of the third research institute and walked to a car parked in the courtyard. The target Susiao was waiting for appeared, and he followed. The moment the middle-aged researcher opened the door, Susiao sat in the back seat, and the middle-aged researcher did not notice it. The middle-aged researcher sat in the driver's seat, and Susiao grabbed the head of the other party. Crack, the neck of the middle-aged researcher was broken, and his body hung softly to the side. Susiao looked around. No one noticed this scene. He dragged the body of the middle-aged man to the back seat. The middle-aged researcher got out of the car 5 minutes later. This was not the middle-aged researcher but Susiao. Gently pressing the high-tech mask on his face, the effect was good. In addition to the touch, the appearance looked no different. This was a consumable mask. Susiao bought it with 300 paradise coins. It could disguise the appearance of others, but it needed to detect that person's facial features, and it could only be used once. It could disguise the face and the voice. Susiao wore a gray suit and black pants. This was the outfit of a middle-aged researcher. He walked to the third research institute. Just as he walked to the door, the soldier blocked Susiao. "Dr. Oliver, why are you back again?" The soldier was very cautious and used a trap. "What? I am not Oliver. I am Kevin. I come in and out of here every day. Do you still not remember my name?" Susiao pretended to be dissatisfied. The name on the work certificate was not Oliver at all, but Kevin. "Sorry to be rude, Dr. Kevin. Please show your certificate." Susiao took out his certificate. "I want to go back and get something. It's troublesome." Although he said this, Susiao still took out his work certificate. "No problem, Dr. Kevin, please come in." Susiao walked into the third research institute. As soon as he entered the research institute, he saw the locker room not far away. He walked to the locker room. He found two things from Kevin, a work permit and a string of keys. Taking out the string of keys, Susiao looked at it quietly. He quickly saw a key with the number 17. Walking to the number 17 wardrobe, Susiao opened the wardrobe with the key. There was a white coat and a change of clothes inside. Taking off the coat, Susiao put on the white coat, which was more like a researcher. Through the information on the work certificate, Susiao learned that Kevin was a scholar who studied synthesized beasts, and the research area was on the upper level of the third research institute. The study of the philosopher's stone was on the lower level. The two did not belong to the same department. Fortunately, he had sneaked into the third research institute, and the things after that were easy to deal with. The outside of the third research institute was tight and loose. This place belonged to the military department. The possibility of civilians approaching was not strong. The experiment became blatant. Susiao took an old-fashioned elevator and pressed the button on the first floor. When the elevator reached the first floor, the friction around it sounded. It seemed that no one took the elevator to the first floor for a long time. When the elevator door opened, the dilapidated scene appeared. The previous test site was still bright, but the scene changed greatly after reaching the first floor. There were sundries piled up in the corridor, and the incandescent lights were flickering. This was an environment that could be called a horror movie. If ordinary people came here, they would be scared out of their wits. Clang. There was a muffled sound in the distance. Susiao looked sideways and saw a full-body armor coming slowly. The armor was full of rust, and there was a red light in the eye hole. This was an existence similar to arson. The soul was fixed on the armor. This was the guard of the -1 layer. This guard was like a candle in the wind and could fall at any time. Intruder. Die. The armor fell to the ground with a clang and began to squirm on the ground. It seemed to want to stand up. Su Xiao stepped forward and took off the head of the armor. There was a blood-red formation on the inside of the armor. The formation diagram had been slightly broken. It was estimated that this armor had existed for decades. Wiping away the blood marks in the armor lost its breath. Su Xiao began to look for the entrance to the bottom of the -1 layer. After searching for a long time, he did not find the entrance. This -1 layer could be said to be extremely horrifying. If the ghost film was filmed here, there was no need to arrange the environment. Su Xiao was certainly not afraid of ghosts. If there was such a creature, it should be that ghosts were afraid of him, not that he was afraid of ghosts. Closing his eyes and sensing below, there were indeed buildings below and human activities. Looking for a place where there was no one below, a dragon flash appeared in his hand. Su Xiao cut a piece of the building board. The concrete floor was easily cut open. Su Xiao raised a piece of concrete with a diameter of 0.5 meter and put the concrete floor aside. There was a warehouse below, which contained the eliminated experimental equipment. Jumping into the warehouse, Su Xiao stood at the warehouse door, patted the dust on his body, and walked out of the warehouse with a calm look. As soon as he entered the corridor, an experiment staff came to him. Su Xiao went straight ahead. The experiment staff looked at Su Xiao and frowned. He seemed to notice the abnormality. After a few seconds of hesitation, he asked, "Who are you?" Very few researchers studied the Philosopher's Stone, and Su Xiao's unfamiliar face immediately aroused suspicion. "I am Kevin from the biology area. I was temporarily transferred here." "The biology area? What is the purpose?" Although the tone of the researcher was tough, Su Xiao felt that the other party was a little guilty. "The order from above means that the fusion beast and the sage." Su Xiao stopped speaking halfway and went up and down to look at the researcher. "Who are you?" "The research I conducted is confidential." "Take out your ID." The researcher was nervous and smiled. "I just saw a strange face and asked casually." "Oh? Is that so? Where is the D3 laboratory?" "At the bottom floor." "Thank you." Su Xiao turned and left, his eyes narrowed. There was no D3 laboratory at all. This was made up by him casually. There was a problem with the other party, and he was not a researcher in the laboratory. If not for the inconvenience of doing it now, Su Xiao would solve the other party, and the other party's identity was already obvious. "Are the others also eyeing this place? It seems that we have to hurry up." Su Xiao quickened his pace and went straight to the location of the third underground floor, where the Philosopher's Stone was stored. According to the location provided by Inwei, Su Xiao arrived at the third underground floor half an hour later. During this period, he was questioned twice. One time, he was confused, and the other time, he failed. The guard was already a corpse. There were very few researchers walking on the third underground floor, and the number of guards increased. Passing through a corner, Su Xiao came to the laboratory on the far left. It was here where the Philosopher's Stone was stored. He asked about the number of people who stored the Philosopher's Stone here. It was about 8 to 10. The Philosopher's Stone would be sent to the presidential palace if the stock exceeded this number. As soon as he walked past the corner, Su Xiao found that several bodies were lying at the laboratory door. The bodies were twisted and seemed to be crushed to death by a big hand. Someone beat him to it. Su Xiao rushed to the experiment quickly. The two rushed forward and met Su Xiao. The two people were in the laboratory, and Su Xiao was at the laboratory door. Chapter 403. The footsteps of both sides stopped. In the laboratory, there was an older man and a cute girl. The cute girl looked delicate, her dress and hairstyle were similar to that of Kurumi Tokisaki, but the other person gave Su Xiao a strange feeling. Good dogs do not block the way. Although the cute girl looked attractive, her temperament was not cute, and she looked at Su Xiao coldly. It seems that it was taken first. Who has the Philosopher's Stone? Su Xiao looked at the expressions of the two contractors. The older man subconsciously looked at the cute girl. It seemed that the cute girl was the leader. The older man seemed to be threatened. It seems that this old man is useless to you. Zi. The boundary line tightened, and the pale blue arc wrapped the boundary line. When? The older man was shocked. He did not notice the boundary line at all. Su Xiao tightened the boundary line. If only the damage to the boundary line was not enough to kill the older man, but the attached blue steel shadow was not painful. The 50 points of real damage became the last iron cake that overwhelmed the camel. Pucci. The older man's head was cut off, and the scarlet card was not dropped. Putting away the broken line, Su Xiao looked at the cute girl. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone. Since both sides were here to snatch the Philosopher's Stone, it would depend on whose strength was stronger. Your attack power is not weak. You can kill this trash. The cute girl had a calm expression, as if she did not care about the older man's death at all. Disappear in front of my eyes. This is your last chance. The cute girl's attitude was also tough. Su Xiao no longer spoke and rushed forward with his sword. Telekinesis, wall. The cute girl shouted, and an invisible wall rushed over. Su Xiao stopped. A knife cut through the invisible wall. The invisible wall was cut through and did not break with a ding sound. The cute girl's expression changed, and her eyes were full of fear. You are very strong. The Philosopher's Stone can be divided into 2 pieces. If we continue to fight, we will be exposed. King Bradley will come soon, and pride will come too. The cute girl did not mention that her companion was killed, and she began to negotiate with Su Xiao. 4 pieces, and at least purple quality. The cute girl hesitated, and Su Xiao rushed forward with his sword. Shield. Su Xiao slashed, and the cute girl stood in place without moving. Ding, another sword broke the shield, and the blade stopped a few centimeters from the cheek of the cute girl. Impact. A shock wave appeared, and Su Xiao took 2 steps back. 4 is 4, and it's really bad luck. The cute girl threw out 4 pieces of Philosopher's Stone, one of which was even the size of an egg. Su Xiao took the Philosopher's Stone and went up and down to look at a cute girl. The other person gave him a strange feeling. This guy was probably not a woman, but he was not like a man. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the 3 versions of the cross-dressing? Sure enough, this guy was not a woman. Cross-dressing, boss. Su Xiao had a lot of knowledge. He had seen women cross-dressing. It was the first time he saw a contractor cross-dressing. Was this legendary cute girl? This required a lot of courage. It was a big problem to overcome shame. The other party's special hobby had nothing to do with Su Xiao. He turned and left. At this time, there was a rapid alarm in the laboratory. Your people. The cute girl looked at Su Xiao. Su Xiao's first thought was that Bobo Wan was exposed, but he immediately dismissed this idea. No, it's your people. No, my people are here. The cute girl pointed at the corpse on the ground. Then. The cute girl thought of a possibility. I met a contractor before. It seems that there is a third group of people. Tisk, it is lively. It seems that when Inwei died, everyone could not sit still. I don't know which bastard killed Inwei. He is crazy. Just as Su Xiao was ready to part ways with the cute girl, there was a violent vibration above, and the whole research institute began to tilt. It's over. That thing was released. The cute girl who was not weak had a look of fear on her face. It should be known that the cute girl could fight Su Xiao head on, but if they fought to the death, the one who would die must be the cute girl. Hey, knife man, let's temporarily cooperate and rush out. Otherwise, we might all die here. While speaking, the cute girl sent a piece of information. I have been staring at the third test site for a long time. There is a synthesized beast here that can be called a monster. Su Xiao looked at the information sent by the cute girl. Name, type fusion beast, commander tier creature. Health, 100. Mana, 60/60ths. Strength, 50, this world is extremely valuable. Agility, 34. Physique, 42. Intelligence, 6. Charm, -4. Skill 1, synthesized creature, passive HP increases by 500 points, no vital points. Skill 2, ancient ape clan bloodline, passive strength +15, agility +12, constitution +16. Skill 3, unknown. Skill 4, unknown. Skill 5, unknown. Skill 6, unknown. The information about this unknown fusion beast made Su Xiao's eyes jump, but he had some doubts in his heart. Such a strong fusion beast. Why didn't the artificial human use it? There was no such monster in the original work, so the words of the cute girl were not credible. This monster has no reason and can attack indiscriminately, so until the most dangerous moment, the third experiment will not release this thing. As soon as the cute girl's voice fell, there was a roar above. Rumble. The third laboratory began to collapse. Su Xiao was on the third underground floor. If the laboratory collapsed, he would be buried alive. The cute girl raised one hand above her head, and there was no movement. A big hole appeared in the roof. The cute girl floated up and floated to the top. Su Xiao's movements were not slow. Not long after, Su Xiao came to the first floor of the research institute. There was a river of blood here, and many researchers were killed. More than a dozen contractors looked panicked and ran to the distance. It seemed that something terrible was chasing them. Su Xiao immediately ran in the opposite direction. Before he rushed out of the laboratory, there was a loud noise from the top of the building. A 5-meter-tall upright creature broke down the building, and the wall was like paper in front of it. This was a humanoid creature. Its entire body was covered in black hair that looked like steel needles. Its arms were abnormally thick, and it looked like a black gorilla. It had a human leg in its mouth, and it was chewing. Blood flowed down from the corner of its mouth. The black gorilla beast wiped its mouth, looking at the bare human leg. Roar. The black gorilla beast hammered its chest and let out a wild roar. Waves of chi spread out. If one looked carefully at the eyes of the chimpanzee, one would find that there was a red light flashing in the eyes of the chimpanzee. The chimpanzee looked at the dozens of escaping contracts. It picked up a piece of cement with a diameter of 3 meters on the ground and threw it in its hand like a bubble. It threw the cement piece to the contractor. Su. The cement piece turned into a shadow because of the powerful kinetic energy and smashed directly at several contractors. The bodies of those contractors were like tomatoes hit by a hammer, directly exploding. Su Xiao felt a chill in his heart. This chimpanzee could not be defeated. Perhaps only the bullhead lord of Zanchi world could fight with this chimpanzee. This thing was simply the protagonist of King Kong. No, this thing was much stronger than the protagonist of King Kong. Temporary ally, what should we do now? You are in close combat. Hold him in front. I will support you. The cute girl was scared, and her slender legs were trembling. Bullshit, if you can do it, you can do it. Run separately, see who is unlucky. Su Xiao turned and ran. He did not want to fight with this monster. The strength attribute of 50 points must be terrible. Su Xiao and the cute girl chose to run separately. The chimpanzee monster looked at the cute girl and turned at Su Xiao. Su Xiao's luck was not good. This chimpanzee was staring at him. Su Xiao's charm attribute was 5 points, while the little girl was 15 points. The chimpanzee was unhappy with Su Xiao and rushed straight to him. The 3 points of the naked charm attribute played a huge effect at this time. The chimpanzee was very unhappy with Su Xiao and decided to hammer him to death. Chapter 404. Su Xiao, who was running quickly, heard the roar of the formation behind him. He knew what was going on without turning around. The monster was chasing after him. "Brother, take care." The cross-dressing man laughed softly and looked very cute. Sure enough, it was a boy who was so cute. The cross-dressing man ran away without looking back. He mentioned the temporary ally before had been left behind by she. Boom, boom. There was a slight tremor from the ground, and the huge monster was chasing after them. Roar. An angry roar came from behind him, and at the same time, there was a burst of rapid wind breaking. Su Xiao threw himself forward, and with a whoosh, a few pieces of gravel flew above him. Like bullets shot out by a shotgun, they deeply sank into the ground. Su Xiao's figure remained forward and was about to fall. There was the monster chasing behind him, and once he fell, the consequences would be unimaginable. With one hand on the ground, Su Xiao made an air somersault, and his legs steadily fell to the ground and continued to run forward. The chimpanzee beast behind was very angry, and it chased Su Xiao for a reason. At first, there were 2 chimpanzee fusion beasts, and the 2 chimpanzee fusion beasts belonged to the brotherhood. Because my brother thought I was ugly, and I thought my brother was ugly, the 2 chimpanzee brothers fought at the beginning of the birth, and finally, one survived. The surviving one swallowed the other and became stronger and harder to control. The chimpanzee fusion beast had wisdom. It had its dignity and was unwilling to obey the orders of human beings, and the long-term imprisonment made it hate human beings extremely. Su Xiao did not want to know the life of this chimpanzee fusion beast. He only wanted to know why this thing was chasing him. Was it because the charm was too low? Was it unlikely or bad luck? It was too impossible. Because of these 2 points, it was precise that the chimpanzee chased after him. The cross-dressing man on the side ran further and further away. Su Xiao found out that the cross-dressing man was not as fast as him. Finding this, Su Xiao had a plan, and he did not need to run faster than the chimpanzee. He only needed to be faster than this cute girl. Think through this. Su Xiao immediately changed his direction and ran quickly to the cross-dressing man. The roar behind him was getting closer and closer. Su Xiao's agility attribute was 37 points, the chimpanzee beast was 34 points, and the cross-dressing man was 29 points. The 3 compared each other. The chimpanzee beast ran the fastest. Its size caused this. It took a step and was equivalent to Su Xiao taking more than 10 steps. It was not immediately caught up because Su Xiao's agility attribute was 3 points higher than the chimpanzee, but it was time to catch up. The gap between the cross-dressing man and Su Xiao's agility was slightly different, a full 8 points. The big guy in female clothing was running in front happily when he suddenly heard a roar behind him. She turned around and almost burst into tears. "Hey, you ran in the wrong direction. You. Don't come over, please." Su Xiao ran quickly and ignored the words of the big guy in female clothing. The cross-dressing man was desperate. She had ridiculed Su Xiao before, but she did not expect the retribution to come so fast. Just as Su Xiao was about to surpass the cross-dressing man, there was a rapid sound of wind behind him. Looking sideways, an arm like an iron pillar swung down and smashed straight into Su Xiao's head. Su Xiao, running at high speed, immediately jumped to the side. Boom! Like a meteorite falling from the sky, the black gorilla's arm smashed on the ground as if it detonated the bomb in the soil. A large piece of soil collapsed, and a 2 meters deep and 5 meters diameter solid pit appeared. The gravel flew past Su Xiao's cheek, and there was a burning feeling on his face, and a blood mark appeared. He must not be attacked directly by this chimpanzee. Otherwise, he will die. Don't come over. If you come closer to me, I won't be polite. Although the cross-dressing man was threatening, he spoke with a trembling voice. She was very panicked. She was thinking too much. Now Su Xiao couldn't go over. His momentum of rushing forward was interrupted, and he could not get rid of the pursuit of the chimpanzee fusion beast. After less than 0.1 seconds of hesitation, Su Xiao fell to the ground with a puff, contracted his breath to the extreme, breathing stopped, and his heartbeat was suppressed to the slowest. Since he could not face the enemy head-on, he would try his luck. Su Xiao was not waiting for death with his eyes closed. He held the dragon flash in his hand and 2 special alchemy bombs in his other hand. The broken line was ready to be released at any time. When he found Su Xiao falling to the ground, the chimpanzee stopped and looked down at Su Xiao. The chimpanzee rubbed Su Xiao with its thick fingers. It found that the human lying on the ground was no longer breathing. It seemed that it was shocked to death by a punch. Hey, hey. The chimpanzee bared its teeth and laughed, but it was funny but a little scary. The human who looked unpleasant had been killed, then it would start to chase the human who looked pleasing to the eye. The chimpanzee beast looked at the cross-dressing boss, its thick lower limb stepping on the ground, and its body leaped into the air toward the cross-dressing boss. Bang! The chimpanzee landed in front of the cross-dressing boss. This bastard, don't drag me into the water even if you die. The chimpanzee had already arrived in front of him. Although the cross-dressing guy also wanted to play dead, she was not as strong as Su Xiao. Unexpectedly, the chimpanzee did not directly attack the cross-dressing guy but looked at the small creature in front of him curiously. The cross-dressing guy wore a pair of silver earrings on his earlobe. At this moment, the earrings were emitting a milky white light. This was dark purple equipment. Is the confusion effective? The big boss of women's clothing was overjoyed. Her earrings had not taken effect since she bought them. She did not expect that they would be successfully activated today. Stand up straight. The big boss of women's clothing wanted to order the chimpanzee, but the chimpanzee tilted its head and looked at the big boss of women's clothing in confusion. A few seconds later, the chimpanzee grabbed the head of the big boss of women's clothing with 2 fingers full of black hair. The big boss of women's clothing was very conflicted. She was hesitating whether to resist. If she resisted, the effect of the earring would immediately fail, but if she did not resist, what would happen if this chimpanzee crushed her to death? Just as the cross-dressing man hesitated, the chimpanzee had already held her in his hand. It seemed that it was not ready to kill her, but it was not ready to let her go. Not to mention the cross-dressing man, Su Xiao's side was also lively. After playing dead for 2 seconds, Su Xiao found the abnormality around him. There was a contractor who was also playing dead not far from him. Seeing the face of the other party, Su Xiao was stunned. He recognized the other party. The other party had a wretched appearance comparable to the yellow ape. He was not old, but his face was full of wrinkles. Wasn't this brother Wu Huaqiu? The first time Su Xiao met him was in the arena. The second time they met was on the spaceship of the war world. He did not know how this guy survived in the war world. The unspecialized should all be killed. Brother, don't make a sound. Play dead together. Wu Huaqiu said that he did not remember Su Xiao. After the end of the war world, the reincarnation paradise changed the memories related to Su Xiao. He was 3 meters away from Su Xiao, and both of them were lying in the pile of rubble. Si. The sound of crawling on the ground appeared, and it was Bobo Wang who came to Su Xiao. Bobo Wang looked very funny, with a piece of rag wrapped around his body. If one did not look carefully, one would think this was a long-haired stone. Chapter 405. Everyone had already experienced the horror of the chimpanzee fusion beast. Not to mention the 50 points of strength of the steel refining world, the 6 skills alone made people despair, and some skills were still unknown. The skills of this monster were worlds apart from the contractor's skills. The chimpanzee fusion beast grabbed the big boss of women's clothing with one hand. The big boss of women's clothing had given up resisting, and her face was full of despair. The chimpanzee captured her. The chimpanzee's red eyes looked around as if looking for living things. Suddenly, the chimpanzee's eyes became sharp, and he stepped on the ground nearby. Puff, blood splashed, and a contractor lying on the ground pretending to be dead was crushed. Not only were Susiao and Wu Huaqiu pretending to be dead, but there were also many contractors around. The chimpanzee's speed was too fast. It was impossible to escape. As for head-on confrontation, it was better to wash up and sleep. The attributes had been crushed. Although the attribute was the most basic thing, once it was formed, there was no solution. 50 points of strength and 49 points of strength were two different dimensions. There would be a qualitative change when the attribute was raised to 50 points. Susiao's strength attribute was 38 points, but he never thought about fighting with the black gorilla. It was impossible. The black gorilla continued to search on the ground, and Bobo Wang pressed close to Susiao. "Don't get too close. It will attract attention." Susiao lowered his voice to the lowest. Bobo Wang hesitated and finally stopped 3 meters away from Susiao. Even if he was exposed now, Susiao could ride on Bobo Wang and run, and there was still a chance of survival. On Susiao's left was Bobo Wang, and on his right was Wu Huaqiu. In a few seconds, he found that there was another contractor in front. This contractor was a teenager. At this time, his face was livid. He did not know whether it was due to fear or other reasons. Susiao estimated that at least a dozen contractors were pretending to be dead within 500 meters. Susiao estimated wrongly. There were not more than a dozen contractors nearby, but there was an adventure group, more than 30 contractors. Susiao could not release his perception. It was normal to make a wrong judgment. Everyone lay on the ground and did not move. The chimpanzee sat on the ground and began to play with the cross-dressing boss in his hand. The cross-dressing boss was desperate, but fortunately, she was not in danger for the time being. Susiao was lying on the ground, and brother Wu Huaqiu was 3 meters away and was lying on the side. Bobo Wang was a little funny. It rubbed half of its body into the soil. "When will this monster leave? I beg that girl's psychological shadow area." The 5 fireballs whispered because there was some distance from the chimpanzee, and this guy's talk was very funny. "I don't know, don't talk. The guy in front of me is a bit wrong." Susiao looked at the teenager 5 meters away, and the face of the other party was getting more and more livid. "What is it?" Wu Huaqiu also cast their gazes over. "Bulletin." A strange sound was heard. The young-looking contractor farted. The corner of Susiao's mouth twitched. He had the urge to shoot the other person. Wu Huaqiu covered his mouth with his hands. His shoulders kept shaking. He wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh. "Bulletin." The teenager farted again. The teenager was also desperate. He was almost scared to pee before. After the excessive shock, he had the urge to go to WC. After 2 consecutive farts, Susiao did not smell the stench. He was at the top of the wind, but the chimpanzee was at the bottom of the wind. The chimpanzee's nose twitched, and its eyes were a little confused. It did not fart. "Bulletin." The teenager farts the third fart. "Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore." Wu Huaqiu finally couldn't hold back their laughter. Susiao whispered, "Do you want to die? Don't laugh." Wu Huaqiu tried his best to suppress his laughter. "I can't hold it in anymore. Just die. I can't hold it in anymore. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha." Although he was laughing, the sound he made was not loud, and it did not attract the chimpanzee's attention. The chimpanzee held the cross-dress big boss in his hand and glanced around. Fortunately, it was about 3 a.m., and the sky was only bright. If it were daytime, the dead playing tactic would be ineffective. The surroundings became silent. Su Xiao did not intend to wait for death in the same place. It would be bright in a while. As long as the chimpanzee was not blind, he would find contractors around. With both hands on the ground, Su Xiao slowly rubbed back and tried to stay away from the chimpanzee. A slight rubbing sound came from nearby. Looking sideways, he found that Wu Huaqiu was also the same. The two people retreated in the same direction. Su Xiao suddenly thought of one thing. Was Wu Huaqiu also completing the promotion task? It was not the case. He had completed the promotion task in the last derivative world. After moving back slowly for 10 minutes, Su Xiao was already a distance away from the chimpanzee. The most desperate person on the field was not the contractor lying on the ground but the big man in women's clothes. Her current situation was very awkward. Since she could not control the chimpanzee would not let her go. Su Xiao was already far away from the chimpanzee and reached a safe distance 20 minutes later. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and escaped. The situation just now was that the death of life and death was only in an instant. If found, he would die. Just as Su Xiao was about to get up, screams came from the distance, and the contractor was found. Su Xiao immediately got up, and so was Bobo Wang. Su Xiao rode on Bobo Wang, and Bobo Wang immediately started to charge at full speed, active, running wildly. Suddenly, there was a creature running, which attracted the chimpanzee's attention. It looked closely. Wasn't that the guy that looked unhappy before? The chimpanzee carried a woman's clothes in his hand and ran quickly to Su Xiao. The buildings along the way were knocked down, even if they were a pile of blocks. The agility attribute of Bobo Wang was 27 points. After starting the full speed charge, active, the speed increased by 150, and the running speed was extremely fast. The chimpanzee could chase Su Xiao, but it could not catch up with Bobo Wang, who was running at full speed. 3 seconds later, Su Xiao and Bobo Wang's figures turned into a small black dot in the eyes of the chimpanzee. After being chased for so long, Su Xiao would not swallow his anger. More than a dozen small white snakes crawled to the feet of the chimpanzee, and the feet of the chimpanzee stepped down. Boom! A big explosion appeared, and the powerful impact made the chimpanzee tumble and sit on the ground. Roar! The chimpanzee was extremely angry and clenched its fists. It forgot that the cross-dressing big boss was still in its hands. Pu! The cross-dressing big boss spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were white, and blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. The chimpanzee noticed this. It held one of the legs of the cross-dressing big boss and swung the cross-dressing big boss in front of it. This little thing was messed up by it. This was what the chimpanzee was thinking at this time. Throwing the big shot in female clothing to the side, the chimpanzee collapsed on the ground with one foot. The ground cracked like a spider web with a bang, and a relatively unlucky contractor screamed. When the chimpanzee heard the scream, it looked down at the contractor. Don't come over, boss, save me. The chimpanzee stepped down. Ah! The scream ended abruptly, and the contractor was trampled into meat paste. If the person in the bottle was the strongest alchemist in steel refining, then the chimpanzee was the strongest creature in the world of steel refining. The cross-dressing big shot with broken ribs slowly opened her eyes on the ground. She immediately closed her eyes again when she found that the chimpanzee had not gone far. Chapter 406. After riding Bobo Wang for half an hour, a small town appeared vaguely in front of him. Su Xiao did not enter the small town. He jumped down from Bobo Wang's back, pulled open the collar, and inserted a steel bar into his chest. The steel bar was not long, and the wound was not deep. He did not dare to deal with the wound before, and the smell of blood attracted the chimpanzee's attention. Holding the steel bar, Susiao slowly pulled it out the steel bar without changing his expression. Blood spurted out of the wound and stained his clothes. Injuries were already a common occurrence. Susiao skillfully cleaned the wound and drank a low-grade alchemy potion bottle. Without a doubt, if killing the chimpanzee could make a huge profit, it was impossible, at least not the current Susiao could do it. Although Susiao had the spirit of not being afraid of death, he would not go to die. At least before advancing to the second-rank contractor, he was not the opponent of the chimpanzee. Susiao's level increased too quickly. In addition to the trial world, the war world, and the promotion world, he had only experienced 4 derivative worlds. Many times, the high score made his level rise continuously. There was a limit before leveling up to the second level, which was that the highest attribute was raised to 49 points. Susiao was now developing 4 attributes in a balanced manner, and no attribute reached 49 points. The common attributes did not mean that the combat power was low. Susiao believed that the contractor, lying on the ground before, must have more than 40 points in attributes. For example, for the man in women's clothes, the intelligence attribute of the other party was at least 40 points. But they had a fundamental difference with Susiao. Those contractors had a single attribute development. In the early stage, they might have some advantages, but in the later stage, they become weaker. Susiao was steadily improving. Although the highest attribute now was only 38 points, his swordmaster level was very high and had reached level 18. This was something that the contractor dared not imagine for the first stage. Most of the strong people who fought with Susiao had a balanced development. Feng Nai was a double attribute development. The main attribute was strength and physical strength. The attached attribute was intelligence, and the left wheelman was the same. The main attribute was strength, agility, and the attached attribute was physical strength. Susiao's 4 attributes development was very rare. Either he was eliminated in the early stage or soared after promotion. However, Susiao could not fly for the time being. His attribute points were too scarce. When he flew up, all the enemies would fall. Susiao took out the walkie-talkie, and he tried to contact someone with the walkie-talkie. The signal was very bad, and Susiao could barely hear the other person's words. Outside the city, 8 o'clock, old place, meet. Vaguely hearing these keywords, Susiao knew where the old place was. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Susiao waited in a forest. Not long after, a figure wearing a hood walked into the deep forest. Here. Hearing Susiao's shout, the man took off his hood. It was Colonel Mustang, who was also an alchemist of flame. Now the two were allies. At least the goal was the same. You made a big fuss last night. What is that guerrilla? The military dispatched tens of thousands of troops, but it escaped. Mustang no longer had the hostility from before. Susiao provided him with a lot of information. Mustang already knew the secrets of this country. The identity of Mustang was undoubtedly firm in his determination to rebel. He did not want to be a good general. That is a fusion beast. I almost died in its hands. It is best to escape from Central City. It was undoubtedly good news that the chimpanzee had left the Central City. The small and medium people in the bottle were already very difficult to deal with. If the chimpanzee were added, it would be useless. Mustang nodded and began to narrate the situation on his side. I have roughly arranged it here, but a large-scale war will take some time. Last night, I investigated and found that there was indeed an undead army there. The so-called undead army was a type of soldier created by the small people in the bottle. They used the philosopher's stone to refine the body and then forcibly added the soul into those bodies. The principle was similar to that of arsenic, but the armor was changed into the body. The undead army was not completely immortal. They did not have any vital points. Even if their heads were cut off, they could still fight. Fortunately, they did not have the recovery ability of the artificial human. How many are there? At least tens of thousands. It seems that no souls have been added. Mustang sighed. Although he already knew who the enemy was too strong. The Undying Legion is just a small problem. The high-ranking military generals must be dealt with immediately when the war begins. No problem, don't forget that we have. Su Xiao nodded. Lisa Hawkeye's sniping ability was beyond doubt. She was a female sniper with a natural scope. Very good. I will contact another ally soon. I have dealt with my jealousy. By the way, I will tell you that Mars Hughes was killed by jealousy. What? Mustang's pupils constricted, and his gaze became gloomy. Mars Hughes was Mustang's good friend and comrade in arms. The two of them were friends of life and death. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Mustang could not kill his enemy, which made him very dissatisfied. If compared with strength, Mustang indeed could kill Jealous in way. Mustang's flame ability could be the nemesis of artificial people. You can't find him. If the artificial people can be found easily, do you think I will stay in Central City? Su Xiao and Mustang were only allies, this relationship would be removed at any time, but the two had a common enemy, the medium and small. I need a safe residence, a ticket to the northwest. Mustang nodded. No problem with a safe residence. As for the ticket to the northwest, where are you going? Briquet. The Great Snow Mountain? Could it be that you want to join forces? Yes, it's her. That woman will not interfere in this matter. Although she is only a major general, the Northwest Frontier Fortress is her kingdom. It has been half self-governing there. The military expenses do not need to be provided by the central government. She is collecting taxes on her own. Mustang did not think highly of the ally Su Xiao wanted to join. It was not that the other party was weak and that woman was difficult to convince. No, she will join forces with us. Don't forget that the Northwest is the corner where the country is made into a formation. According to the plan of the small person in the bottle, there will be a war there. After listening to Su Xiao's words, Mustang shook his head. I have long thought of this. I can do her style. Oh, that woman has always thought I was ranked based on relatives. Su Xiao lit a cigarette. That woman was indeed not easy to solve. I will think of a way. The day after tomorrow, you will start to clean up the unstable elements in the center, Mustang. No, it will start tomorrow. It seemed that Mustang was more anxious than Su Xiao. It will rain tomorrow. Mustang was speechless. He was a waste on rainy days. Not to mention flames. He could not even wipe out a spark in the rain. Then the day after tomorrow. As for the safety points you want, go to my hometown. The Central Army cannot intervene there. Yes. Su Xiao got up and left. Mustang leaned against a tree. What do you want? What is the purpose of defeating the small person in the bottle? Mustang was not clear about Su Xiao's purpose. If the evidence of iron were not in front of Mustang, he would not cooperate with Su Xiao. Maybe he wants to save the world. Lisa Hawkeye's voice came. She had been nearby. If it were someone else, I might believe it, but it is no different from a fantasy if the alchemist wants to save the world. 2 days later, in a small town in the northwest direction, Su Xiao sat in front of a heater. He could not return to the central city for a short time and killed too many people to create people. Before the president and Pride did not appear, it was probably because of the chimpanzee. Otherwise, the two would attack Su Xiao. Su Xiao took out a few pieces of philosopher's stone and a purple treasure chest in front of the heater. After opening the treasure chest, he would make a lot of alchemy potions. Nowadays, the paradise coins were abundant, and he only lacked proficiency points to improve the alchemy potion. There would not be any battles soon, and Su Xiao's task was to make alchemy potions continuously. Su Xiao looked at the purple treasure chest in front of him. The treasure chest was exquisite, and it felt heavy, releasing purple light. He was hesitating. The cooldown time of Fate Redemption +7 was not up yet. Should he open it directly? It was common for another contractor to open the treasure chest naked, but it was a great challenge for Su Xiao. Su Xiao looked at Bobo Wang on the side. This was a good choice. Chapter 407. Su Xiao's gaze seemed to have noticed, and Bobo Wang, who was curled into a ball beside the heater, raised his head. Woof! Bobo Wang happily ran to the treasure chest and grabbed the purple treasure chest. Cough, you open it? Recently, my luck has been a little overdraft. Su Xiao made a cup of green tea. He rarely opened the box directly after receiving the redemption of fate. Although he was somewhat unwilling to admit it, he still had some self-knowledge about his luck. After drinking a mouthful of hot tea, Su Xiao exhaled a breath of white air. The lower he went to the northwest, the lower the temperature was. Conservatively estimated that the current temperature was -20 degrees. This temperature would continue to decrease as he moved forward. Mustang did not get a ticket. It was not that he was incompetent, but now the entire route to the northwest was cordoned off. The monitoring was very strict. It seemed that the artificial people were going to attack the north. If he wanted to go to the northwest, he could only take the train or walk. It was impossible to drive. Su Xiao could not think of any car that could climb the big snow mountain. Since he could not take the train, he would think of other ways. At most, he could delay it a little. This could not be wrong. Just as Su Xiao was drinking tea, a purple light shone on his face. Su Xiao's hand froze. This light was not familiar. It was a flash. You have obtained 12,000 paradise coins. You have obtained the soul crystal, middle. You have obtained the philosopher's stone, purple, official certificate. You have obtained the suffering of jealousy. Suffering of jealousy, set 1/7. Origin, steel alchemist. Quality, purple. Type, pants. Durability, 49 to 49. Equipment requirement, strength 6, agility 4, intelligence 42. Equipment effect 1, jealousy, active. The maximum mana consumption is 10 to activate this effect. Casting speed is increased by 20. The effect lasts for 7 minutes. Hint, jealousy, active, has a cooldown time of 5 hours. Hint, jealousy, active, cannot stack with the same effect. Hint, jealousy, active, cannot increase the casting speed of the equipment's additional skills. Rating, 150. Description, one of the original sin sets. After collecting 7 pieces, you will receive the set effect. Set effect 1, original sin, passive. Increases magic damage by 60. Set effect 2, invisible. Price, 37,900 paradise coins. Looking at the item in his hand, Su Xiao was shocked. What was the situation of this paradise coin plus soul crystal, middle, plus the stone of sage, official proof, and the original sin set? Looking at Bobo Wang, at the moment, Bobo Wang's dog face was also a little confused. Well done. In the case of not using Fate Redemption, Su Xiao's luck was not as good as Bobo Wang's, but using Fate Redemption was not necessarily the case. The effect of Fate Redemption was extremely strong, and Bobo Wang sometimes also had black claws, but in the case of using Fate Redemption, Su Xiao never had black hands. The original sin set has already gathered 2 pieces, and the price of 2 pieces simultaneously is far higher than 1 piece if you can get another one. Su Xiao shook his head. The probability was too small, and it was already beyond his expectations to get 2 pieces. After the treasure chest was opened, Su Xiao began to make the alchemy potion. Bobo Wang was lying on the side and sleeping. He had 4 pieces of the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, and the energy of the 4 Philosopher's Stone added up to 2,000 points. The consumption of the alchemy potion was higher than the alchemy bomb, and each time it was made, it required 20 points of energy and 40 points of mana values. Su Xiao's mana values had been restored to full, which was 959 points of mana values. Every time he consumed 40 points of mana values, he could make 23 bottles of low-level alchemy secret medicine at a time. Now in the derivative world, he could not consume all of his mana values, so he could only make 20 bottles each time, leaving some mana values for an emergency. He opened the skill list of Alchemy. Alchemy Level 2, Alchemy Pharmaceutics Level 1, Mastery 319/10, has met the requirements to upgrade. Do you want to upgrade? Each upgrade will consume 500 paradise coins and the corresponding level of proficiency. Hesitating for a moment, Su Xiao chose to upgrade. Alchemy Pharmaceutics has been upgraded to LV.2. Alchemy Pharmaceutics has been upgraded to LV.3. Alchemy Pharmaceutics has been upgraded to LV.4. Alchemy Pharmaceutics has been upgraded to LV.5. Alchemy Pharmaceutics has been upgraded to LV.6. Due to the increase in Alchemy Pharmaceutics level, you have unlocked the following recipes. Unlocked, Intermediate Alchemy Secret Potion Recipe. Unlocked, Forest Shade Potion Recipe. Alchemy Pharmaceutics had been upgraded to LV.6, and 2 new formulas had been unlocked. For the unlocking of the new alchemy formulas, Su Xiao had always been a little confused. Sometimes, when alchemy increased 1 level, new formulas would be unlocked. Sometimes it was 2 levels, and sometimes it was 3 levels. There was no fixed rule. Su Xiao tried to create a bottle of. A 10 cm long red potion bottle appeared in his hand with a flash of light. Intermediate Alchemy Secret Potion. Origin, Steel Alchemy Master. Quality, Green. Type, Recovery. Effect, after drinking, it can recover 25 HP. Rating, 16. Description, Product of Alchemy, the Reincarnation Paradise, has no official certificate. The recovery amount of Intermediate Alchemy Secret Potion has increased slightly, which is quite satisfactory. If the level of alchemy pharmacy continues to improve, Su Xiao will be able to create a big medicine. After making a bottle of Intermediate Alchemy Secret Potion, he made another formula Forest Shade Potion. Su Xiao had just made Forest Shade Potion and found something wrong. The energy of the mana and the Philosopher's Stone all dropped a lot. The manufacturing process was longer than Su Xiao had imagined, and he had to concentrate during this period. After 20 minutes, the manufacturing process ended, and a crystal bottle as long as a thumb appeared in his hand. Rather than saying that this was a medicine bottle, Su Xiao felt that it was more like a decoration. This small crystal bottle was almost sealed, with only a hole the size of a needle tip at the top. Even if you think about it with your butt, you can tell that this thing is not for drinking. Forest Shade Potion. Origin, Steel Alchemist. Rarity, Green. Type, Consumable. Effect, able to carry around slowly recovering stamina points. Stamina points are fatigue points, and has a refreshing effect. Rating, 21. Introduction, who said that the potion must be drunk? No proof of the Reincarnation Paradise. Su Xiao was surprised by the potion in look at hand. The potion in the crystal bottle was slowly dissipating. It was colorless and odorless, but Su Xiao felt refreshed as if he was in a big forest. The Forest Shade Potion is left with 99. It can last for 120 hours. This potion is very good. Not only can it slowly recover stamina, but it can also increase. Su Xiao kept the Forest Shade Potion in his arms and continued to make. If it were sold, the Forest Shade Potion price was higher than the Intermediate Alchemy Secret Potion, but it was destined to be impossible to sell. Forest Shade Potion was different from other potions. There was a cool down time for making this thing. Every time he made a bottle of Forest Shade Potion, it would take 5 days before he could make it again. It was barely enough for him to use. It was impossible to sell it. Su Xiao's mana was not much after making a few bottles of Intermediate Alchemy Secret Potion, so he stopped making it. Chapter 408. 2 days later, in Yame country, the northwest area. The cold wind whistled, and the place in front of him was white. This was the world of snow, the northwest. Su Xiao had been going to the northwest for 2 days. There was no road here at all. The road had been covered with snow, and he could only distinguish the direction according to the map and compass. Su Xiao sat on a snow sled. The one pulling the sled was, of course, the hard-working Bobo Wang. In the beginning, Bobo Wang was rejected. In Bobo Wang's words, "Riding on me is already very excessive. Now you want me to pull the carriage? Impossible." When Su Xiao took out large slippers of 45 yards, Bobo Wang took the initiative to run to the snow sled. The sled silently passed by after leaving 2 traces in the snow, only the creaking and crunching sound of Bobo Wang stepping on the snow in front of him. Su Xiao wanted to reach the destination. He needed to go forward for at least 3 days, and everywhere he saw, it was snow. The weather was very clear. Today, it was not snowing in the northwest, but Su Xiao would rather snow here. It was too cold if not for the snow. The current temperature was -45 degrees. If he spat in the air, he would freeze into a lump of ice. People who lived in a warm climate had a misconception. That was, the snow was even colder. This was wrong. It was not cold in the snow. After the snow stopped, a strong wind blew, called bone-chilling cold. The north wind whistled, and the snow on the ground was blown into the air. The cold wind pierced through the leather clothes and gradually took away Su Xiao's temperature. Although Su Xiao's physical attributes were 35 points, he could not resist the cold climate. Under the power of nature, he was still too small. Tightening the winter clothes, Su Xiao had a feeling of drowsiness. "Bobo, stop." Su Xiao jumped down from the snow sled, took out a piece of iron plate, and made a pile of fire on the iron plate. The cold receded a little, Su Xiao was roasting the fire, and the wind around suddenly stopped. The sky became extremely clear, and there were no clouds. Under the sunlight, Su Xiao did not feel any temperature but felt cold all over. This kind of weather. Su Xiao jumped on the snow sled. Bobo Wang was stunned at this time. "Run as fast as you can." "Which way do you run to?" Su Xiao's face was not very good. He recalled his experience in the extreme cold area. The wind suddenly stopped, and the weather suddenly sunny was not a good thing. Although the current snow scene was beautiful, Su Xiao was not in the mood to appreciate it. The snowstorm was coming. Please don't underestimate the snowstorm. The snowstorm on the snowfield is equally dangerous as the storm in the sea. Bobo Wang ran forward at full speed. Su Xiao had been observing the changes in the weather. The snowflakes vaguely drifted through the sky. At first, it was only a small amount. After brewing for a few minutes, goose feathers drifted over. Woo! The cold wind suddenly appeared, and the snow was blown. The blizzard came. After Su Xiao found this, he untied the ropes on Bobo Wang's body and gave up the snow sled. This thing in the blizzard had no use. The wind slapped the snowflakes on the face, and the cold snowflakes gradually turned into snow water, like a greedy bug, taking away a trace of Su Xiao's body temperature. The world became white, and the distance could be seen no more than 5 meters. It wasn't easy to move in the snow. Although the current temperature was not low, the temperature after the blizzard's end would be so low that it would make people hair. Su Xiao's face was not very good, but Bobo Wang was unusually happy. Its hair could resist the cold, and it liked snow. 5 hours later, in a white plain. Bang! A fist broke out of the snow. Susiao climbed out of the pile of snow with difficulty and shook the snow on his head. The snowstorm was not enough to bury him, but the avalanche could. After the end of the snowstorm, the surrounding snow mountains became very fragile, and a little noise would cause an avalanche. Bobo Wang barked, and then an avalanche. Patting the snow on his head, Susiao exhaled a breath of white air. Bobo! After Susiao shouted, the snow was quiet. After a while, the snow not far from Susiao moved, and he immediately walked forward. After digging into the snow for a while, he saw the tail of Bobo Wang. And it was falling, and it was still digging down. Buried by the snow, what was terrible was not the cold but the sense of loss. Many travelers buried in the snow died in the snow, unable to determine whether they were up or down in the snow. If the victims were unlucky, they would dig down. This was not a ridiculous thing. In the real world, this kind of case was common. There was a simple way to solve this situation, and that was to spit. According to the direction where the saliva fell, one could determine that it was directly above to escape the snow. Susiao grabbed Bobo Wang's hind legs and pulled him out of the snow like a carrot. With difficulty, one man and one dog began to move forward in the snow. They walked in the thick snow. If they were unlucky, they would disappear with a splash and fall into the snow pit. 4 days later, Susiao, holding the map, looked at a steel frontier fortress not far away. He finally arrived at his destination. The towering frontier fortress in front of him was the northernmost part of the Yame country. The frontier fortress was 100 meters tall, steel, and stood between two snowy mountains. This was the only entrance to and from Yame in the north. Because of this, the stronghold of Glyphets was often attacked by other countries. The cold climate formed a strong folk style, and the long-term turmoil caused both men and women to be armed. Susiao did not go directly to the frontier fortress. Bobo Wang walked to the snow mountain next to the frontier fortress and quickly followed. Bobo Wang had suffered a lot in the past few days. He could not even chew on a bone. The temperature was too low. When Bobo Wang gnawed on the bone would be frozen harder than steel. This made him furious. Ordinary people couldn't enter the frontier fortress hundreds of meters high from the snow mountain, but Susiao was not an ordinary person. Climbing up the snow mountain, the broken line popped out and wrapped around the middle of the fortress. Susiao sneaked into the fortress with the cloth. As soon as he stopped outside the fortress, he heard footsteps. Susiao hid on the side. Several soldiers in white winter clothes walked by. These soldiers looked serious and were meticulous when patrolling. Avoiding these soldiers, Susiao flashed into the fortress. He had already memorized the detailed map of the fortress. Mustang provided this. With the position of Colonel Mustang, it was not difficult to get this kind of map. There were a lot of soldiers stationed in the fortress. Susiao could sense the patrol trajectory of the soldiers and avoided these soldiers in advance. The structure of the fortress could be described as complicated. This was deliberately built. If there was a spy from other countries who sneaked in without a map, this was a maze. An hour later, Susiao walked into an office. There was no one in the office. This office also had a residential function, fully displaying the simple and direct style of the. Sitting behind the desk, Susiao took off his coat and finally warmed up. After waiting for a few hours, footsteps came from the door, and a woman pushed the door and entered. Seeing Susiao behind the desk, the woman was stunned at first, and then she pulled out the thin sword on her waist in a flash. "Who are you?" "Hey, I seem to have seen you before." Chapter 409. A blonde female general stood in front of Susiao, holding a sword. This female general reminded Susiao of Esteth immediately, but this female general was different from Esteth. She did not have the hobby of torturing people, and she was a brave and good fighting female general. The female general was called Olivia Myra Armstrong, and some people called her the Ice Queen, the rank of Major General, and she was responsible for guarding the Burke frontier. There was only one reason she was sent to the land of bitter cold. Her ability was too strong, and the artificial human was somewhat afraid, so he did not give her the chance to enter Central City. You are, the demon of the War of Ishbar. Olivia recognized Susiao. She knew about the War of Ishbar. Like the alchemist who killed the most in the War of Ishbar, it was normal for people to remember his appearance. What are you doing in the north? And you are sitting in my seat. Olivia Myra hated alchemists who ran around everywhere. In her opinion, alchemists should be imprisoned or sent directly to the front line to become combat forces. It seems that the news here is somewhat backward, or the communication here has been cut off in Central City. Susiao looked calm. He was here to negotiate today, not to kill. Cut the crap and tell me your purpose. Well, I don't want to waste too much time. Susiao organized his thoughts and said. I came to find you to pull you into rebellion this time. Even if Olivia Myra had thousands of guesses, she did not expect Susiao to have this purpose. What? Olivia Myra, who had always been calm, raised her voice a little. Do you know what you are talking about? As an alchemist of the country, you talk about rebellion with a major general? Do you believe I will order someone to take you down right now? I am no longer an alchemist of the country. Olivia Myra narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Forget it. Let's start from the beginning. You can doubt my description. I will give you a general direction. Susiao began to tell Olivia Myra about the purpose of establishing the country. The artificial people, the small people in the bottle, and the military's higher UPS were bribed. Olivia Myra's face did not change from beginning to end. Absurd. I only believe that I saw it with my own eyes. Sure enough, Olivia Myra was not so easy to convince. Susiao did not intend to convince Olivia Myra like this. He only provided her with an idea. As one of the main forces that defeated the artificial human, Olivia Myra was an ally that had to be united. If you have any doubts, you can call your subordinates and bring a map of Yame along the way. Olivia Myra hesitated before pushing the door open and walking out of the office. Not long after, a few of her hearts came down to the room. There was mixed blood between the Ishbar people and the Yame beauty among Olivia's subordinates. His name was Myers, and he inherited the appearance of the Ishbar people, with white hair and red eyes. Of course, Myers recognized Susiao. He looked at Susiao with bad eyes, but he did not speak. Susiao took the map in front of him. First of all, we came to look at the map of Yame country. Did you find anything wrong? Susiao pointed to the map. Susiao looked around at several people. They were all vigilant and seemed to be ready to arrest Susiao. Nothing is wrong. Olivia shook her head. The map of this country is a circle. After Susiao spoke, the eyebrows of several people frowned. There was nothing wrong with the circle. Yame had been invading the small countries around before. It was normal to expand the territory. First of all, let's make this country a circle. Susiao drew a circle on the map of Yame country, and the circle just wrapped. July in 1558, there was a change in Leviathan, and more than 10,000 people died. Susiao marked the location of Leviathan. October 1611, Cameron was in chaos, and more than 20,000 people died. Susiao marked the location of Cameron again. February 1799, more than 50,000 people died in the Soma incident. Susiao continued to mark on the map. In 1811, Wesley changed. More than 30,000 people died. In June 1835, the First Southern Kingdom War. In May of 1911, the Second Southern Kingdom War. In 1913, because of the civil war of Tayan. 1914, Rial is rioting. Su Xiao began to draw on the map. What would happen if all the places where the war happened were drawn together? Everyone's head came closer. As Su Xiao drew it with a pencil, an alchemy diagram appeared. The lines were not wrong. What is this? Olivia Myra's subordinates were stunned. Even a fool could see that the situation in this country was wrong. Olivia Myra was the first to react. What does this kind of formation represent? This is the formation of the Philosopher's Stone. Su Xiao took out a stack of documents. This was a detailed introduction to the Philosopher's Stone. Olivia Miron looked at the information and her face became more and more ugly. The person in the bottle wanted to refine the entire country into the Philosopher's Stone. But she would not believe Su Xiao's wrong words easily, but she had heard all the wars mentioned by Su Xiao. This could not be fake. Was it a coincidence? Impossible. I'll give you another piece of information. Su Xiao pointed at a point on the map with a lead pen. This is also the node for the formation. It's a very important node. Although the Lombard stronghold often has small conflicts with the surrounding enemy countries, it is far from enough to bleed. Su Xiao no longer spoke, he only needed to let Olivia Myra think about it herself after that. I have not found any flaws in your words for the time being, but I only believe that I have seen it with my own eyes. I will not believe it based on your words alone. Olivia Myra still did not express her opinion. Whatever. If it is as expected, Central City will send people down soon. At that time, you will have two choices. Abandon your subordinates and cooperate with Central City, or rise to resist. It was impossible for Su Xiao not to worry that Olivia Myra would cooperate with the small person in the bottle. What identity did you play? Olivia looked straight at Su Xiao. Me? I am a wanted criminal now. A wanted criminal? What is the reason? Because I killed the artificial human. Hearing this, Olivia sneered. I can still believe in other things. As for artificial humans, they are ridiculous. Humans are not created. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. Maybe artificial people will appear in front of you soon. For alchemists, it is not impossible for artificial people. The negotiations between the two sides ended here. Olivia Wizard needed time to confirm Su Xiao's words. Su Xiao was not in a hurry. Without the help of Olivia Myra and Mustang, the chances of him defeating the small person in the bottle were very low, even zero. Su Xiao temporarily lived in the Briquet fortress. Although he could move freely, Olivia Myra arranged a dozen guides for him to prevent him from getting lost in the fortress. Looking at the dozen strong men before him, this surveillance was too obvious. After waiting for 2 days, the turn of events finally appeared, and the protagonist, the two brothers, Eri, arrived at the brick fortress. Chapter 410. In front of the Briquet's fortress, the two brothers stood in the wind and snow, surrounded by a few soldiers pointing their guns at them. I am an alchemist of the country, not a spy. Edward explained again, sighing helplessly. Don't move. Raise your hands above your head. A soldier pulled the trigger, ready to shoot at any time. Brother, what should we do now? Although Arsene was not afraid of firearms, he did not act rashly. Wait a minute, and their commander should be coming out soon. The brothers were a little helpless. The northern soldiers did not give them the chance to explain at all. Even if they took out the pocket watch of the national alchemist, it would be useless. Without the central government's approval, these people did not believe in their identities. This situation was very normal. As a strategic location on the border, the Lombard stronghold had agents who sneaked in every year and pretended to be alchemists. Olivia Myra walked out of the fortress. The female general stood high and examined the two brothers. Who are you? Olivia Myra's tone was not very good, just like her current mood. After investigating, Olivia discovered that what the man said might be the truth. If that were the case, the war would not be far away, and she would not sit still and wait for death. Hearing Olivia's question above the fortress, Edward looked up. "I am the steel alchemist, Edward Elk. It was Major Armstrong who introduced me to meet the Major General. Please withdraw the guards." Major Armstrong that Edward spoke of was Olivia Myra's younger brother. "Search their bodies." Olivia Myra did not hold back when she heard that her younger brother had introduced them. "We are not bad people. Who knows? Anyone can pretend to be a celebrity. Besides, a devil has come to my territory recently. Who knows if you are accomplices?" "Devil?" Edward Eyre was a little confused. After a search, a silver watch and a letter were handed to Olivia. "This is the Major's recommendation letter. It can prove that we are not bad people." Olivia Myra looked at the envelope in her hand. By looking at the handwriting on the envelope, she knew that her younger brother had indeed written it. "Ah, it is indeed that fool." As she spoke, Olivia Myra tore the letter in her hand and did not look at the contents. "Hey, why don't you read it? There is information about me and my brother inside. The recommendation letter is meaningless to me. I don't need others to evaluate me. I only rely on my own eyes to judge others." As she spoke, Olivia Myra had already torn the letter into pieces. "Let them in." The cold wind whistled, and the Eyre brothers, who were about to enter the fortress, couldn't help but raise their heads. They were immediately intimidated by this magnificent fortress. The steel walls over 100 meters tall had traces of ice and snow on them. Amazing, so high, so big. Hearing Edward's shout, Olivia Myra lowered her eyes, her face a little gloomy. "Scum, hurry up and leave. Be careful that I don't pull off the antenna on your heads." The antenna in Olivia's mouth was the ahog on Edward's head and a strand of hair on the Algis armor. Yes. Edward could feel the strength of the Queen of the North. After entering the stronghold, the Eyre-like brothers did not obtain their freedom. What greeted them was the second round of interrogation. Olivia Myra sat opposite the two brothers with hot tea in front of them. "Do you know the explosive flame alchemists?" Hearing Olivia's question, the two brothers were stunned. Edward nodded and shook his head again. "I've only seen him once. That guy is simply an explosion maniac. Last time, he collapsed a lot of buildings in Central City. In the end, it was I who repaired them. I don't know why. A few days ago, he was wanted. The crime was an important person who killed the military." After listening to Edward's description, Olivia bowed her head and pondered. The information she got was the same as Edward's. Susiao killed an important person in the military and was finally wanted. If she remembered correctly, the so-called important personnel was just a colonel with no real power and had nothing to do with the explosive flame alchemist. The information provided by the military was full of doubts. In addition to the many actions of Central City in recent years, Olivia Myra felt that something was wrong. "Let's not talk about this first. I need the two of you to explain why you came directly to me without passing through the headquarters and the secret of your brother's hollow armor." The Eyre brothers looked at each other. "Well, if I knew, I might be in the military court." Before Edward could finish, Olivia interrupted him. "Is it a sage and artificial human?" Olivia only said two keywords. She did not say the philosopher's stone and artificial human so that no gossip would be left. "How did you know?" Edward stood up with a whoosh. "Looks like that guy didn't lie. Not good, very bad." When the Eyre brothers saw Olivia's reaction, they were stunned. "Little Shorty, spit out everything you know right now." Olivia looked at Edward coldly. "Who are you calling Little Shorty?" "Little Shorty with the antenna. I'll give you 5 minutes to describe the time. By the way, I'll tell you that the laws of Central City are ineffective here." A group of soldiers rushed into the room, and dozens of guns were aimed at the two brothers. You don't think that I am bluffing. This is the Northwest, and dead people are common. Even the national alchemists are the same. For the sake of the lives of tens of thousands of my subordinates, I can bear this responsibility. The lives of tens of thousands of subordinates. Edward was at a loss. He suddenly had a feeling that this female general in front of him might know more than him. After hesitating for a moment, Edward said everything he could say. 10 minutes later, Olivia looked at the ground beneath her feet. The soldiers in the room retreated one after another. What evidence do you have? You are telling the truth. Olivia's question made the two brothers speechless. Not for the time being, but the philosopher's stone and the artificial human exist. I have seen them with my own eyes. I believe in the philosopher's stone because I have seen it. As for the artificial human, Susiao once took out a small piece of the philosopher's stone to Olivia. It was a piece smaller than a grain of rice. Olivia took out the philosopher's stone, and the two brothers felt their scalps go numb when they saw the philosopher's stone. Did you refine this? Edward had already assumed a combat posture. No, it was someone else who gave it to me. Where is that person? Edward's breathing was heavy. Who knew how many people would have to sacrifice this small piece of philosopher's stone? You don't need to know. You need to confirm whether this is the philosopher's stone. Is this thing magical? This is the philosopher's stone. After receiving Edward's clear answer, Olivia took a deep breath. Demonstrate it. Let me see how it ignores the equivalent exchange. No. I won't use this thing. The material used to make this thing is human. I will never use it. Chapter 411. Olivia tapped her fingers on the wooden table as if she was thinking about something. How many humans do I need to sacrifice for such a large piece of philosopher's stone? Edward pondered for a moment. About a dozen people. So much? Yes, this is still a conservative estimate. I have studied the information on the philosopher's stone in detail. Olivia continued to ask, what if it is as big as an egg? What? Edward looked at Olivia in horror. Don't be surprised. I did see such a big piece 2 days ago. This piece was separated from the top. After knowing the origin of the philosopher's stone, Olivia began to feel the weight of the red stone in her hand. If it is such a big piece, I can't imagine who holds such a big piece of the philosopher's stone. Olivia did not say that it was Susiao. She vaguely had a feeling that the other party was indeed coming to ally with her. The alchemist was especially important if they wanted to fight against the Central Army. The steel alchemist in front of her was also a combat force. I have a rough idea. Tell me about the purpose of your visit this time. Oliver's tone was calm. The purpose of our visit is. The Eyre brothers told the purpose of their visit. They were here to find a little girl with a small panda and ask the little girl for alchemy. The Eyre-like brothers had already met the small and medium person in the bottle, the man who looked the same as their father. Their brother's alchemy had failed in front of the small and medium person in the bottle. No, they could not use alchemy at all. On the other hand, the little girl and the scarred face used alchemy and artificial human to fight in full swing. Edward had already vaguely sensed it. The man who looked the same as Holmes was probably the mastermind behind everything. The artificial people called him father. So that's how it is. Olivia looked at the portrait in her hand. There was a small panda drawn on it. We just want to find its owner. Just as Olivia and the Eyre brothers were talking, a soldier broke through the door with a bang. Major General, something bad has happened. What is it? Don't panic. It's like this. A monster suddenly appeared from underground and is in the lower base. Monster? Right, monster. Olivia frowned as trouble appeared one by one. Where is it? Near the armory. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, Olivia stood up and rushed to the lower layer of the fortress. The armory was the foundation of the fortress. Once the weapon was lost, the surrounding enemy countries would immediately attack. The air-like brothers followed behind Olivia. "You two don't have to follow us." Olivia turned to look at the air brothers. It was unknown whether they were enemies or friends. "We can help. Don't forget that we are alchemists. We won't just sit by and do nothing if there is trouble in the fortress." Edward grinned. "When the time comes, listen to the command. If you act on your own, don't blame me for being impolite." "No problem." Olivia nodded to herself. The two brothers did not show any malicious intent. The group quickly arrived at the lowest level of the fortress. It was more than 10 meters underground. The entire fortress had dozens of floors and 3 floors underground. They were used to store weapons, food, and so on. In the underground building of the fortress, in an empty square. This was the weapon test site. The fortress would develop weapons, and this was the weapon test site. It was surrounded by a steel structure and was very strong. A strong man with a height of 3 meters and strong muscles was besieged. Bang, 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 bang. The dense bullets hit him, but the strong man's skin was not even broken. "It hurts. It's so troublesome." The strong man spoke slowly, looking very lazy. "This place is so big." The strong man only had one eye, and the other eye was located in a red node. By looking at it, one could tell that this was not a normal human. The air brothers rushed out of the stairs and noticed the red pattern on the strong man's shoulder at a glance. It was a circular Ouroboros pattern. "This is an artificial human." Edward immediately recognized the strong man. He felt a little uneasy. The two brothers had come here to find a way to deal with the artificial human. His first reaction was that the artificial human had already seen through his plan. "We are only here to find a way to recover our bodies." Edward's explanation was a little weak. He had been threatened by the artificial human before. His childhood sweetheart's life would be lost if they dared to act rashly. "Who are you?" The identity of this strong man was self-evident: Lazy Sloth. Lazy Sloth was different from other artificial people. His IQ was not high, and his nature was dull. His dream was to sleep all the time. By the way, to dig a hole. It's so troublesome. Lazy Sloth's task was to dig a circular passage under the Yame ground. He was digging the energy passage of the land refining formation. "I want to sleep. It's so troublesome." Lazy Sloth slowly walked to the side. Every step he took made a loud noise. This guy's weight was not light. "Get out of the way." A female shout came, followed by bursts of rumbling. Olivia stood inside a tank, half of her body exposed. "Get ready." The muzzle of the tank began to turn. "Fire!" Boom. Olivia was not interested in communicating with Sloth. The other party had already invaded the armory, so Olivia would not listen to his explanation. A cannonball struck Sloth's face, and the cannonball exploded. Flames and smoke enveloped Sloth, and all the soldiers present breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy had been dealt with, and no one could resist the bombardment. The smoke dispersed, and the figure of Sloth appeared. There was only a slight injury on his face. Red lightning flashed, and his injury recovered. How is this possible? The shell is useless. The morale of the Northern Army was thwarted. No matter how brave they were still at a loss in the face of this inhuman monster. Olivia was stunned for a second before she reacted. Don't just stand there, reload. More than 10 seconds later, the tank fired again. This time, to increase the lethality, the reloader changed to a solid shell. Boom, flames emerged from the muzzle of the tank. A dark red shell hit Sloth's abdomen. He only paused for a moment, and the solid shell was sent flying, smashing a small hole in the ground. It hurts, but it's also troublesome. Oh right, I have to work. Lazy Sloth did not care about the bombardment at all. He was too lazy. He was so lazy that he did not want to fight and did not want to speak. Boom, boom. One solid shell after another hit Sloth. Sloth's body swayed. He seemed to be a little impatient from being hit. He easily raised the steel pipe to the side and smashed at several tanks. A large piece of the tank was smashed with a clang, and the other tanks immediately retreated. Don't stop firing. Olivia was a little helpless. This was the first time she had encountered this kind of inhuman monster. She could not think of any effective countermeasures at the moment. Olivia, as an ally, why didn't you inform me if something happened in the fortress? A voice came. Olivia looked up. Susiao was sitting on the iron bars on the high ground. He had a smile on his face. There was a cigarette between his fingers and a dog behind him. Do you have a way to deal with this monster? Olivia narrowed her eyes. She had felt that this pyromancer was not simple. Those guys wanted me because I killed the artificial talent. Susiao jumped down from the railing. Chapter 412. Everyone's eyes were focused on Susiao. Susiao did not pay attention to the eyes of everyone. He was staring intently at Lazy Sloth. Although Sloth looked silly, he was the fastest artificial human among the artificial people. The artificial people all had their specialties: the strongest spear of lust, the strongest shield of greed, the mouth of gluttony, and the huge body of jealousy. Susiao had fought these enemies before, or it could be said that he did not do anything else after entering the derivative world, only looking for artificial people to kill. Other contractors had similar thoughts, but they were not as fast as Susiao. After landing steadily, Susiao took off his shirt and was naked on his upper body. At this time, there were several metal rings on Susiao's arms. He bought them in the Reincarnation paradise. The metal rings were very heavy and could train the strength of his arms. Because there was no battle in recent days, Susiao put this on, and the weight of his arms could make his control of strength stronger, and the slashes at critical moments were more accurate. Bobo, help me fight for 10 seconds. Crack, crack, Susiao began to remove the metal ring lock on his arm. Woof. Bobo Wang rushed to Lazy Sloth. It often fought with Susiao. Although it did not participate in the frontal battle, it also had some skills under its ear and eyes, such as the ability to pull hatred. Bobo Wang began to circle Sloth, and he looked at Bobo Wang in confusion. Wang Wang, the meaning of Wang Xingyu, grandson, dot. Clang, clang. The metal ring on Susiao's arm was very heavy, and it smashed on the ground and made a muffled sound. Susiao moved his arms. The effect was very good suddenly. Taking off the weight made him feel a sense of relief. Dragon Flash appeared in his hand, and the green steel shadow was activated to the maximum. Isn't this guy known as an explosive alchemist? He didn't use a bomb to fight with this monster? Is he looking for death? Olivia was puzzled, but she quickly noticed that Susiao's posture of holding a knife and moving forward seemed more professional than her. I have to work. I can't sleep. It's troublesome. Sloth did not have any fighting spirit. His goal was to dig a hole. Lazy. Hearing Susiao's shout, Sloth turned his head. Do you recognize me? Of course I do. Human. There is the smell of jealousy and gluttony. Enemies, revenge. Although it seemed to be slow, Sloth's perception was not bad. He immediately found that Susiao killed jealousy and gluttony. Jealousy is a brother. I want revenge. The muscles on Sloth gradually tightened, and he walked slowly to Susiao. Susiao walked to Sloth head-on. There was no chance of winning in a one-on-one situation except the violence. He was not afraid of others. The distance was getting closer and closer, and Edward, who was in the distance, frowned. Hey, that guy has an immortal body, even if he is injured. The bright saber light flashed, leaving a light blue arc in the air. Pucci. Blood gushed out, and the blood beads drifted in the air. Huh. Susiao turned his head to look at the protagonist Edward, who seemed to have said something just now. How is this possible? What is this speed? Susiao's extremely short sword shocked everyone present. The solid shell's body could not hurt as easily as cutting tofu under his sword. Susiao had mastered many passive skills, and the sharpness of Dragon Flash was prominent. The defense and armor flow was just decoration in front of him. Sloth looked at the broken arm. He had a chance to dodge the sword just now, but he hesitated for a moment because avoiding the attack was too troublesome. These artificial people had their defects. Some defects were not serious, but the lazy character of Sloth was fatal. The thick arm turned into ashes on the ground. The regeneration speed of Sloth was not fast, but it was not slow either. After a few seconds, Sloth's arm regenerated. Do you want to be serious? It's so troublesome to be serious but to take revenge and dig a hole. It's so troublesome. Sloth's momentum changed, and his only eye released red light. Susiao's breathing slowed down. If Sloth had threatened him 5 just now, it was 50 now. Major General, what should we do? Olivia said. Don't worry. Let's see the situation first. The battle continued. This time, Susiao did not take the initiative to rush forward. He was ready to dodge at any time. The ground under Sloth's feet caved in. Boom. Sloth was like a cannonball out of the barrel, turning into a shadow in everyone's sight. Susiao immediately dodged sideways. A wind pressure swept past him. His short black hair blew. His eyes subconsciously narrowed, and a few blood marks appeared on his arms. Fast, fast to the extreme. Although Sloth was large, he could leave after images when he was at full speed. Among the cyborgs, Sloth was the fastest, although he represented laziness. Sloth only had one move, and that was to charge forward at full speed. Rumble. Shrews crashed into the wall behind Susiao. The steel wall was smashed into a big hole, and his head was deformed. Sloth's speed was too fast. He could not control himself. Before he hit something, he could not stop. Smoke and dust wrapped shrews. A few seconds later, Sloth, with red lightning flashing on his head, walked out of the smoke. How do we deal with such a monster? Edward wanted to go forward and help. Although Susiao was not his ally, the cyborgs were the common enemy. Brother, are we going to help? We are going. But, how are we going to help? I can't even see the trajectory of that guy. The words of his brother Air made Edward speechless. Yes, how should he help? Sloth was too fast. They might help. Zi. Susiao released the boundary line. He laid a barrier in front of him. If you looked carefully, you could see crisscrossing green threads in front of him. After the body completely recovered, Sloth looked at Susiao. Rumble, there was a large crack at the foot of Sloth. Sloth instantly turned into a shadow and hit Susiao. Before Sloth hit Susiao, he had already hit the broken line. Who? The stern voice came, and the body of Sloth was very hard. It was difficult to cut the broken lines, and there was a risk of collapse at any time. Finding this, Susiao put the green steel shadow on the broken lines. Puff, Sloth, rushed through the broken lines, and his body was cut into more than 10 pieces. By right, Sloth had lost the ability to attack, but it was not the case. The body of Sloth, which was broken into more than a dozen pieces, quickly flew to Susiao. A head smashed directly at Susiao, and it was impossible to dodge at this time. The transparent shield appeared around Susiao, and the huge head smashed on the shield first. With a bang, the shield broke, and the head continued to hit Susiao. Fortunately, the blade in his hand had already cut the head. Zheng. The head was cut into two and flew past the sides of his body. A large part of the body was scattered around Su Xiao, and the blood gradually stained the ground. Did you kill him? This guy is also a monster. No, a monster stronger than a monster. Olivia's face was not good. She let such a person stay in the fortress for a few days, and it was under the surveillance of only a dozen soldiers. Of course, Sloth would not die so simply, but it was not far from death. With this level of injury, he could not recover many times, at most a few more times. Throwing away the blood on the dragon flash, Su Xiao looked at the body of Sloth scattered on the ground. Chapter 413. The red lightning flashed, and most of the broken limbs on the ground were turned into ashes and scattered. Only one part of the torso did not disappear, and the red lightning came from the torso. This degree of injury be recovered? Olivia's eyes widened slightly, and she could not believe the scene in front of her. However, Queen of Ice Olivia was not an ordinary woman. Although she was surprised, she quickly accepted the scene in front of her. The surrounding soldiers had already consciously retreated. This was a battle between monsters. Let alone interfering in the battle. Even if they were affected, they would die. 10 seconds later, Sloth's body recovered. The battle is so troublesome. I want to sleep. Although Sloth was murderous, his words lacked morale. Facing an enemy like Sloth, the provocation was useless. Su Xiao maintained his usual style and did not talk nonsense. He solved the problem with the sword in his hand. Su Xiao stepped on the ground and rushed forward with his body bent forward. Unlike the majestic charge of Sloth, Su Xiao would leave some strength when rushing to the enemy, and he would always deal with unexpected situations. Su Xiao easily got close to Sloth. The enemy's speed was too fast. He did not give the enemy a chance to charge. The beheading dragon flashed past, leaving a light blue light in the air. It didn't take long before it gradually dissipated. Pucci. Nothing could stop the blade, and a thick arm flew up. Sloth snorted. His ability to endure pain was extremely strong. The pain caused by 50 points of mana being burned was almost equal to torture, but Shrews did not react. After being hit by Su Xiao, Sloth immediately counterattacked. A fist the size of a sandbag smashed at Su Xiao. The speed of this punch could only be described as horrifying. Woo! The terrifying sound of breaking wind came. Sloth's fist broke through layers of airwaves in the air. Su Xiao had only seen the scene when Spider Empress fired the bullet. He could not be hit. He did not have an immortal body. Even if he did not die after being hit by this fist, he would still be half disabled. But even if Su Xiao thought this way, the enemy's fist did not slow down, but the speed was faster. Saru. Su Xiao had an idea at the critical moment and used Saru in the opposite direction. No one stipulated that Saru had to rush forward, and it was fine to retreat, but it was slower. Bang! Sloth's fist hit Su Xiao's chest, and Su Xiao flew out with a whoosh. Rumble! The steel wall was smashed into a big hole, and the surrounding was stained with spray blood. Su Xiao slid down from the wall, not falling. It's a little bad. Although Edward did not agree with Su Xiao's style of doing things, the two sides had a common enemy, and Su Xiao's defeat made him worried. In the original work, Olivia defeated Sloth in the cold weather in the northwest, but at that time, Sloth did not use his full strength. To be exact, even in the final battle, Sloth did not use his full strength. He was too lazy. But now, it is different. Sloth wanted revenge, and hatred made him temporarily suppress his laziness. Get ready to go. Olivia was just about to give the order, but he found that Su Xiao had stood up, which made her stunned. The first thought was that Su Xiao was also an artificial person. After a few seconds, she dismissed this idea. From the information from the steel refining alchemist, artificial people had a strong recovery ability. Susiao stood up not far away, blood dripping from his chin. More than a dozen big and small wounds on his body and his ribs were dislocated. Fortunately, he did not break. The 35 points of physical attributes were not just for show. Bah! Susiao spat out the blood in his mouth and shook his head. He had a feeling that he saw stars. His HP had already fallen to 27. This punch was indeed ruthless. If not for his high physique attribute and his spirit shadow physique's HP bonus, he would have been instantly killed by this punch. His opponent's charging speed was fast, but his attack speed was also fast. He took out a bottle of intermediate alchemy secret potion and drank it. Not only that, but he also took out a bottle of wine. Rum. Rarity, blue. Type, consumable. Effect, after drinking Lan wine, movement speed increases by 15, pain resistance increases by 60, strength plus 3, agility plus 3, physique plus 3. Rating, 60. Description, don't provoke a drunk person. A warm feeling appeared in his stomach after drinking up all the rum in a few mouthfuls. The heavy feeling in his chest disappeared, and the wounds on his body no longer hurt. I was careless. Susiao blamed himself. Since he entered the world of steel refining, everything had been smooth, making him look down on the artificial people. Combat lesson, painful chapter: do not underestimate any enemies because of a short period of smoothness. Although his body was hurting faintly, Susiao was laughing. This lesson came in time, and he had earned it without losing his life. His vision was clear again, and his HP quickly recovered to more than 90. Of course, the intermediate alchemy secret potion did not have this exaggerated effect. It was Bobo Wang who fed him. Skill 3, Loyalty to protect the Lord, active, consumes 50 mana values, recovers 60 of the master's HP in 3 seconds, cooldown time 24 hours. Bobo Wang was not watching from the side. It was ready to support Susiao. The wind pressure came head on, and the strong man, with terrifying speed, rushed over again. Susiao would not make the same mistake a second time. He quickly turned sideways, and at the same time dodging, he put the dragon flash across the path of Sloth charging. With a swoosh, Sloth was cut into 2 pieces. Sloth, cut into 2 pieces, crashed into the wall like 2 piles of rotten meat hitting the wall. Before Sloth recovered, the knife flashed in succession, forming a net of knives, and Sloth was directly cut into pieces. Sloth quickly returned to human form, and Susiao, who had figured out the enemy's fighting style, gradually gained the upper hand. Clang! The sword light was everywhere, and blood splashed everywhere. Susiao flexibly avoided the impact of Sloth, and at the same time, he left a cut on the enemy. Although he was beaten badly by the fist before, Susiao controlled the rhythm of the battle in his hands. The number of times that Sloth was killed increased quickly, once, twice, 3 times. 10 minutes later, Susiao's breathing was a little heavy. It was not that his physical strength was not enough, but that he had been injured a little heavily before. The dragon flash in his hand emitted a blue light. The light was even a little dazzling. The green steel shadow had been maximized for 10 minutes, and the effect of the explosion of mana appeared. Sloth lay on the ground and gasped for breath. The philosopher's stone in his body was about to be exhausted. The blade slashed, and the real damage added by this blade was enough to shock other contractors' eyes. Death. It's so troublesome. I want to sleep. The philosopher's stone in Sloth's body shattered. Without the support of the philosopher's stone, his body gradually disintegrated. You killed lazy Sloth. Sloth is the key character in the plot. Obtained 5.7 of the origin of the world. Obtained 28.3 of the origin of the world. Your talent devouring spirit is activated. Permanently increases 15 points of mana. The current mana is 974 points. You have obtained the treasure chest, purple. Achievement mission, Sin Break has been completed, 5/7. Although he had killed Sloth, Susiao still took out a bottle of secret alchemy potion and drank it. This thing could not be used continuously. Otherwise, the effect would be sharply reduced. If he used more than 3 bottles in a row, it would be ineffective. It took a few days to offset the drug resistance. It was just enough to drink a bottle in about 10 minutes. The plot characters around were not credible. Susiao would not leave his safety in the hands of others. Chapter 414. Susiao picked up the treasure chest on the ground. The plot's characters could not see this thing, and everyone present did not find the abnormality. Susiao did not care about the vigilant eyes around him but looked directly at Olivia. This is an artificial human. Seeing is believing. Without Susiao explaining too much, the physique of Sloth had exceeded the scope of living things. Let's work together. Olivia, who had been hesitating before, directly proposed cooperation. Sure. With 2 allies working together, they could then consider dealing with the small and medium-sized person in the bottle. However, those contractors in the derivative world also had to be vigilant. He did not want to help others. There was a reason why Olivia was so straightforward in cooperating with Susiao. The reason was that Susiao was too strong, so strong that it was beyond her imagination. Olivia was not afraid of Susiao's strength. She was afraid that Susiao would deal with that person. If such a strong person had to find an ally, how strong was the small person in the bottle he spoke of? The answer was that the small person in the bottle was the strongest alchemist, or the small person in the bottle had already exceeded the scope of alchemists. Successfully allying with Olivia undoubtedly pushed the plan forward a big step. Susiao's final goal was to use the magic crystal bottle to seize the power of divinity, fake. Please pay attention. The task was to seize the power of divinity, not simply defeat the small person in the bottle. If it were simpler to defeat the small person in the bottle before refining all the citizens of Yame into the Stone of Sage, although the small person in the bottle was strong, it was not strong enough to be invincible. Susiao's task was not to defeat the small person in the bottle but to seize the power of divinity in the other person's body. The small person in the bottle had not yet obtained the power of divinity, which was obtained after he sacrificed all the citizens of Yame. The promotion task was very troublesome. Not only to defeat the small person in the bottle but also to let the other party complete the land refining formation to obtain the power of divinity. After obtaining the power of divinity, the small person in the bottle was too strong. After the small people in the bottle obtained the power of divinity, they created the sun in the palm of their hands out of thin air. That kind of power was too exaggerated. This was the result that Susiao wanted to see. As soon as Susiao entered the world of steel, he began to look for artificial people around. This was not as simple as just obtaining the source of the world and the treasure chest, but to make the small person in the bottle speed up the progress of becoming a god. Artificial people set up the land refining formation. The small people in the bottle usually stayed in the underground of the presidential palace and never left. Now that 5 of the 7 artificial people had died, the small person in the bottle must have noticed that the situation was wrong. The remaining 2 artificial people were very important. One was the arrogant, Horlade, who was in charge of monitoring Central City in secret, and the other was the anger that commanded the whole country on the surface. Neither of them could leave Central City for a long time. That is to say, the arrangement of the land refining formation was stagnant. The most crucial laziness was dead, and the underground channel would soon be dug out. This was a very good time. There were only 2 choices for the small and medium-sized people in the bottle: forbearance or forcibly activating the land refining formation. The first result was what Susiao did not want to see. He did not have much time to stay, and he had no time to waste with this older man, so he allied with his allies around him and was ready to attack Central City directly. And the second result was what Susiao was willing to see. If the small person in the bottle did that, there was a chance to start the country refining formation now. The semi-finished country refining formation was certainly not as good as the complete formation, which would greatly reduce the effect. It should be no problem to obtain the power of divinity at that time. After all, it was only a bargain. As for how much it could be exchanged, it was not certain. The small person in the bottle was too strong and weak and could not complete the task. The promotion task burned brain cells. What Su Xiao needed to do now was to unite Olivia and Mustang to rebel. Yes, it was to rebel. Both of them were in control of a very strong force. Mustang's forces had participated in the War of Ishbar. They were all soldiers who had seen blood. The soldiers under Olivia were even more so. They were stationed at the frontier fortress all year round and had been eliminated long ago. Of course, 2 armies were not enough to defeat all the armies in Yamei, but did the small person in the bottle control the entire country's army? The answer was that this was not the case. The small person in the bottle had one biggest drawback: it did not believe in humans. It would not tell some secrets to humans, and only a few artificial people knew its plan. Although Bradley, Russ, was the Grand President, and his reputation was extremely high, his real identity could not be exposed to the public. Once the identity of the artificial person was announced and brought out the ironclad evidence, there would be a mutiny in the Yamei military. Previously, Yamei had continuously expanded its territory, and there were endless civil wars. The generals from all over the country had long been dissatisfied with Bradley. If not for the secret support of the small and medium-sized people, Bradley might have been able to continue to be the Grand President. It was not that the Grand President was incompetent, but that the ultimate goal of the small and medium-sized people was too anti-human. It was already a miracle that the Grand President could maintain the situation until now. Although Yamei was not a big country, it was also a country. How could a person from a country not notice the abnormality of this country? To a certain extent, the crazy expansion of the territory stopped abruptly and then entered endless civil wars. This was a deformed country with endless civil wars. The conflict between races became more and more intense, and the generals of the frontier fortress each took care of their affairs. However, the medium and small people ignored it in such a chaotic battle. He did not want to govern this country but wanted to use this country. The medium and small people in the bottle had always looked down on humans and thought that humans were low-level animals, but he seemed to have forgotten who created it. At first, it was just a small black ball in a round test tube. Su Xiao's plan was very simple. First, he cut off the trusted followers of the small people in the bottle, artificial people, and then he joined forces with his allies to make the whole country chaotic. On the surface, it was overthrowing the rule. He forced the small people in the bottle to carry out the refining of the country as soon as possible. If not finished, he would help the other party complete it. 2/3 had carried out his plan, and the remaining 1/3 would be fine as long as he waited. Colonel Mustang was looking for the position of the great president, and Olivia wanted to protect the north, and these 2 points clashed with the small and medium-sized people in the bottle. The flames of war were about to ignite. This war was not provoked by Su Xiao but by the actions of the artificial people all the time. Su Xiao just wiped out a small spark. It had been a day since Su Xiao killed Sloth in the fortress. His injuries had recovered a little. At least his ribs were correct. In a conference room, Su Xiao sat in front of a round table, and on the other end was Olivia. There was an old-fashioned phone on the conference table, and the phone had been dialed. "I didn't expect that you would succeed in convincing her." Mustang's voice came from the phone. "Judging from his tone, it should be going smoothly over there. What is the attitude of the generals around here?" Olivia asked, asking Mustang. Although they all know the truth of the matter and know that Bradley is an artificial human and the existence of the small and medium people in the bottle, those guys all look like they are sitting and enjoying the success. As soon as Mustang finished speaking, Olivia punched the conference table. Are those pigs stupid? They still want to sit by and do nothing at this level. They are not stupid. Now they are ready to take the army and escape from Yame at any time. This is also good. At least our enemies are only the Central Army and some nearby armies. There are about 200,000 or so. Chapter 415. The other generals of the frontier fortress were ready to escape from Yame. This was not good news. Mustang had already spread the plan of artificial people in the army. The evidence of iron was in front of them. The artificial people could not deny it. In the original work, Mustang and the others were not so relaxed. The reason was that the intelligence gap was too big. They did not know the plan and details of the small person in the bottle. It was reasonable to say that the small person in the bottle had established this country. It should have firmly controlled this country, but its purpose was too against the human race and intended to sacrifice the entire country's citizens. This made it stand on the opposite side from everyone. The actions of the small person in the bottle have become more and more extreme in the past 100 years. The fangs gradually leaked out, and the continuous civil war made Yame collapse. Move faster over there. I have completely shed all pretense of cordiality on my side. I can't stay in the center. It seemed that the Mustang was not very good. Then what is your position? Su Xiao frowned. If Mustang were cleared out of Central City, it would be troublesome. The Northern Army needed a springboard to enter the center. Don't worry. I am stationed in a small town near the Central City with the army. I am confronting the Central Army. Those generals in the Central City think I am crazy and are looking for death. With the cautious style of Mustang, the people related to him should be protected in that small town to avoid becoming hostages. What do you suggest? Olivia looked at Su Xiao. Me? I don't have any objections. I am not good at war. You can decide. Olivia and Mustang were both old and cunning fellows. Although the three were partners, this cooperation relationship was not reliable. The two of them could kick Su Xiao out at any time. As the initiator of the alliance, you have the right to raise your opinions and speak freely. Mustang also spoke, and both tested Su Xiao's tone. It's still the same sentence. I am not good at military warfare. If there are difficult enemies, I can make a move. Su Xiao's answer made Mustang and Olivia silent for a while. Then, what is your purpose? Please don't say that you don't have all the plans. My goal is to become the president. Olivia is to protect her territory. What is your purpose? Mustang made it clear that this was the information that the alliance had to understand. My purpose? It's nothing to say. It's something from a small person in a bottle. What is it? It's his research results on alchemy. Su Xiao's words made Mustang and Olivia shocked. Do you want to set up the land to make a formation? Hearing Mustang's words, Su Xiao shook his head. It was normal for the two to have this suspicion. Do you two think it is easy to set up the land formation? Not to mention whether I can live for hundreds of years, it is impossible to bear that number of philosopher's stone alone. Mustang, you should know this. Mustang, on the other side of the line, nodded. I have no questions here. If we win, the alchemy knowledge of the small and medium-sized people in the bottle can belong to you, but the country's refining formation records must be destroyed. No problem. Su Xiao expressed. There is no problem with my side. Olivia also expressed. The goal of the three people reached an agreement temporarily, which made Su Xiao's plan advance another step. Then the alliance is officially established. Su Xiao finalized the alliance, and at this time, the three parties were the real alliance. It was very troublesome to let the small person in the bottle obtain the power of divinity first. Su Xiao also considered that he set up the country to refine the formation to obtain the power of divinity. But an awkward problem appeared. He did not know alchemy at all, and he mastered alchemy. Even if he knew alchemy, whether to carry out the country refining process would still have to wait for business to be tested. There were two purposes for the small and medium-sized people to refine the land. One was to obtain many philosopher's stones, and the other was to drag the eye of truth into its body. The eye of truth was one, and the other was all God's, so the power of God was the power of the eye of truth. Su Xiao's final goal was the power of God in the eye of truth, but could humans carry the power of God? The answer was no. He first had to transplant many philosopher's stones into his body if he wanted to carry the eye of truth. The material of the philosopher's stone was the soul of human beings, and the body carrying hundreds of thousands of souls would affect his mind. Su Xiao's development direction was close combat, not the necromancer, so he was not interested in the eye of truth. It was just a mission item. Since we have already allied, we should unify the plan. Su Xiao's thoughts were interrupted by Olivia. There is no plan. You directly send troops to the center. After that, we will meet with Mustang and find a way to destroy or capture the Central Army. The final goal is the small person in the bottle. Su Xiao's simple and crude plan stunned Queen of Ice Olivia. Is it that simple? Olivia suddenly felt that this alliance was somewhat unreliable. Yes, or you propose a plan. Su Xiao would not interfere with the specific actions of Olivia and Mustang. As long as the two sent troops to the central city, it would be fine. Now that Mustang's troops were already confronting the Central Army, it was only a matter of time before the war began. The remaining target of deception was only Olivia. No, it should be persuasion. Olivia and Mustang were not stupid, but they had to be hostile to the Central Army. This was related to life and death, and there was no need for Su Xiao to induce them. Mustang, are we going to rush over so recklessly? There is no specific plan. No. Mustang's answer also made Olivia even more surprised. If I just rush over recklessly like this, I will withdraw from the alliance. The instability of the alliance manifested. It's up to you, but there is one thing to remind you. Small and medium people build this country. It is impossible to stay out of the upcoming war. Mustang was determined. He also knew that there was no need for any plan at all. The country had not been completed yet. This was the best time to defeat the small and medium people in the bottle. The army was expensive and fast. It was better to take advantage of the time to set up plans. You can quit if you want. You can escape from Yame like other frontier generals, but I don't know whether the small and medium people in the bottle agree or not. After all, the sacrifices are not enough. Su Xiao's words made Olivia look bad. No one was willing to be the so-called sacrifice. I was joking just now. When will we start the war? Olivia realized that either the enemy died or I died. The alliance was not set up by Su Xiao but was established under the threat of the small person in the bottle. He did not do too much nonsense. Now. Start the war now. Yes, now, immediately, immediately. This time, Su Xiao's attitude was firm. The sooner he fought in Central City, the better. How long will it take for your troops to assemble? Su Xiao looked at Olivia. At most 10 minutes. The efficiency of the frontier fortress army was beyond imagination. Tens of thousands of troops could be assembled in 10 minutes. Small skirmishes often occurred here with the surrounding enemy countries. The frontier fortress would have been broken down long ago without this kind of efficiency. Under Olivia's orders, the entire frontier fortress was busy, and orderly footsteps came in succession. Olivia did not brag. In less than 10 minutes, the tens of thousands of frontier fortress troops gathered in front of the frontier fortress. Chapter 416. Tens of thousands of troops gathered in front of the frontier fortress. The frontier fortress army in white winter clothes was not conspicuous in the vast white snow. They all knew that the war was coming, but they were not afraid. War often happened in the frontier fortress, which was only a common occurrence. The army gathered in a mighty manner, and the heir brothers stood in the frontier fortress in a daze, witnessing the scene in front of them. What are they doing? An enemy kingdom army is coming to attack. Although Edward was an alchemist in the country, he did not know the concept of war. That's not right, brother. These troops seem to be heading back to the country. Going back to the country? Could it be? Edward thought of a terrible situation. Olivia Myra was about to rebel. What does she want to do? No, I can't let this happen. Just as Edward wanted to turn around and rush out of the fortress, a figure stood in front of him. Little Shorty, don't meddle in other people's business. Su Xiao looked at Edward Eyre with a burning gaze. Who are you calling Little Shorty? And what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Of course, it's to attack Central City and overthrow someone's rule. After getting Su Xiao's answer, Edward's pupils contracted. What about the citizens of Central City? It's up to fate. What kind of joke is that? There are tens of thousands of people. So what if there are tens of thousands of people? Edward's breathing became heavy. If the Northern Army pressed down on the border and directly started a war with the Central Army, then the civilians of the Central City would be in trouble. Cannon did not have long eyes. You should have heard everything when we were negotiating. Su Xiao suddenly laughed. I heard it. So what? Su Xiao stared at him with a smile. Edward felt a chill run down his spine as if the smiling god of death was staring at him. Go find your father and tell him that the man's plan has been interrupted. He has to participate in the final battle. Otherwise, no one can deal with the man in the bottle. Although Edward's father was not strong to the extreme, his relationship with the man in the bottle was special. The man in the bottle was born from his blood. My father? Before Edward finished speaking, Su Xiao threw a piece of information at him. This was the information of the medium and small people in the bottle. Edward hesitated for a moment and finally opened the information bag. How? How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. This is the birth process of the medium and small person in the bottle. The country refining formation has already been activated once. Half of the philosopher's stone produced by the country refining last time is in your father's body. It is a philosopher's stone that has hundreds of thousands of souls. Hohenheim is very important. This is the key to defeating the small, medium person in the bottle. Edward stared blankly at the information in his hand. This is simply a demon's behavior. But what does defeating the small person in the bottle have to do with Hohenheim? You don't need to know. See you in Central City. Su Xiao turned and walked out of the fortress. Wait, the Northern Army cannot be like this. Edward had not finished speaking when Su Xiao suddenly turned his head. Don't meddle in other people's business. If you block my way, I will kill you. Su Xiao's short black hair moved without wind, and his right hand inadvertently pressed on the hilt of the dragon flash. Then let's kill and see. Edward put his hands together, and the blue light flashed. Ah, it's just a joke. You can't die yet, important human pillar. Su Xiao turned around and left. Edward stood in place, his legs trembling for some reason. Not good, very bad. Why does this guy give me a feeling that he is more dangerous than the small person in the bottle? Arson, arson. Edward turned around and saw his brother standing in place. The pendant in that person's hand, do you see it, brother? Arson spoke with a trembling voice. What pendant? Edward tried his best to recall and soon recalled the pendant in Su Xiao's hand. That is Winry's pendant. Winry Rock Bell, which was also Edward's childhood sweetheart. This bastard, does she mean Winry? Edward was furious and immediately rushed in the direction where Su Xiao had left. Brother, don't go. We will leave immediately and find Winry. But Edward forced himself to calm down. Yes, go find Wendy first, and then, go to the central city to stop the war. The Eyre brothers left the fortress in a hurry. There were only a few thousand troops left in the fortress, which was to prevent the enemy country from suddenly attacking. 2 days after the march, Carnot town was located in the center of the northwest frontier fortress and the central city. Although there were not many residents here, they were heavily guarded because there was a large station. Tens of thousands of troops wanted to go to the central city. It was impossible to walk. Moreover, they had to carry cannons and tanks. Otherwise, they could not start a war. Carnot town's train station had a strategic significance. If one wanted to go to central city, they first had to take down this place. After taking down the Carnot train station, the supply would also be solved later. 20,000 central troops had been transferred here. The Northern Army had mobilized a large force, and the Central Army was not blind. Of course, they knew the purpose of the Northern Army. Along the way, they received countless warnings from the Central Army. Olivia led the army to Carnot town. Rumble. Thousands of tanks drove slowly, leaving tracks on the shallow snow. The Northern Army dispatched more than 50,000 people, an average of more than 50 people per tank. These 50 people were not sitting inside the tank, and these people were sitting inside the tank. Susiao sat on the shell of a tank. From a distance, Carnot town had appeared in sight. It was a peaceful town. Half a kilometer in front of Carnot town, a row of trenches had been dug up. The yellow sandbags were piled in front of the trenches, and the infantry of the Central Army was hidden in the trenches. Byakuya, the battle is about to begin. Don't sit on the tank. Olivia put down the telescope in her hand. How many enemies are there? About 20 to 30,000, they are all straw bags, the trenches dug like manure pits. After the war, I will be in charge of the enemy's commander. Susiao was not ready to deal with ordinary soldiers in the war. That wasn't very sensible. Beheading was the fastest. Good, then it is the war. Just as Olivia finished speaking, a loud shout came from the trench in front of them. Olivia Myra Armstrong, surrender. Seeing that you are the former Major General, the Grand President will let you live. A loud shout came from the trench, and no one was seen. It seemed that the person who shouted did not have the guts. Battle formation, gather, prepare to fight. Thousands of tanks lined up in a row. Behind each tank, there was more than 50 infantry. The tanks moved forward, and the infantry followed closely behind. This was the appearance of a large-scale war in the era of firearms. The tanks were in front, and the infantry was behind. Boom, boom. The main cannons of the tanks kept firing shells, and the trenches hundreds of meters away were blown up into pieces. A military officer from the Central Army was stunned by the cannon fire. He trembled as he hid behind the trench. He had only become a second lieutenant because of his relatives. He had never seen the appearance of war before. When the cannon sounded, the straw bag's nature was exposed. Woo! The wind breaking was heard, and a black cannonball flew over. The shell looked like a bullet that had been magnified dozens of times. Pucci! The artillery shell was stuck in the soil of the trench and landed right next to the second lieutenant. The second lieutenant turned his head to look, wanting to see what it was. Boom! The artillery shell exploded. The explosive power of the artillery shell was not terrifying. The truly terrifying thing was the scattered shrapnel. The second lieutenant was directly hit into a plug by the shrapnel and died 43 seconds after the battle. Chapter 417. The tank of the Northern Army moved forward, swallowing shells from time to time, and the infantry followed behind the tank in an orderly manner. The bullets whistled over, and the tank was hit by the bullets coming from the front. The bullets flew by, and the sound of swishing could be heard. The enemy's shells would blow up a tank from time to time. Su Xiao followed a tank and did not take a few steps. A shell fell nearby. Su Xiao did not care about the shell, and the northern army near him did not care. They all looked at the shell calmly. After determining the distance of the shell, they continued to move forward, letting the shell explode. It was not unreasonable for the recruits to be afraid of cannons and veterans to be afraid of machine guns. As long as the distance was not too close, the risk of the shells was not very high. Lying prone could avoid most of the shrapnel unless they were unlucky enough to be hit by the shrapnel. Bullets flew and roared on the battlefield, and the fire produced by the explosions appeared from time to time. The technology level of the steel-making world was somewhat similar to that of the Second World War. The tanks of the Northern Army crushed forward, and the Central Army immediately retaliated. The weapons of both sides were similar, and the Central Army was slightly more advanced. Even so, the Central Army was beaten to the point that they could not raise their heads in the trenches. This was not the difference in weapons, and the combat quality of both sides was not on the same level. The main army was stationed in the center of Yamei, and the war was very far from them. On the other hand, the Northern Army was surrounded by strong enemies, and a small battle occurred every 3 days. Every month, everyone was baptized during the war. A whistling sound came from the air, and the fighter jets of the Central Army came. This was a weakness of the Northern Army. They did not have air power. They were guarding the border, not attacking the surroundings. Moreover, the central city would not provide the Northern Army with air power. Fortunately, the Northern Army had air power. With the technology level of the steel refining world, the fighter jets would at most throw bombs or shoot with heavy machine guns. Although it was troublesome, it was not impossible to resist. Hundreds of cannons against the air were set up, but the effect was not obvious. The war gradually became fierce, and continuous explosions could be heard far away. The residents of the nearby towns were trembling in fear. There were thousands of small combat units in the Northern Army. There were several soldiers in each tank, and they each had their duties. In a tank, the captain of the car, with a black face, observed the surrounding situation through the telescope. Every soldier in the war had a nickname. This was convenient to address and could reduce the risk of being retaliated by the enemy. Blackface used his binoculars to look for the enemies hiding in the surroundings. The battle was on a large plain, and the Central Army was not all concentrated in the opposite trenches. There were many pits on the plain, and soldiers were hidden inside. These pits were very dangerous, and there might be anti-tank cannons or heavy machine guns inside. Ding, 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 ding. The bullets hit the shell of the tank, making a harsh sound. Blackface quickly shrunk back into the tank. There is a heavy machine gun in the pit at 5 o'clock. Wolf Dog, take care of it. Blackface shouted. The gunner Wolf Dog in the tank immediately turned in the muzzle's direction. Sage, change the grenade. That pit is a bit deep. Sage was a reloader. After 10 seconds, the tank fired. Boom. With one shot, soil flew everywhere. Unfortunately, it did not hit the target. Duh. The machine gunner on the tank showed his power and smashed a Central Army that stuck its head out of the pit into pieces. Boom. Another shot went down. This time, it was in the middle of the pit. Wolf Dog saw a flying corpse through the main gun scope. He laughed. Get rid of one. Ding, whang. A cannonball came from afar. It did not hit the tank where Blackface was. Instead, it brushed past the Iron Bone tank on the side, causing many sparks. The captain of Iron Bone was so scared that he shrank his neck. It's raining. The captain of Iron Bone laughed loudly and did not care about the anti-tank cannon. Bullshit, that's a 88mm diameter cannon. You will know once you hear it. Blackface roared angrily. He had to get rid of this anti-tank cannon. Otherwise, Several tanks nearby would have to lie here. The war grew more and more intense. An hour later, the thousands of tanks from the Northern Army arrived 100 meters in front of the Central Army trenches. Focus on all of them. All the machine gunners in the tanks were active. The heavy machine guns loaded on the tanks were life harvesters at this distance. Duh. The soil in front of the trench splashed, and the Central Army was even more unable to raise their heads. Thousands of tanks set fire to the trenches, and the bombardment stopped 10 minutes later. "Infantry, get ready!" Olivia shouted, and all the tanks stopped moving forward. The infantry in the rear began to pour fire with the tanks as cover. The most tragic shooting time of the war began, and the purpose of the infantry was reflected here. Although the attack power of the infantry was not as strong as the tanks, they were flexible, and there were many of them. After a tank, Susiao held the Spider Empress, and the optical red detection scope was 8 times active, had been opened long ago. He had forgotten how many machine gunners and gunners were killed. Leaving the magazine, there were 5 bullets left. Each bullet was 50 paradise coins. Except for the necessary time, Susiao would not shoot. 50,000 northern soldiers were completely crushing the more than 20,000 Central armies. The war began less than an hour, and the Central Army had already lost 1/5 of its casualties. Through the scope, Susiao found the enemy's general-level character. It was a colonel, located high in the church of the town. He observed the situation through the window. With the range of the firearms in the world of steel refining, this distance was safe. Pulling the trigger, the Spider Empress gunshot was very low, but the bullet's kinetic energy was abnormally strong. A cloud of blood mist exploded at the church's window, and the colonel was shot in the head. Bang, bang. Another 2 shots in succession, and the colonel's adjutant and the lieutenant colonel were all shot. When the shell fell to the ground, Susiao's gunshot was not eye-catching in the war, but he killed the enemy's general. The plane in the sky left after a round of bombing, and the Northern Army suffered thousands of casualties. The war was different from the movies. Although the Central Army was somewhat useless, the Northern Army would still die. They all used guns to shoot, but the number of casualties differed from the frequency. The situation of killing tens of thousands of enemies and self-destructing dozens of times would only appear when the weapons were crushed. 5 hours later, the gunshots gradually died down, and the Central Army in the trench was scattered, leaving more than half of the bodies. The war was temporarily over, and the Northern Army pressed forward, their faces covered in mud. "Ah! Save me, don't give up on me. Where is my arm? Who saw my arm?" The cries of the wounded and the dying cries filled the battlefield. This kind of scene was rare in modern times. No one was not affected by the war. If there were, it would be our Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang was doing a magnificent feat. It was gnawing on a tank. A few tank soldiers were helpless. Everyone knew that this dog was Susiao's, so they could only pretend that they did not see it, not to mention that it was the enemy's tank. Bobo Wang's demolition skill leveled up, and now the demolition could not satisfy it. It was the romance of the dogs. Susiao walked to Olivia. Olivia was counting the number of casualties. "How many people have died?" "More than 4,000. Olivia's voice was low. These were all her subordinates. They had killed more than 10,000 enemies, and more than 4,000 on their side had been a great victory. 4,000 people were just a number. If he came to the scene, he would know that the word "corpses are everywhere" was not exaggerated. The flames of the shells burned the corpses, the smell of blood, the smell of mud, the smell of smoke, and the burnt smell of the corpses after burning mixed. This was the smell of war. Susiao did not have many waves in his heart after seeing this scene. Compared to the war on hot weapons, the cold weapons war was more tragic. He had not only seen it before, but he had also personally come to the battlefield. In the Reincarnation paradise, Su Xiao, a modern person, saw scenes. Modern war, Cold Weapons War, Middle World War, and so on. The war did not end there. The Northern Army opened up a path with tanks and slowly drove towards Carnot town. There was a corpse hanging at the entrance of the town. There was a sign on the corpse which read, "This is the result of resistance." This corpse was the mayor of Carnot town. He did not agree to the war in front of the town, and the Central Army directly executed him. "Don't shoot. I'm not a soldier." A priest was holding a wooden stick with a piece of white cloth tied to it. "Raise your hand." A soldier shouted and aimed the rifle at the priest. "There is a Central Army in the town." Su Xiao walked forward. "Yes, it's in the town." Bang, a gunshot was heard in the town, and the priest was shot. "There is a sniper, hidden." The infantry quickly hid behind the tanks, and dozens of tanks led the way into the town. There were remnants of the Central Army in the town. In the eyes of the Central Army, the Northern Army was the rebel army. However, they did not know that the higher UPS of the central city's military cooperated with the people in the bottle to live forever. They did not care about their lives. They were just sacrifices. The military's higher UPS also did not know that they could not get eternal life. At most, they would become sacrifices. The people in the bottle would not cooperate with humans. They would only use humans. Attacking the town and getting control of the train station was the first problem that the Northern Army had to solve. It was too difficult to enter Central City without a train. Chapter 418. Dozens of tanks entered Carnot town, bringing it to life. The stone road was shattered by their passing. The town's buildings were densely packed, so they could only shuttle through the main road, which greatly hindered the search for the remnants of the Central Army. Su Xiao sat on a tank, commanding it. Although he didn't know how to command a tank in a fight, he could sense the enemy's position. Su Xiao commanded the captain, and the captain commanded the soldiers in the tank, which was no problem. There are about 20 people in the houses in the 5 o'clock direction. Hearing Su Xiao's instructions, the tank captain immediately ordered the gunner to aim. "Prepare to fire." Not only could tank fire explosive and armor-piercing shells, but he could also fire incendiary shells, smoke shells, and so on. Incendiary shells were loaded and fired with a bang. An incendiary shell broke the glass window of the house and exploded in the house with a bang. It was not the flames that soared to the sky as expected. A cloud of white smoke first burst out of the house, and there was an orange glow in the white smoke. A few seconds later, "Ah!" screams rang out in succession, and a few men covered in white clouds of smoke from the Central Army rushed out of the houses. They weren't on fire. The Central Army soldiers ran very slowly, and their footsteps were like that of zombies, wavering. The incendiary shell should have been blazing with flames, but now, apart from large patches of white smoke and weak sparks, they didn't have any little fires on them at all. This kind of incendiary was called the white phosphorus, and it used the nature of white phosphorus to ignite the oxygen. This type of incendiary shell was widely used during the Second World War. It was later abandoned because it would cause huge psychological and physiological damage to the soldiers of the warring states. Its degree of ferocity was comparable to that of an atom bomb. The Central Army's men, which the white phosphorus had affected, were still wailing, and the Northern Army had not fired. A recruit from the Northern Army had just raised his gun when a veteran beside him immediately held him down. "Let them suffer." But a struggle appeared in the eyes of the recruit. "My brother was killed by this waste of the Central Army an hour ago." "There is no but." The old soldier sneered and continued to appreciate the screaming Central Army soldiers. War was the root of hatred, whether it was the war between the two countries or the civil war of the same country. The tank platoon continued to move forward, and Su Xiao perceived the enemies around them. Ding! A bullet hit the round hatch beside him, causing a lot of sparks. Su Xiao felt a chill in his heart. He didn't detect the presence of the shooter. He only felt it after the bullet fell. There was a sniper. He looked sideways at the crater on the hatch. According to the position of the crater, he determined the position of the sniper. It seems that someone else came to join in the fun. Su Xiao looked at a clock tower behind the town, and a black barrel came out of there. It was not a gun barrel but a silencer if you looked carefully. It was undoubtedly a contractor that made the shot. There were only a few powerful gunmen in the Full Metal Alchemist world, and the chances one of them could block Su Xiao's perception weren't high. 7 o'clock direction, clock tower. Although the captain didn't see where the enemy was, he still ordered the gunner to aim in that direction. All tanks focus fire at 7 o'clock, clock tower. Su Xiao shouted. As the initiator of the alliance, he certainly had the right to command the tanks in battle. More than a dozen tanks turned their cannons around, and the sound of the cannons continued to rumble. The clock tower was razed to the ground in under 10 seconds. Beside the ruins of the clock tower, a female contractor was running out of the town with her teeth clenched. Where did this contractor come from? Why did he bring the tank troops? He's cheating. The female contract had a long golden braid. As she ran, the golden braid swayed left and right. Her name was Myra. In the real world, she was a sniper. When she arrived at the Reincarnation paradise, she was like a fish in water. She didn't know how many contractors she had killed. At this time, Myra was running away with her beloved sniper rifle. Facing the mighty tank platoon, fleeing was the only option. Su Xiao saw Myra, who was running away but didn't chase. It was a waste of time considering the distance. Moreover, the shot just now was not to kill him but to kill Olivia. However, Olivia was very sharp and avoided the bullet. 2 hours later, the battle of the small town gradually came to an end and the remnants of the Central Army were cleaned up. The Northern Army took over the small town, and their first goal was the train station. Su Xiao could occasionally see civilians walking through the streets while he was walking in the small town. These civilians looked panicked and were very afraid of the Northern Army. As the first objective of the Northern soldiers, a group entered to secure the train station and immediately gunfire was exchanged. The gunshots ceased after 5 minutes. Over a dozen soldiers dragged a few bodies out, leaving a large amount of blood on the streets. All the corpses of the Central Military were gathered at the town square, doused in gasoline, set on fire and black smoke came billowing up. These corpses had to be dealt with immediately or after the war, plague would follow like a shadow. Which was precisely why the corpses needed to be dealt with in time. Not long after the train station was controlled, a whistle sounded. The Central Military did not have enough time to blow up the train, which was their only escape route. The general of the Central Army did not expect that they would lose so quickly. From the large pile of military rations, it could be seen that the Central Army was preparing to have a protracted battle with the Northern Army. A protracted battle seemed somewhat whimsical since the total length didn't even last a day. Train after train drove out of the station. This was the advance force that Olivia was in command of. Su Xiao was not in a hurry to leave the town. For the time being, he wanted to stay behind. The train seats were all removed to increase the number of soldiers transported. The tanks were on the tablet train. Fortunately, the number of trains was sufficient. Otherwise, they would have to leave some behind. Even so, the transportation could not be completed 1 or 2 times. It would take 5 trips back and forth. Olivia, as the advance force, opened the way ahead. On the way, they had to break through the train stations until they reached the center. Su Xiao guarded the town and kept in touch with Olivia. 2 days later, Olivia took down 6 railway stations. Not only did the number of trains increase, but the soldiers under her command also quickly increased. Not all the generals in Yame were idiots. Some of the generals had long been dissatisfied with the behavior of the central city. After seeing Olivia advancing on a large scale, those generals also wanted to get a share. The number of allies began to increase, from the original 3 groups to 16 groups, and the army also increased from the initial 80,000 to more than 400,000. Even Su Xiao did not expect this situation. He previously thought he would fight to the death with the central army, but now it seemed that it was not the case. The behavior of him, Mustang, and the other 2 people, even if they put fire on a withered grassland, now this one was burning bigger and bigger. On the 3rd day after the war, Su Xiao took the 4,000 soldiers to Central City by train. This was the last force stationed in the small town. Now there were too many people in the Allied army. There was no need to guard here. The number of trains increased, and the number of soldiers participating in the war increased. On the 3rd day of the war, troops had already reached more than 600,000. The generals from all over had already seen that the central city would be finished, and it was time to stand up. However, among the more than 600,000 soldiers, the real main force was only tens of thousands, which was Mustang and Olivia's subordinates. The other generals were expressing their opinions. The 600,000 troops would instantly scatter like birds and beasts if a bitter battle broke out. Chapter 419. 4 days after the battle to seize the first train station, Su Xiao arrived in a small town where Mustang was stationed. The train slowly came to a halt. After Su Xiao walked off the train, he found that Mustang had come to welcome him. At this time, he took off his military rank, so he was no longer considered a colonel. "How is the situation?" Su Xiao asked directly about the situation. "It's not good. It has been 2 days since the war with the central city has begun, but there isn't much progress." Huh? Su Xiao was a little confused. It was reasonable to say that the central army should be crushed by the strength of the northern army and Mustang's troops. It's those miscellaneous troops that are dragging us down. No, it's the undead army. Hearing about the undead army, Su Xiao nodded. The undead army was invented by the dwarf in a flask, using the philosopher's stone to make a body, fixing the souls of the innocent to the bodies made after the day. In this way, those bodies could fight and wouldn't die after being injured. After all, their core was only a blood mark. The method to destroy the undying army, apart from destroying the body, was only to destroy the blood mark. However, the location of the blood mark was not fixed. Some were above the head, some were on the chest, or some were even on the soles of the feet. The positions were completely random. When ordinary soldiers saw this type of monster that guns couldn't kill, their morale would take a hit, and some miscellaneous troops would flee. "It's not like there is no good news," Mustang said. "What?" "More than 30,000 of the soldiers of the Central Army have surrendered, and many of them have fled with their families. There are less than 20,000 soldiers in the Central Army, and they have no fighting spirit." Before the undead army went on stage, the Alliance fought with the Central Army. The Central Army was defeated. The soldiers stationed in Central City were even more useless than the troops from Carno Town. Su Xiao heard the sound of gunshots and fighting coming from the distance. Su Xiao looked from atop a vantage point. In a small town about 5 kilometers from Central City, the two sides formed a battle line at this distance. There was his army and the undead fighting on this battle line. The undead had a special fighting style. They didn't use firearms but relied on their strong endurance to rush to the Alliance's troops with bombs and detonate when they were close. The casualties on both sides were tragic. According to Mustang's speculation, the undead were being controlled by someone, and the only person that could control them was the dwarf in a flask. The number of undead was temporarily unknown, and from the current situation it was going to be a long and drawn-out war. The defeat of the Central City had been determined, and the Alliance's army had surrounded the Central City. Seeing the current situation, Su Xiao's face was full of smiles. This was the result he wanted to see. He didn't care whether the Central Army was defeated or not. Being able to surround the central city was the best result. At this time, the central city was surrounded, only those people were there, and the final battle was about to begin. Su Xiao and the others did not let him wait for long. Only 5 hours had passed. In a bathhouse, Su Xiao soaked in a warm water pool, his back facing the door. There were scars, knife and bullet wounds on his back. Steam lingered in the bathroom, and there was a man near Su Xiao. A good plan. If so, there is a chance to win. The man who spoke was about 40 or 50 years old, with long golden hair tied in a ponytail and glasses. Hohenheim is the father of the protagonist Edward. It was Hohenheim who took the initiative to find Su Xiao. Perhaps Su Xiao's actions attracted his attention. Do you agree? Yes, the dwarf in a flask was born from my blood. I have the responsibility to destroy him. It doesn't even matter if you die. It doesn't matter. I should have died a long time ago. I am already satisfied to have a pair of children. Hohenheim chuckled. The muscles on his bare upper body were angular. How many philosopher's stones do you have in your body? Su Xiao looked at Hohenheim. Very few, dozens of people. Is that so? It seems that you have almost arranged it? Yes. There were once hundreds of thousands of philosopher's stone in Hohenheim's body, but now there were only a few dozen left. When will the final battle begin? Hohenheim heaved a long sigh of relief. Now. Bang. The bathhouse door was kicked open, and Edward Eyre rushed into the bathhouse. Just as he rushed into the bathhouse, Edward stopped in his tracks. Hey, why are you here? Hohenheim did not speak, as if he did not want to explain anything to Edward. Looking at Hohenheim, Edward finally looked at Su Xiao. What are you doing? You provoked a war of hundreds of thousands of people. Do you know how many people have died? Edward was very angry. He went to the battlefield. That was hell. That was the Shura field. The soldiers there were no longer human but killing machines. How many people have died? If I remember correctly, more than 100,000 people have died. Hearing Su Xiao's words, Edward was already furious. More than 100,000 people. Is life so worthless in your eyes? That is living life. So what? Su Xiao didn't turn around at all. Since he had decided, he had to bear the consequences and explain that he was weak. He provoked the war, and he would admit to the hundreds of thousands of people who died. Su Xiao stood up from the warm water. Everyone had arrived, and it was time for the final battle. Is it about to start? Hohenheim had already thought of what would happen, and his tone was inevitably excited. Yes, the people on my side are ready. How are things on your side? We can set off at any time. Then let's begin. Drops of water dripped from Su Xiao's hair. After putting on his clothes, Su Xiao walked out of the bathroom. Edward, although this is not what a father should say, I still have to say it today. Su Xiao, Mustang, Olivia, and the others gathered in a conference room 3 hours later. There were other people in the meeting room. The protagonist's master is Mike Artis. The protagonist's younger brother, Arsene Eyre. The protagonist's father, Hohenheim. Olivia's younger brother, Alex Louis Armstrong. Mustang's subordinate, Lisa Hawkeye. Mustang's subordinate, John Hark. There were a total of a dozen people, and these people were the main force in dealing with the dwarf in a flask. The final battle was about to begin, and Su Xiao found all the people he could gather. These people would not obey him. They just had a common purpose, defeating the dwarf in a flask. Su Xiao spread a map on the conference table, a detailed map of Central City. First of all, we have to find a way to get close to the presidential palace, which is here. Su Xiao pointed to a point on the map, and everyone present did not speak. The dwarf in a flask is just below the presidential palace, but we must pass through the first test site underground. Below the first test site is the residence of the dwarf. Arsene has been there before. Do you remember the route? Everyone present looked at Arsene. I remember. Arsene was slightly nervous. He also knew what was about to happen. Edward sat at the side in silence. Defeating the dwarf in a flask had to be done. Very good. After arriving at the first test site, we will split into 3 groups and rendezvous before reaching the dwarf in a flask. Chapter 420. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the streets of Central City were brightly lit. The atmosphere in Central City was very depressed, with the war unfolding outside the city, the price of grain soared and the value of currency greatly depreciated. More than a dozen figures quickly passed through the streets and arrived near the presidential palace. Why is no one guarding the presidential palace? Olivia held a sword in her hand and stared at the presidential palace with vigilance. It seemed that there was a monster hidden within. That guy doesn't need to be guarded. Su Xiao thought of the strength of the president and shook his head. He was a strong person who could easily kill other homunculi. His fingers tapped on the ground to detect, and Su Xiao was nervous. The aura of a certain existence underground was too obvious. It was like the gathering of countless souls. The presidential palace was empty, not to mention guards, they weren't even any servants. Go in directly. There is no one inside. Su Xiao walked into the presidential palace openly. The others hesitated for a moment but followed. Sure enough, there was no one inside, and everyone began to look for the route down. Bobo Wang, step back. Su Xiao moved his muscles and bones, and Bobo Wang stepped back with small steps. What is that guy going to do? Everyone looked at Su Xiao in confusion. Su Xiao clenched his fist, the energy of shadow of extinction wrapped around his fist, and a light blue arc flashed. Is he going to? Hey, hey, hey. Su Xiao ignored the shouts of the crowd. He raised his hand and punched the ground. Boom. Crack, a large crack appeared on the ground, and everyone's expressions were different. What are you doing? This will expose us. Edward was very dissatisfied. We've already been exposed. How can there be no one in the presidential palace? Mustang sighed. The infiltration plan that he had drafted before had failed. Rumble. After cracks appeared on the ground, gravel fell. There was indeed a space below. Su Xiao jumped into the pit and landed in a corridor that extended in all directions. Everyone jumped down one after another, but they hesitated about where they should go. They knew that the building below the presidential palace must be very complicated without thinking. Let's split up. Su Xiao said and walked forward with Bobo Wang. Wait. Mustang shouted at Su Xiao. Well. It's too early to act alone now. Mustang lowered his eyes. No, I am more used to acting alone. Su Xiao disappeared into the dark corridor, and Mustang's facial expression looked ugly. Is there anything wrong, Mustang? Olivia vaguely sensed the abnormality. Our ally is very wrong, very wrong. I now have the urge to turn around and leave. Just as Mustang finished speaking, a strange sound came from the dark corridor. It was too late to leave now. Walking in the dark corridor, there was a reason for Su Xiao to separate from Mustang and others. The alliance had been dissolved by now. His plan had never been to deal with the dwarf in a flask with Mustang and others. Although the two sides had the same goal, the details were different, and they were destined not to continue cooperation. Su Xiao needed the dwarf in a flask to start the land refining formation. Otherwise, his previous arrangement was voided and the promotion mission would fail. Before the dwarf in a flask started the land refining formation, Su Xiao would not let Mustang and others defeat it. Walking through the dark corridor, Su Xiao was looking for a very important person. After walking for a few minutes, there was light at the end of the corridor. This was a bright open space, full of steel pipes above. If the original information was correct, his destination was not far away. Duh, duh, duh. Footsteps came from the corridor on the side. Su Xiao looked sideways, and when he saw the person, he frowned and smiled. I didn't expect to meet you. Should I say it is misfortune or luck? Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao began to adjust his state. His enemy was very strong. A strong older man walked out of the corridor. The older man had neat black hair, a square face, and a blindfold on his left eye. Pyromancer, no, should be called the initiator of the alliance, Byakuya. This older man was the Grand President, King Bradley. On the sides of King Bradley's waist hung 3 swords, full of fighting spirit. It doesn't matter what you call him. Baya is just a code name. Slowly unsheathing dragon fash from his waist, a pale blue arc flashed on its surface. Su Xiao shrank his perception to only 3 meters to increase its sensitivity. Su Xiao confronted King Bradley. King Bradley held a sword in both hands. The president was not a complete artificial human. He was only half homunculi. King Bradley was an orphan who was adopted by an organization when he was young. The organization adopted a large group of orphans. The organization trained these orphans, some into killers, but they also trained the leader of this country. King Bradley stood out from many candidates. This was not enough for him to become the president of this country. He still needed to pass the last checkmark. When he was young, his body was injected with the liquid philosopher's stone. There was also the dwarf in a flask's emotion, anger. Although the process was miserable, the president persisted and finally became the homunculi, wrath. King Bradley was the best, be it physical prowess, sword skills, charisma, or tactics. Unfortunately, King Bradley had a group of pig teammates, his homunculi blood relatives. He was different from the other homunculi, he had all his emotions and not just wrath like the others. If not for the efforts of the Grand President, Ames tries would have been turned into a hell on earth. If there was no dwarf in a flask, the president might be able to rule this country to the extreme. This was a natural leader. Let's fight to the death. I don't have much time left, you should be very strong. It's good to meet an enemy like you at the last moment. Although the president had the philosopher's stone in his body, his life expectancy was greatly reduced in exchange for strength. He was extremely tenacious to be able to live to 60 years old. Su Xiao did not say anything. Is comparing the intelligence attribute of both parties, comparison completed, your intelligence is 1.285 times that of the enemy's, obtaining 100% of the enemy's information. The information is as follows. Name, Bradley. HP, 100. Mana points, 480. Strength, 42. Agility, 40. Stamina, 37. Intelligence, 28. Charm, 29. Skill 1, Homunculi, passive HP plus 300, Mana plus 200, Strength plus 15, Agility plus 13, Stamina plus 10. Skill 2, Swordsman level 19, passive effect, increases the attack power of sword weapons by 81 and greatly increases sword techniques. Skill 3, President's Majesty, passive, can deter the enemy. Skill 4, The Strongest Eye, passive, dynamic vision plus 300, nerve reflex speed plus 10, can capture the enemy's flaws. Su Xiao grinned. King Bradley was strong beyond imagination, none of his 5 attributes was lower than 20 points. Swordsman Master level, 19, passive, and the Strongest Eye, passive, were not to be underestimated, especially Swordsman level, 19. Su Xiao, who has Saber Master level 18, understood how strong this ability was. Clenching the sword in his hand, Su Xiao did not think about anything else. His current goal was to defeat the president, but he was already prepared to die in battle. Fighting against this kind of enemy, without the awareness of dying in battle, he could not win. Not a bad gaze, already aware of death, just in time. I also have this realization. As soon as King Bradley finished speaking, Susiao rushed to him with a step on the ground. Chapter 421. Susiao rushed forward, stabbing his long sword out. This was just a probing attack. The overall attributes of the president were slightly higher and his skill and ability were one level above his. It was not that Susiao had no chance of winning. His passive skills were stronger than the president's. The comparison of the data could only judge the general strength, and the outcome of the battle depended on the performance. Susiao stabbed, the president didn't dodge, instead he crossed two swords in front of him, and where the swords overlapped was just enough to block Susiao's attack. The long sword in his hand continued to stab forward, but the president raised the crossed sword. The weapons rubbed against each other with a hiss and made a harsh sound. Susiao's sword was tilted and stabbed past the head of the president. Susiao should not make this kind of low-level mistake. He did it on purpose. Zi. The sound of the metal wires retracting could be heard. The line had already been set up around King Bradley. As long as they tightened, the Grand President would not be able to escape. The Grand President sensed the G-line and knew it was too late to dodge. He immediately squatted on the ground and stabbed his two swords into the ground on both sides of his body. Zi La. The boundary line was tied to the two swords, and the gap between the two swords allowed the Grand President to avoid the boundary line. The Grand President found something rolling under his feet just as the boundary line was solved. It was a round white ball. Without thinking, the Grand President jumped up. He pulled out two swords from his waist when he was in mid-air. Boom! The alchemy bomb exploded, and the fire came. The president felt the burning feeling on his face. On the opposite side of the explosion, Susiao took a deep breath, held his breath, and rushed into the fire. Susiao broke through the fire with a whoosh and got close to the president. It was easy to get close to the president since the other side was also close combat. The dragon flash cut through the air and made a sound. Susiao slash at the head of the president. This was Susiao's usual style. He liked to go for the enemy's head, torso, etc. The wind pressure was biting cold. The edge of the dragon flash gave people a kind of piercing feeling that was not light, and the dragon flash was too sharp. This was the so-called edge. The Grand President raised his sword to block. Ding! The sharpness of the dragon flash showed its power, and the sword in the hand of the president was broken. It was fatal in close combat if the weapon was broken. Although the president had prepared 6 swords in total, he had to pay the price for the sword breaking mid-battle. Susiao held the sword with both hands. One hand was bare and the other hand was wrapped in the metal bracer, giving people a cold beauty of iron and flesh. After shattering the president's left sword, Susiao's eyes became sharp and immediately attacked the left side of King Bradley's body that was left open. The sword flashed, and a large piece of muscle on the president's shoulder was cut off. This sword was originally aimed at the head of the president, but he dodged sideways. The blue steel shadow energy invaded the president's body from the wound and he snorted. Just as Susiao cut this sword, the big president's sword also arrived. Pierce! The sword pierced through Susiao's lock and passed through his body. Feeling the cold touch of the lock and the familiar numbness, Susiao knew he was injured. The president dragged the sword, wanting to expand the wound on Susiao's lock. This was a move that Susiao was used to. Of course, he knew how to stop it. The left hand wrapped in the metal bracer hit the sword. The president immediately wanted to withdraw the sword and retreat, but it was too late. Ding! The sword broke, and a third of the blade was inserted in the position of Susiao's collarbone. Both of them were injured, but they didn't even let out half a scream. After being injured, they would at most groan. After a round of fighting, Susiao and the president were at a standstill. They were not taking the opportunity to rest. It was just a round of fighting, only a little of their physical strength was consumed. The reason the two stopped was because someone else came. Su Xiao looked sideways at the corridor on the side. Several men and women were standing in the corridor with unfamiliar faces. He immediately thought that these were the contractors. Several contractors' faces were dull, and the scene they witnessed just now almost shocked their eyes out of their sockets. The president was a super big boss for them, but now the super big boss was fighting with a certain contractor. More importantly, the two were still fighting and seemed to be evenly matched. Su Xiao held the rapier inserted in the clavicle and slowly pulled it out. Blood rushed out and stained his clothes. The defense was not weak, but the trench coat was not armor. Although it was dark purple, it could not completely defend against the stab of the president. There were other contractors around him. Su Xiao certainly would not continue to fight with the president. He wanted to deal with these contractors first. It seems a little bad. Boss, what should we do? Do you still need to ask? Of course, run. Several contractors turned and ran, and the idea of taking advantage of the situation disappeared. Not long after, those contractors ran far away. Su Xiao looked at the president. Continue. Not caring about the bleeding wound, Su Xiao rushed straight to the president. The president also rushed to Su Xiao, and the two fought together. Ding, ding. The crisp sound of weapons colliding came in succession, and sparks splashed in front of the two people. The long sword and the dagger drew a white mark in the air. The president's sword was broken once, so he no longer fought head-on with Su Xiao. Every time the weapon collided, the president would weaken the strength appropriately. There were gaps in the sword King Bradley was holding. After dozens of exchanges it was beyond recognition and instead could be called a saw. Finding himself in this situation, he decided to end the battle quickly. He once again clashed with Su Xiao, and a wave of air spread out, showing the strength of the two strikes. Large cracks appeared on the ground under Su Xiao's feet. He pressed the long sword forward, and the weapon in the enemy's hand could no longer hold on, but the enemy could change the weapon. With a crack, a large crack appeared on the sword in the Grand President's hand, and it could break at any time. King Bradley slashed forward, and Su Xiao immediately took his sword to meet it. Ding! The Grand President's weapon broke again, but he was already mentally prepared. At the same time, the sword was broken. King Bradley kicked Su Xiao's lower abdomen. This foot was fast and urgent. The angle was extremely tricky. If the kick landed, Su Xiao's intestines would be ruptured. Su Xiao put a leg bout in front of his lower abdomen. He did not think much at all, this was an instinctive reaction. Bang! The president kicked the bone of Su Xiao's calf. Su Xiao was kicked a few meters away but landed smoothly. Although his calf was a bit sour and numb, he was not kicked in vain. A trace of blood flowed down the president's cheek, and a deep cut appeared on the president's scalp. The wound even showed a white skull. What a carefree battle! The blood stained the president's white shirt and he chuckled, but this smile was fleeting. After the president's identity was exposed, his expression rarely changed. After shaking off the blood on the dragon flash, Su Xiao found the opportunity to win this fight. The weapons of the other party were not good. He invested a lot of money into Dragon Flash. For close combat, a good weapon was crucial. Chapter 422. The blood fell on the ground. Su Xiao had 3 swords in his body, breathing heavily. He had been fighting with the president for 10 minutes. Both sides were close to each other. The duration of the battle would not be long. From the current situation, it was that he was more injured. He took out a bottle of medicine and drank it. This was not a secret alchemy medicine. Because of continuous consumption, the secret alchemy medicine had lost its effect and could only be used after a long time. TMT Recovery Liquid. Origin, Magic Forbidden Book Record. Rarity, Green. Type, Recovery. Effect, recovers 30 HP after use. At the same time, +1 strength, +1 constitution, +1 charm. The effect lasts for 15 minutes. Rating, 26. Description, a product of technology and magic fusion. Drinking it has no side effects. Bobo Wang had already used his skill. After drinking TMT recovery liquid, only one bottle was left. Elf Secret Medicine. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Quality, blue. Type, recovery. Effect, recover 1 health every second after drinking it. The effect lasts for 2 minutes, the recovery effect of this potion in the forest is doubled. Rating 70, note, blue item score is between 31 to 70. Description, although the tree elves are arrogant, their craftsmanship is convincing. The effect of the elvish secret medicine in the forest was the best. Su Xiao had no time to care about this. His HP had just recovered to more than 40, and because of the loss of blood, it rapidly declined. After drinking the elvish secret medicine, the decline of his HP stopped, and he recovered 1 of his HP every second. With the effect of the ice goddess halo, his injuries were recovering quickly. He pulled out a good sword from his body. Su Xiao inserted the sword into the ground and broke it with a kick. The president only had a good sword left, or to be exact, the president could only use 1 sword. When they fought just now, Su Xiao resisted the president's sword and took the opportunity to cut off the left arm of the other party. The president's left arm was broken at the root, and the cut was smooth, bleeding. A wound on the left arm, but there was also a wound on the chest and abdomen of the president. The wound had spread to the internal organs, and the ribs had no defensive effect under the sharpness of the dragon flash. Cough cough. The president let out a dry cough. The strongest eye in his left eye was tightly closed, and a ferocious scar ran through the top and bottom eyelids. Without that kind of terrifying dynamic vision, you can't block my knife. Although Su Xiao was laughing, his injury was also very serious. Not to mention the dozen piercing wounds in his chest and abdomen, just the wounds in his throat were enough to kill ordinary people. If not for him having had enough recovery and his survival ability was strong, Su Xiao would not have been able to hold on. The sword in the Grand President's hand was extremely sharp, and the angle of the attack was extremely tricky. If not for his rich combat experience, Su Xiao would have been beheaded several times. This eye is indeed very important, but it is not enough to defeat me at this level. The Grand President seemed to be in a good mood. Although the Philosopher's Stone was about to be exhausted in his body, he did not care. Now there was only fighting in his eyes, and nothing else mattered. The blue energy wrapped the dragon flash, and the effect of the explosion of magic power had been activated. Let's fight to the end. I have no regrets about fighting at the last moment. Just as the two were about to die, Su Xiao felt that the land refining formation had been activated. The land refining formation would be activated as long as the pillars arrived. Su Xiao did not speak, silently clenched the sword in his hand. The two rushed forward almost simultaneously, both using their fastest speed. Clang! 2 silver marks flashed. At the same time, when the sword and the sword crossed, Su Xiao brushed past the president, both of his backs facing each other. Puchi! Blood splashed a few meters away. Su Xiao fell to the ground with a poof, and blood stained the ground under him. On his chest, a deep cut appeared, and through the cut, one could even see Senbai's ribs. The broken sword fell under the Grand President's feet, and a shallow wound appeared on the Grand President's neck. So there are such sharp weapons in the world. The Grand President's face began to darken, and the blood on his neck deepened. 2 seconds later, the Grand President's head fell to the ground, but his headless body held the broken sword in his hand and stood there for a while before falling. You killed angry Legolas. Legolas is the key character in the plot. Obtained origin of the world by 10.2. Obtained a total of 38.5 of origin of the world. Your talent devouring spirit activated. Permanently increases 15 points of mana. The current mana is 989 points. You obtained a treasure chest, dark purple. Achievement task Broken Sin has been completed, 6/7. A dark purple treasure chest fell near Suxiao and emitted a tempting light. Suxiao did not look at it at all, and he did not have the chance to look at it because he had entered a near-death state. Just now, his HP had dropped to 2. It could be said that he would die at any moment. If that blade had not dealt with the Grand President just now, he would have been dead with a casual slash from the other party. The recovery of the elf secret medicine and the ice goddess halo was very strong. After more than 10 seconds, Suxiao's HP recovered to about 13. Although the terrible wound on his chest had not healed, it had stopped bleeding. Suxiao got up from the ground and leaned against the wall. Suxiao's injury would be more serious if not for this trenchcoat. Although this trenchcoat was almost cut into a pile of rags, it was dark purple equipment. After all, it was not so easy to destroy. Equipment Effect 3, Self-Healing, Passive. After damage, it can consume mana to recover. After Suxiao consumed more than 100 mana values, the trenchcoat recovered as usual, and its blood disappeared. Bobo, come out. Every time the battle ended, Bobo Wang was called out by Suxiao. This idiot was too good at hiding, and Suxiao could not find him. Bobo Wang ran to Suxiao, and Suxiao was happy to defeat it. The dark purple treasure chest dropped by the president was not far from Suxiao, but he did not pick it up. Pot, 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 pot. The intermittent applause came, and a young man with green hair walked out from the corridor opposite Suxiao. The young man with green hair looked at Suxiao with a fake smile. What a great battle, actually killing the president alone. I am almost scared to pee, ha ha ha. The young man with green hair looked at Suxiao and turned to look at the dark purple treasure chest, his eyes full of greed and ecstasy. If I meet a monster like you normally, I will turn around and run or beg for mercy. Unfortunately, you are already in a state of near death. The green-haired young man held a pistol and aimed the muzzle at Suxiao's head. It is a pity for a strong person like you to die. It is better to hand over all the equipment and paradise coins. I can consider sparing your life. I am very kind. While speaking, the green-haired young man quickly ran to the dark purple treasure chest. He felt that he was rich. 1, 2, 3, 7 people? It's not much different from the previous perception. There was a contractor and Suxiao around who had already discovered it, but they had already started a war with the president just now, and there was no possibility of stopping. Hey, I'm talking to you, you. The green-haired young man just wanted to pick up the treasure chest, but he found that Suxiao had a sniper rifle nearly 2 meters long in his hand. Bang! The gunshot sounded. It was not Suxiao who fired, but the green-haired young man pulled the pistol's trigger. Puff, blood burst on Suxiao's shoulder. This shot was aimed at his head, but he quickly dodged it. In Duan Ping's hand, Suxiao, the Spider Queen, did not open the scope and directly shot with the aim. Bang! A low gunshot sounded, and a ball of blood exploded. Chapter 423. The green-haired young man was shot in the head. Without a head guard, being hit by the Spider Queen would only lead to death. Even Suxiao was no exception. The headless body fell, and the green-haired young man died of greed and hesitation. Suxiao was indeed in a state of death before, but too many contractors were around. The green-haired contractor was hesitating whether to go forward or not. When he made up his mind, the dark purple treasure chest was the first goal. The green-haired young man was too greedy. He not only wanted to get the dark purple treasure chest but also coveted Suxiao's equipment, especially the dragon flash in Suxiao's hand. If Suxiao encountered this situation, he would kill first and then take things. Everyone could be greedy. This was a very normal thing. Susiao also had times of greed, but he had to be self-aware before greed. He had to distinguish between what could be greedy and what could not be greedy. Susiao would get what he could get. If the risk were higher than the benefits, Susiao would leave. After killing the green-haired young man, Susiao immediately turned the muzzle and aimed the muzzle to the left. Bang! In another shot, and contractor, who was looking around in the corridor, was shot in the head. The Spider Empress was very strong at this distance. When the gunshot rang out, the bullet had already arrived. This guy hasn't entered a critical state. Run! After a loud shout, rapid footsteps came from the corridor around them. But watch the play for so long, he had to leave the ticket. Bang, bang. Susiao fired 2 more shots in a row, one shot through the chest of a contractor, the contractor was dragged away by his companion, and the other shot hit the wall, scaring the nearby contractor to death. When the footsteps disappeared, Susiao became thirsty and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The Grand President's sword was very sharp. Susiao needed at least half an hour to recover from his current injury. This was still under the effect of the elvish secret medicine and the aura of the goddess of ice and snow. The effect of the elvish secret medicine quickly ended. The duration of the medicine was only 2 minutes. If calculated according to the value, Susiao should have recovered the elvish secret medicine and recovered 120 of his HP, but this was not the case. A large amount of blood loss caused his HP to continue to decline. After the recovery effect of the medicine ended, his HP only recovered to 60. Although it was not a complete state, Susiao already could continue fighting. Rumble. The ground suddenly began to shake, and red light poured out from the ground. This is... Susiao looked around, and soon he knew what had happened. The Homeland Refining Formation was activated, and it seemed that the 5 human pillars had been gathered. If one looked at Yame from high up in the sky, one could see a circular formation that enveloped the entire Yame. The blood-red light from the formation dyed the entire country red. Countless black arms stretched out from the ground. These arms were as soft and boneless as shadows, but their doors could grab the souls of humans. There were 50 million people in Yame. Doctors, workers, generals, farmers, and others all collapsed on the ground, struggling in pain. At this time, there was no distinction between the nobility. Their souls were being extracted. The only safe point of the Homeland Refining Formation was below the presidential palace, which the small and medium-sized people deliberately did in the bottle to protect the 5 human pillars. Before the door of truth was opened, the small and medium-sized person in the bottle would not kill the human pillar. Red light dots streaked across the sky all over Yame. This was the soul of the people of Yame. Below the ground, the small person who had revealed his true body was laughing wildly. Its true body looked very ugly. Its entire body was black and purple, like a human figure made of shadows. Its entire body was covered with eyes. Tens of millions of souls gathered in the small body of the bottle, but the small person in the bottle seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. The souls gathered in his body had a total of 20 million. The remaining 30 million civilian souls had not been successfully extracted. The formation was not complete enough, and the timing of the activation was wrong. But it had to activate the array. Otherwise, there would be no chance. Until now, the small-medium bottle people still did not know why the plan that had been smoothly carried out suddenly stopped. After staying underground for hundreds of years, the mind of the small-medium bottle people had solidified. In its cognition, humans equals energy equals no way to resist it. The souls of 20 million people entered the bottle and transformed into the Philosopher's Stone. The small-medium people of the bottle began to grow quickly. It broke through the presidential palace building and stood under the night sky like a giant. The moon in the sky had turned into a round black ball at some time. The best time to start the country refining array was to eat all day, followed by night. The size of the small person in the bottle continued to grow, and his purple-black arm reached into the sky. Oh, God! A dull sound came from the small person in the bottle. Respond to my soul, come on. A white line appeared in the center of the black ball in the sky, and a rectangular door opened. It was pitch black inside the door, and there was only a huge white eye with gray pupils. This door was the door of truth, and it was the foundation of alchemy. Black shadow tentacles stretched out from the door of truth high in the sky, intending to drag the small person into the door of truth. The small person in the bottle gathered 5 human pillars to activate the country to refine the array, which was similar to the nature of the human body. If it were an ordinary alchemist, the door of truth could instantly drag the other person into it, but it was powerless facing the small person in the bottle who had 20 million souls in his body. The small person in the bottle laughed wantonly. It grabbed the shadow tentacles extended by the door of truth and intended to pull the eye of truth into itself. I will drag you to the ground and become a part of my body. The eye of truth was slowly dragged out of the door. White light enveloped the small person in the bottle, and powerful energy spread out. Boom! The energy swept over, and many houses in the central city collapsed as if the world would collapse in this one. Below the presidential palace, where Susiao was. He stood up in confusion. Susiao was almost knocked out by the energy pulse just now. Fortunately, he never thought about dealing with the small person in the bottle alone. Otherwise, he had no chance of winning. The small person in the bottle has now become a god. Of course, the god here is a false god, a god in the world of steel refining. Or rather, the small person in the bottle dragged the god into his body, and it became a container for the god, but this god has no self-consciousness. The country had just finished refining, and the second refining array was already in preparation. The small person in the bottle did not set up this refining array but Hohenheim. He set up the Philosopher's Stone with hundreds of thousands of people in his body everywhere in Yame, waiting for the small and medium people in the bottles to start the land refining formation. The second formation was similar to the land refining formation, but it was reversed. On the lowest floor of the presidential palace, the small person in the bottle sat on a steel chair with a relaxed expression, his lower body covered with a piece of white cloth. Edward and the other 5 celebrity pillars woke up one after another. What is going on? The homeland refining formation has been activated. What? The 5 stood together and looked warily at the small person in the bottle not far away. At this moment, the small person in the bottle had already obtained a perfect body. His appearance was the same as when he was young. Everyone, you are already useless. The small person in the bottle was expressionless, and most of his emotions had been separated. Edward and the others wanted to use alchemy to attack the small person in the bottle, but they could not use alchemy. I have sealed alchemy. Goodbye, everyone. The small person in the bottle raised a hand. A red ball appeared in his palm. It was a small sun. Edward and the others were stunned. You, that is. Hohenheim pretended to be surprised. He was waiting for the second formation to be activated. For me, who has already obtained a god, it's no problem even if I use my hands to make the sun. Just as the small person in the bottle was about to destroy a few people, his eyes suddenly widened. This is... the moment you obtained the god, you were destined to fail, you little human in the bottle. Hohenheim roared, and the second array was activated. Ah! Countless souls rushed out of the small and medium body of the bottle. After a short dozen seconds, the souls of the Yame people in the small and medium of the bottle dissipated. Susiao looked at the many souls rushing into the sky, and his heart began to beat faster. Success! Although the small person in the bottle grasped the power of divinity, he lost the energy to use the power of divinity. It's time to clean up the unstable elements. Because the land refining formation was activated, all the contractors in the steel refining world hid under the presidential palace. Su Xiao did not think that he could kill all these contractors. It was impossible, but at least he had to drive these contractors out. Otherwise, he might help others make a wedding dress. There was only one step left to complete the promotion task. Chapter 424. In the dark corridor, Su Xiao leaned against the concrete wall, and the blood on his body left a large blood mark on the wall. It had been 10 minutes since the person in the bottle got the power of divinity, and Su Xiao was cleaning up the contractor below the presidential palace. These contractors were not soft persimmons, some of them were not too strong, but some were very strong. There was a big gap between contractors of the same level. Some were very strong. Some were weak. There was a kind of contractor that was very difficult to deal with, and that was the contractor who developed a single extreme attribute. For example, some contractors who developed the strength attribute alone would put the strength attribute on the foundation that could bear the strength attribute and use this to increase the strength attribute quickly. The corpse next to Su Xiao's feet was like this. He estimated that the strength attribute of this contractor was at least 45 points, and the attack power was strong, but it was also very fragile. Su Xiao took out a metal rod in his left arm, and a bloody wound appeared on the wound. Su Xiao had driven away at least 10 contractors and killed 2. The steel refining world's scarlet card drop rate was very low. At least Su Xiao had not seen it before. In his opinion, this was related to the number of people he killed the contractor. When Su Xiao was resting, hurried footsteps were in front of him. 3 contractors ran from the corridor before him and stopped after seeing Su Xiao. "Friend, there is a madman underground who has been chasing another contractor. Do you know where that guy is?" A young woman opened her mouth. The corridor was a little dark, and the distance was far. She did not see Su Xiao's appearance clearly for a while. "Madman? Not clear." Su Xiao clenched the dragon flash in his hand. "Big sister, there is something wrong with this guy. He is wearing a black trench coat and using a knife-type weapon. Could it be, this guy is the madman? Run." A big-eyed girl turned around and ran. She had only run a few steps when she found that her companion was standing in the same place and did not move. "Don't be afraid. This guy is seriously injured." The young woman looked up and down, but she did not dare to approach. The faint smell of blood came. The young woman looked behind Su Xiao and saw a bloody corpse. "That's right. It's this guy." The young woman suddenly had the idea of retreating and winked at the 2 people beside her. "I killed your teammates." Su Xiao heard a different meaning from the words of the 3 contractors. "No." After getting the young woman's answer, Su Xiao frowned. "Then how do you know that I am chasing other contractors?" Su Xiao was very curious about this. No comment. The young woman turned and left. Su Xiao stepped on the ground and rushed forward. 5 minutes later, Su Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. There was an arrow in his lower abdomen and chest. 3 contractors fell to the ground. 2 of them had lost consciousness, leaving only the young woman crawling on the ground. The young woman's lips trembled, her white cheeks stained with blood, and one of her legs was cut off. "Answer my question." Su Xiao glanced at his HP. There were still 26 of his HP left. Contractor in the world of steel was different from the ordinary contractor he met in the past. These contractors would not be killed by him, even if his strength had been greatly improved. He would not kill him, but he also fought with him for a few rounds. If the attack ability was not strong enough, under the cooperation of these 3 people, it was unknown who won and who lost. The attacking ability was terrifying enough that they lost after consuming 20 of Su Xiao's HP. At this time, the young woman's eyes were black, and she raised her head with difficulty to look at Su Xiao. "Monster!" The young woman had never seen a strong contractor like Su Xiao. No wonder she was like this. Su Xiao was a hunter. If his ability to fight a contractor were not strong enough, he would have died long ago. Want to live? Su Xiao squatted in front of the young woman. The dragon flash in his hand was still dripping blood. If you want to kill, kill. I will not hand over the equipment or paradise coins. The young woman took out a dagger and put it on her throat. She was afraid that she would be humiliated by Su Xiao. I'm not interested in your lousy equipment. I want to ask you a question. The young woman was slightly surprised. What question? How did you know of my existence? No, it's hard to understand. How did you know that I was cleaning up the other contractor? The young woman lowered her head, her eyes shining. You don't have a derivative world communication platform. What is that? Su Xiao had never heard of a derivative world communication platform. Su Xiao was puzzled, but the young woman was even more puzzled. The derivative world communication platform is the basic function. No, the first rank contractor does not have this ability. Su Xiao nodded. He already understood what was going on. It seemed that it was the ability of the second rank contractor. I know you are on a promotion mission. How can the first rank contractor be so strong? The young woman looked at Su Xiao with burning eyes. Who knows, maybe I am not afraid of death, and I dare to carry out dangerous, high risk, high rewards. The young woman nodded and wiped the blood on her face. You are very strong. We are not opponents, but the probability of dropping the scarlet card in the world of steel refining is very low, so killing us will not benefit you. The young woman took out 2 recovery items. A bottle of blue quality medicine can restore 60 of life value and small recovery of body damage. The other is green quality recovery food, after use, restores 80% of its life value in 5 minutes. These are for you, and we will not seek revenge on you. We will return immediately. Our main mission has been completed, and we are only here to try our luck. The young woman drew up a temporary contract. Su Xiao glanced at it and made the temporary contract. He needed these 2 items, but he had cut down the 2 teammates of the young woman. Although they were not dead, their limbs were scattered all over the corridor. Would there be no hatred in his heart after being cut like this? Was it worth it to let the enemy go with these 2 items? The answer was not worth it. Since they had already become enemies, they had to eliminate the roots. Otherwise, they should not become enemies. Hey! Don't look at me like that. Didn't you ask me if I wanted to live? Now my answer is that I want to live. Indeed, no one wants to die, but I am only asking if you want to live. Did I say that I will let you live? The blade sliced across, and a red mark appeared on the young woman's neck. You, liar! The young woman's pupils began to dim, and blood spurted out from the wound on her throat. It was useless even if she pressed her hand against the wound and used recovery products. After dealing with the 2 teammates of the young woman, Su Xiao took out a few rolls of bandages and urgently treated the wounds on his body. This was the last group of contractors in the vicinity. The presidential palace was connected in all directions, and Su Xiao did not clean up the places too far away. The underground roar continued, and Su Xiao guessed that the 5 human pillars had already started a war with the small and medium people in the bottle. Below the presidential palace, the medium and small person in the bottle fought with the 5 human pillars. Edward and the others used some unknown method to restore the use of alchemy. The battle between the alchemists was extremely intense, especially when the 5 human pillars did not need the formation diagram to activate alchemy. They only needed to put their hands together. The medium and small people in the steel refining world who could use the power of divinity were almost invincible, but now the small people in the bottle had the power of divinity, but they could not use it. Chapter 425. Impossible. How could the power of divinity reject me? The small and medium person in the bottle stood still, allowing the 5 human pillars to attack. A layer of invisible energy wrapped around the small person in the bottle. Continue attacking him. There is no longer a philosopher's stone in his body. Although Hohenheim's words were a bit tongue-twister, De Hua immediately understood. There was only the remaining Philosopher's Stone left in the bottle. The new Philosopher's Stone dissipated before it formed, and the tens of millions of souls had returned to their respective bodies. Now, the power of divinity was the core of the small person in the bottle, and the Philosopher's Stone was the energy he needed when he used the core. Without energy, he could not use the power of divinity. Not only that, the small person in the bottle had to use energy to suppress the power of divinity. Not to mention attacking, even the small, medium person in the bottle had difficulty moving. All the blood vessels in his body bulged, and his face was ferocious. Boom, boom. The 5 human pillars used all their strength, but the small person in the bottle stood still. At this time, the small person in the bottle was more anxious than the 5 human pillars. Although there was no new Philosopher's Stone to form, he could barely suppress the power of divinity with the Philosopher's Stone he had obtained before. At the very least, he had to recover the ability to move freely. It was impossible to create a sun with a lift of his hand, but the combat power of the small and medium person in the bottle was still far beyond the 5 human pillars. The embarrassing thing was that the small and medium person in the bottle could not move yet. He activated an incomplete array and forcibly dragged the power of divinity into his body. After painstakingly dragging the power of divinity into his body and obtaining the power of divinity, the 20 million souls in his body were released. It had to be said that the small and medium person in the bottle had a very strong psychological quality, and he did not go crazy after encountering these changes. This was just like the immortal cultivators in novels. After experiencing countless years of cultivation, they crossed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the immortal world. However, when they ascended to the immortal world, they found out that they did not have enough authority and needed to recharge 889 before they could completely ascend. Their feelings were not just indescribable. The attacks of Edward and the others continued, and the Philosopher's Stone in the bottle was quickly consumed. A few minutes later, Edward clapped his hands on the ground and stabbed a thorn in the ground at the bottle. The bottle of small people dodged sideways, which stunned the 5 human pillars. This guy could move and dodge attacks. This meant that the energy in the other party's body was not much. The young man in the bottle was extremely ferocious as he looked angrily at Hohenheim. Why? As my blood relative, you still have to stop me. Even at the last moment, I still haven't thought of killing you. When the young man in the bottle refined the land for the first time, he put half of the Philosopher's Stone into Hohenheim's body, and then Hohenheim gained immortality. Blood relative? No, our existence is wrong. When he heard Hohenheim's words, killing intent finally emerged in the eyes of the small, medium person in the bottle. At this time, the small person in the bottle had recovered all kinds of emotions. If he wanted to become a complete existence, emotions were essential. Zi. The sound of a shrinking metal thread came, and the metal thread tied up the small person in the bottle. The Philosopher's Stone in his body was almost exhausted. Other than suppressing the power of divinity, he could not use much energy. The small person in the bottle stretched out his arms, and the boundary line broke with a bang. Clang. The blade light flashed from above, and the small person in the bottle's flying head was full of shock. He could not figure out why the mortal could hurt him. Red lightning flashed on the neck of the small person in the bottle. Well done. Edward's master, Ismicardus, clenched his fists. This knife was a divine brush. Whether it was the timing or the position of the attack, it was impeccable. Su Xiao had been hiding in the hole above for a long time with this knife. He had arrived long ago, but he had not attacked. Although the small person in the bottle had his head cut off, his recovery ability was very strong, and he could recover his head in a few seconds. When he cut off the small person's head, Su Xiao fell to the ground, and as soon as he landed, he rushed to the small person in the bottle. Rushing to the front of the small person in the bottle, Su Xiao did not continue to attack, and a small bottle with the length of a finger appeared in his hand. Magic crystal bottle. Quality, none. Type, mission item. Effect, used to collect divine power, fake. Rating, none. Introduction, none. Price, cannot be sold. Su Xiao held the magic crystal bottle and rushed to the front of the bottle. Puchi. Su Xiao directly inserted the magic crystal bottle into the neck of the small person in the bottle. At this time, the head of the small person in the bottle had just regenerated half. Suddenly, the recovery of the small person in the bottle stopped, standing in place like a sculpture. The power of God, pseudo, is being charged. 1%, 2%, 3% have been charged. The progress was neither fast nor slow. At most 30 seconds magic crystal bottle would be able to absorb the power of divinity completely. Without the battle with the final boss as he imagined, Su Xiao killed so many people to create people, and then what was the purpose of the alliance with Mustang and Olivia? The answer was to weaken the strength of the small person in the bottle. He used the plot characters to deal with the small person in the bottle, and in the end, he picked the peach. Magic crystal bottle collected the power of divinity, and Su Xiao completed the achievement task. Su Xiao did not have time to check the reward of the achievement task commit crimes. His eyes were fixed on the 5 celebrity pillars. Why did the person in the bottle suddenly stop moving? I don't know. What method did Byakuya use? The discussion between Edward and Hohenheim caught the attention of Mustang. Mustang had been forcibly refined into a human body. The transportation fee was the vision, and he could no longer see anything. Who? Byakuya. Mustang's eyes were dull, but he could hear it. Yes, Byakuya suddenly jumped down from above, and then Edward and Mustang narrated the situation. After hearing Su Xiao put a bottle into the bottle's small and medium body, all the hair on Mustang's body stood up. The other human pillars did not find the abnormality. It was not that they were stupid, but they did not understand Su Xiao. Mustang was different. He cooperated with Su Xiao and had some understanding of Su Xiao's style of doing things. Stop him! Mustang shouted. The other 4 human pillars were stunned and puzzled. Su Xiao stopped the small person in the bottle. Don't ask me the reason. That guy must have something up his sleeve. He probably wants to replace him as a god. Several human pillars were shocked. When they were ready to attack Su Xiao tightened the boundary line. Before the boundary line was just a small cut, the boundary line was hundreds of meters long, and a small cut was just a small matter. The boundary line was tightened, and a figure covered in blood was pulled down from the hole above. This was a blonde beauty with a well-proportioned body wearing a blue military uniform. Su Xiao held the woman in his hand, the blonde hair was loose, and her breathing was weak. The attack that the human pillars were about to launch stopped. Edward subconsciously looked at Mustang. What's wrong? Attack him quickly, give me directions. I will come personally. Mustang, who could not see, was very anxious. Colonel. Second Lieutenant Lisa Hawkeye was held hostage by him. Upon hearing this, Mustang's biting muscles bulged. Pyromancer, White Knight. Chapter 426. Su Xiao did not care about Mustang's roar. In Su Xiao's current state, he was not a match for the 5 pillars of people. He was a little unlucky. He met the president as soon as he entered the lower layer of the presidential palace. Otherwise, the plan would be smoother. This was the so-called people are not as good as the heavens. Although his luck was not good, his goal had been achieved. He took a tracking device from Lisa Hawkeye. The price of this thing was not low, and it could be reused. Advancement quest, steal the power of divinity, completed. Difficulty level, LV.14. Mission summary, use the magic crystal bottle to seize the power of divinity. Quest information, divine power, fake, attached to the small person's body in the bottle. Quest deadline, 1 month. Quest reward, promotion qualification. Quest penalty, all attributes -10. Advancement mission has been completed. The hunter will return to the reincarnation paradise in 3 seconds. Seeing this hint, Suxiao was stunned. This return time was too short. A familiar sense of heavy hit came from the back of his head. At the same time, Suxiao felt pain in the back of his hand. When he regained consciousness, he was already in a whole room. He was sent back as soon as the promotion mission was completed. Suxiao looked down at his hand. There was a row of teeth marks on the back of his hand. It must be the female sniper of Hawkeye who bit him. Transfer complete. Hunter returns to the deluxe room. Exclusive room is safe. No one can enter except the hunter. Hunter used to return to the reincarnation paradise and began to calculate the rewards of the derivative world. Derivative world, Steel Alchemist. Difficulty, LV.10, difficulty. Obtained origin of the world, 38.5. Mission completion, 1. Achievement mission X1. Advancement mission is not counted in the evaluation. Comprehensive evaluation, B. Note, the rating is E to S+. The comprehensive evaluation is calculated according to the sum of the source of the world and the number of completion of the mission. The promotion mission has no main mission. The lower evaluation is normal. Beginning to collect the source of the world. The source of the world has been collected, and the rewards have been counted. Reward, 16 attribute points, included in the derivative world, 1925 paradise coins. Hint, the hunter has not passed the first level assessment, and now the highest level can be upgraded to LV.10. The settlement is completed, and the reward has been automatically deposited into the hunter mark. Hint, the hunter has completed the promotion task and is qualified to be promoted. Is allocating the trial area for the hunter. The distribution is completed. There is 500 contractor who participated in the promotion in the same batch. Suxiao frowned after seeing the hint of the reincarnation paradise. He thought he could be promoted directly to the second rank after the promotion task. Now it seemed that it was not the case. He still had to participate in a trial. Trial will be carried out in 3 days. The content is for survival. This trial is an independent scene, no derivative world. Hunter, please prepare in advance. Content is for survival. After Suxiao saw this, his heart tightened. If all the tasks were listed, the most difficult task must be survival type tasks. He would carry out a very short trial according to the trivial clues. There were 2 clues. The special world without a plot was at least not the derivative world. There were a total of 500 participants who also completed the promotion task. It could be imagined that if the venue was not big, there might be a situation of contractors fighting in chaos. Suxiao now had 3 days. In these 3 days, he wanted to convert the benefits obtained by the steel refining world into strength and relax his body and mind to welcome the trial. Just as Suxiao was preparing to calculate the benefits he got, the hint of the reincarnation paradise appeared again. Hint, checking to the hunter has completed the promotion mission. The reincarnation paradise will reward the hunter with a chance to consult. The permission level is LV.50. Suxiao was confused at first, then suddenly realized that it seemed that this was the preferential treatment of the hunter's identity. He could ask a high permission level question from the reincarnation paradise. Suxiao could not think of what to ask at the moment. Suddenly there was a flash in his mind. Suxiao thought of what he wanted to ask. What is the number of the people who killed my parents? What level are they? After Suxiao asked this question, the reincarnation paradise gave a special answer. This question can't be answered. Suxiao frowned. Was it because of the lack of permission? Why can't I answer? Hunter's parents died voluntarily when an accident happened, and no one was suspected of killing. What? Su Xiao stood up with a shout, his eyes wide open. An accident death? What a joke. Was being stabbed to death by a sharp weapon an accidental death? Reincarnation paradise can restore the hunter's past. Do you want to use the consultation permission? Su Xiao hesitated. He could not figure out the situation now. Use. Su Xiao's tone was firm. Things did not seem to be what he thought. Checking the enemy in the hunter's mind. Contractor, 10034, already dead. Contractor, 1077, already dead. Contractor, 11316, already dead. Contractor 12479, already dead. Seeing the big ranking list before him, Su Xiao was even more puzzled. Was this enemy who killed his parents? But these people all died in the reincarnation paradise without exception. His enemies are dead. Su Xiao lit a cigarette with trembling hands. Although he did not kill these people, he was happy to get revenge. Some people said that it was empty after revenge, but Su Xiao did not have this feeling. He was very happy now. Comparing the DNA data, the results are as follows. Hunter and Contractor, 12156, codenamed Blood Eagle, the Contractor, 12157, codenamed Poisonous Orchid, no blood relations. Seeing this hint, Su Xiao's first reaction was disbelief. His parents, who raised him since childhood, had no blood relations with him? Is it a mistake in the reincarnation paradise? Is it possible? Of course, it is impossible. The ability of the reincarnation paradise is obvious. This is an extremely mysterious existence. In the projection, this is the hunter's childhood image. A screen like a surveillance picture appeared in front of Su Xiao. On the screen was a dark, sealed space. A cave collapse should form this. There was a young man and woman and a baby in swaddling clothes. Su Xiao looked somewhat similar to the man with the dusty face if one looked carefully. The woman in the picture was holding the baby in the cradle. The woman's eyes were full of tears. Honey, can we still go out? There is no signal on the phone, and it is getting more and more stuffy here. The oxygen will likely be exhausted soon. The woman pressed her cheek against the baby's face in the swaddling clothes. The man leaned silently in the corner. Even if he encountered such an accident, the man was still calm. There is indeed not much oxygen. If 3 people breathe simultaneously, they can only hold on for 2 hours at most. The man raised his head and looked at his wife not far away. He smiled at his wife with a serious expression. Think of a way to live with your son. As he spoke, the man took out a switchblade. The blade flicked out, and the man cut his throat without hesitation. This was a ruthless person, and his decisiveness was very strong. If the oxygen was only enough for 2 adults to breathe for 2 hours, what about 1 adult and 1 baby? At least 3 to 4 hours. This man was ruthless enough. For his wife and children to continue living, he chose to end himself. He knew clearly what it meant to be buried underground after the earthquake. There was no rescue in a short time. Rather than living, it was better to leave more time for his wife and children to live. The gushing blood scared his wife silly. She screamed and rushed to the man. Live, take your son out. The man died after leaving this sentence. The wife cried and shouted, but this could not save the man's life. A few minutes later, the wife wiped the tears on her face. She was already heartbroken, but her face revealed a gentle smile when she looked at the baby in the swaddling clothes. The woman picked up the baby with a few drops of blood on her face and began to breastfeed. After the baby was full, the woman put the baby on the ground and used the surrounding debris to block the baby from hitting the baby, although the possibility of being saved was not high. The woman looked at her husband, firmly picking up the bloody spring knife. She did not know when rescue would be, but she knew that a few hours was insufficient. All she could do was try to make her child live longer so that there was a chance. The most precious things were often the most ordinary things, such as air. Su Xiao stared at the scene in front of him. The baby was miraculously rescued, but because of a large-scale earthquake, the information was chaotic. The baby's identity was not confirmed, and he was finally sent to the orphanage. Half a year later, a couple came to the orphanage with the purpose of adoption. After seeing the familiar appearance of the couple, Su Xiao was stunned. It was his parents. No, it should be foster parents. The image continued. Su Xiao gradually grew up. His parents did not tell him about adoption. To be exact, his parents adopted him with a fake identity to make it easier to hide among ordinary people. They seemed to be avoiding someone. His father was always kind in front of him, and his mother was always gentle. In Su Xiao's impression, his parents had never scolded him, not a word, not to mention beating and scolding. Was this normal? He did not notice it before, but now it seemed that this was not normal. The video continued. In the video, Su Xiao had already gone to primary school, and his parents were chatting at home. He has been adopted for many years. The child won't find out our identity, will he? Lan, don't think blindly. The child is still very young, and we act as parents. But he will grow up eventually. If he finds out our identity, then deal with it. You and I can't have a child. The adoption of the child is to hide among ordinary people. The people in the LinkedIn adventurous group are dogs. They will not let go even if they die. Deal with it. Although I can't bear to do it, there is nothing I can do when the time comes. However, this child has had a kind of cruelty in his bones since he was young. If he becomes a contractor, it may be very amazing. Who knows, maybe his parents are ruthless, but they are just ordinary people. There is no trace of the semi-digitized body of this child. Shui Ying sighed and seemed to be worried about something. However, when he mentioned Su Xiao, there was not much emotion in his eyes. The truth was always so unexpected. There were no powerful enemies in their imagination, nor were there any cliché stories of successful revenge after they became stronger. When they traveled, a young couple encountered an earthquake and were buried in an underground cave, originally a scenic spot. Although the couple was ordinary people, they had an unusual ruthlessness and decisiveness in their bones. It was this decisiveness that allowed their children to survive. The death of the husband and wife bought more time. The child was rescued and sent to the orphanage. A pair the contractor and his wife adopted to cover up their identity to escape the pursuit. Su Xiao put one hand on his forehead, a cigarette in his mouth, and green smoke rose. There was no right or wrong in this matter. Although his parents adopted him to hide his identity, they raised him after all. The contractor team that killed his parents had died, so there was no so-called strong enemy. Before he killed the Black Warlord, there was no contractor, which explained the problem. Su Xiao had always been strange before. The Reincarnation Paradise gave out information that the talent ability could not be inherited. And if the two couples had the talent ability, the child born would have a smaller chance of getting the talent ability. Su Xiao had understood all the problems with revenge. The burden that had been on his shoulders for a few years gradually dissipated. He had never been so relaxed. Bobo, let's go and have a big meal. Su Xiao was not depressed because of the truth, but as if he had been reborn. From now on, he was alone and only lived for himself. Or, his journey in the Reincarnation Paradise was just the beginning. In the future, he only did what he wanted to do and was no longer controlled by revenge. Chapter 427. Walking in the Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao took Bobo Wang to Xiao's restaurant. Su Xiao had wanted revenge before, but now he found that revenge seemed to be covering his eyes. Revenge could be a belief, or it could become a weakness. Inadvertently, Su Xiao clenched the hilt of the sword at his waist. This was originally just his means of revenge, but those enemies had died in the reincarnation paradise. The moment, holding the hilt, Su Xiao suddenly had a different feeling. But he could not understand what this feeling was at the moment, but he had a feeling that his knife skills would improve a little soon. After revenge, did Su Xiao lose the motivation to move forward? Of course not. If Su Xiao was still an ordinary person, that was the case, and the emptiness after revenge would cover him for the rest of his life. But he was in the reincarnation paradise, and there would never be empty or boring situations here. One after another, high-risk derivative worlds, humanities scenes, and bloody battles. What was the existence of the reincarnation paradise? What was its purpose? What was Su Xiao's position in it? These were all fog. Before he figured out these things, Su Xiao would not lose the motivation to move forward. Let me see, how strong can I be as a human body? As he walked, Su Xiao suddenly smiled. There was no haze of the avenger in his eyes, and it turned into complete coldness and killing intent. The swordsman was good at killing. The contractor, who passed by Su Xiao, subconsciously moved away and looked at Su Xiao with lingering fear. A sense of malice spread around Su Xiao, and the revenge would not change his character, only making him more determined. Walking into Xiao's restaurant, Xia Zheng was weakly lying on a table. Eggplant 0.5 paradise coins a jin, cucumber 0.3 paradise coins, lobster 2.3 paradise coins. Ah, lobster is so expensive. Xia Tian was very depressed. Her restaurant had not opened for 2 days. Su Xiao pushed open the door of the restaurant. Xia was full of energy. Guests were coming. Welcome. Xia was happy to see Su Xiao because the god of wealth was here. Hey, what's with this horrible aura? The killing intent is almost solidified. Xia's body trembled like a cat being thrown into a tiger cage. Killing intent? You mean this thing? Su Xiao's eyes slightly opened, and a horrible momentum spread. I have been suppressing this thing before, and now it is no longer necessary. Su Xiao had forgotten how many people he had killed. If he released all his momentum, it would be the retreat of the living. It seems that you have changed a lot in the last derivative world. Xia took the menu, and after the initial shock, she had slightly adapted to Su Xiao's breath. I just solved a weak point and set up a new target. A new target? Yes, aren't you curious about what the reincarnation paradise is? How does it work? And how did it order us to carry out the mission? Yes. I am curious. If you are curious, you have to explore. But I don't dare. Su Xiao did not speak. He just lit a cigarette. I did not dare before, but I have nothing to fear after knowing something. You are not afraid of death. Nonsense, I am afraid of death, but as long as I die to my heart's content, even if I die in battle, so what? One day, people will die and enjoy the process of life from birth to death. Otherwise, living is meaningless, just a walking corpse. Su Xiao sat in front of the table, holding his chin. He had been thinking about the trial for 3 days. 500 contractors who could complete the promotion test without thinking, the trial must be very lively. Bobo Wang did not listen to the conversation between Su Xiao and Xia. It was looking at the menu attentively. Bobo Wang gave Xia a look, and Xia Tian's ruddy mouth twitched. Bobo Wang's furry claws patted on the menu and drew a circle on it. A few question marks seemed to float above Xia's head. This is... Xia was at a loss. She initially rejected a husky coming to her restaurant to order. Moreover, this husky often looked down on her. Are these dishes? Xia probed. Bobo Wang glanced at Xia and rolled her eyes. She seemed to be saying, Bobo Wang gives you a look. You can experience it yourself. Xia was both helpless and depressed. It will draw all of this. Su Xiao ordered the menu, and Bobo Wan called and looked at Xia Tian. Stupid woman, my owner knows me well. Xia Xianqian clenched her weak fists. Including this time, she had been despised by this husky 15 times. Xia's cooking skills were not low, but the shop's location was extremely deceptive, and the signboard was unique. Summer season. This was the name of the Xia restaurant. Although it was elegant enough, who could have thought this was a restaurant? Su Xiao could find this place because Xia would go bankrupt soon and could only stand at the door to find guests. When Su Xiao passed here for the first time, Xia suddenly rushed forward and roared, "Customer, do you want to eat? 20 paradise coins will give a 50 discount." That expression did not want to give him a 50 discount but break Su Xiao. A sumptuous meal was served, and Su Xiao and Bobo Wang began to eat. After eating and drinking, Su Xiao left Xia's restaurant and returned to the exclusive room. He wanted to calculate the benefits of the steel-making world. Sitting on the bed, Su Xiao pushed Bobo Wang to the side. This group began to grow fat after becoming a creature. The hair on its body was bright, and its body size was a circle bigger than before. Bobo Wang slept after eating, but it would wake up soon. If Su Xiao remembered correctly, it would be Bobo Wang's most energetic time in a few hours. Looking through the records of the Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao was looking at the reward obtained from the task of breaking. The sin-severing quest was only completed, 6/7. It was a pity that there was no time to kill pride at that time. There was no perfect thing in the world. To be able to complete 6/7 was already a stroke of luck. Sin-severing quest has been completed. Completion degree, 6/7. The contractor can choose one of the following options. A. Sloth's grip, set 1/7, purple quality, careful selection of attributes is visible. B. Arrogant shadow, set 1/7, purple quality. Detailed attribute selection is later visible. C. Rage flame, set 1/7, purple quality. Detailed attribute selection is later visible. D. Envoy of original sin, purple quality. Detailed attribute selection is later visible. E. Perfect harmony potion, enhanced type potion. After use, strength +2, agility +2, constitution +2, intelligence +2, charm +2. There were 5 options. A, B, C, and D were all equipment. The first 3 were the original sin set. Although Su Xiao had already gotten 2 original sin sets, he would not choose the third one. The biggest use of the original sin set was to sell it. This was a mage set. Even if he collected it, it would be useless. At most, it would sell for a sky-high price. But before selling it at a sky-high price, collecting 7 pieces of equipment would cost a lot. The original sin option was a single purple piece of equipment. The attributes were unknown, but it would not be too bad. As for the E option, Su Xiao directly chose it after seeing the E option. What he lacked the most now were the attributes. The burden of the development of the 4 attributes was not small. He wanted to seize all the opportunities to improve his attributes. Perfect harmony potion appeared in his hand. Su Xiao did not use this potion for the time being. He was ready to use it again when strengthening the attributes. The increase of 10 attribute points was not a waste for Su Xiao to complete the sin break task, 6/7. It should be known that his profit of a derivative world was only 16 attribute points. The reward of this task was comparable to the attributes of more than half of the derivative world. Chapter 428. Perfect harmony potion in hand, Su Xiao began to check other benefits. The number of paradise coins was 62,306, which was still under the condition that there was no equipment to be sold. The free distribution of attribute points was 16 points. Soul crystal, intermediate, ×1, Bobo open box obtained. The unopened treasure chest has a purple treasure chest ×1, lazy, Dark purple treasure chest ×1, dropped by the president. Holding the dark purple treasure chest in his hand, Su Xiao got this treasure chest for the first time. A kind of impulse to open this treasure chest appeared. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Su Xiao first picked up the purple treasure chest on the side. Of course, the dark purple treasure chest had to be opened last. Bobo Wang, who was already asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. The gaze seemed to say, Bobo Wang smelled the treasure chest. Black Chief let go of the treasure chest and let Bobo Wang come. Su Xiao looked at Bobo Wang with a smile on his face. You want to open your eyes? What do you mean by that look just now? I feel that you are mocking my luck. Bobo Wang's dog body shrank. He raised his head and looked at Su Xiao with his two eyes shining. He looked up. The meaning was clearly. Bobo Wang's expression was like an emoji pack. Ignoring Bobo Wang, who was acting cute, Su Xiao took out the lighter of Fate Redemption. He had been inquiring how to improve Fate Redemption from blue to purple. There were already some clues. He had previously seen the information of a prop that could raise blue equipment to purple. However, it was very expensive and rare. Su Xiao lit a cigarette. The European Emperor's state was on him, and Su Xiao directly opened the purple treasure chest. You get 2,000 paradise coins. A hint appeared, and the cigarette in Su Xiao's mouth fell to the ground. Is this over? The purple treasure chest equals 2,000 paradise coins. Bobo Wang, who was on the side, was also stunned. He looked at Su Xiao with admiration and seemed to say, Master, you are so strong. Cough cough. Su Xiao coughed out a wisp of smoke. He picked up the treasure chest that had yet to dissipate and fell to the ground. How powerless was this black chief's struggle? Nothing fell out of the treasure chest and gradually dissipated in his hands. Perhaps after the darkness reached a certain level, even the European Emperor's state could not be saved. Perhaps he could only rub the luck goddess on the ground to save her. Although he was a little skeptical, the truth was right in front of him. Su Xiao accepted this fact, but Bobo Wang could not accept it. It seemed that it could not understand how Su Xiao did it. Maybe it's a problem with the brand of the cigarette, cough. The European Emperor's state was still there. Su Xiao reached out to the dark purple treasure chest and hesitated. Today, the European Emperor's state was a little wrong. In Bobo Wang's frightened eyes, Su Xiao grabbed the dark purple treasure chest. This was the first dark purple treasure chest he opened. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao opened the dark purple treasure chest. You have opened the dark purple treasure chest. You have obtained 5,000 paradise coins. You have obtained the magic crystal. You have obtained the blood of an artificial human. Demon spirit crystal. Quality, purple. Type, material. Effect, intermediate forging material. Rating, 130. Note, purple item score is 71 to 150. The higher the score, the more precious the item will be. Description, any derivative world can produce, but the production rate is lower. Quality, purple. Type, bloodline item, rare. Effect, after use, there is an 80 chance of obtaining the artificial human bloodline, 15 chance of failure, 5 chance of producing an unknown mutation. Rating, 150. Note, purple item score is 71 to 150, the higher the score, the more precious the item will be. Description, the artificial human does not belong to the human bloodline. 2 crystal stones appeared in Su Xiao's hand, one was pink, and the whole was diamond-shaped. This was the devil crystal stone, the material for forging equipment. The other one was blood red, with no specific shape. It was a pool of sticky red liquid. A smile appeared on Su Xiao's face. Although there was no dark purple item, there was a blood type item. There was no doubt that bloodline items were the most valuable items of the same level. After opening the treasure chest, Su Xiao left the exclusive room. He still had many things to do. After all, there were only 3 days. When he left, Su Xiao stared at Bobo Wang. "Don't tear down the house." Bobo Wang looked innocent. It seemed that it had never torn down its home, but the feat of the steel refining world destroying the tank was still vivid in his mind. Leaving the exclusive room, Su Xiao went straight to the attribute strengthening hall. He was already familiar with this place. After paying the paradise coins, he obtained the right to use a strengthening warehouse. Welcome to use the attribute strengthening warehouse. Your naked attributes are as follows. Strength, 38. Agility, 37. Physique, 33. Intelligence, 36. Charm, 3. Hunter can freely allocate attribute points, 16 points. Drip detected that the hunter's main attribute is strength, agility, and intelligence. Please give priority to the 3 main attributes. Su Xiao looked thoughtful. Since he had decided to develop the 4 attributes, he might as well make the 4 attributes more balanced. After thinking for a long time, Su Xiao's final distribution method was strength plus 2, agility plus 3, physical strength plus 7, and intelligence plus 4. After the distribution of attributes, the strengthening capsule began to run. This time, the reincarnation paradise did not hint at anesthesia function. Perhaps it was because Su Xiao had refused too many times. In the future, he would not take the initiative to ask, and the reincarnation paradise would not show this function again. Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground, and the pain came from all parts of his body. Su Xiao forcibly ignored the pain. He was feeling the process of strengthening. Mysterious energy filled his body. His muscles, bones, and skin were gradually becoming stronger. This fast process of becoming stronger produced the pain of strengthening. Su Xiao did not resist this process but carefully experienced this process. The process of gradually becoming stronger was very straightforward. Perhaps he had already experienced several enhancements. Su Xiao not only ignored the pain but also began to enjoy this process of gradually becoming stronger. Just think about how happy it was for a mortal to improve to extraordinary gradually. The heavy things that could not be picked up could now be easily waved, and the original solid wall was now broken with a punch. After an unknown period, the strengthening chamber stopped running. Su Xiao opened his eyes, and the muscles in his body were not obvious. The surging power surged out of the body. This is the feeling. This is the power I pursue, the power that can dominate the fate, the power that can follow the heart and desires. The surging power receded a little. This was Su Xiao had adapted to some of the stronger bodies. Taking out a bottle of pale yellow potion, the potion under the light emitted a gentle light. Perfect harmony potion, 5 attributes plus 2. Su Xiao opened the mouth of the potion and drank it. Boom. There seemed to be a muffled sound in his body. Su Xiao clenched his teeth and drank the potion. This time was a bit violent. As the upgrade continued, Su Xiao's breathing became heavy, and his sweat-soaked clothes. This was the first time Su Xiao drank this kind of violent potion, and a feeling of fire came from his body. Perfect harmony potion seemed to turn into a fire in his body, constantly refining his body. Su Xiao's skin began to turn red, and the air he breathed out began to burn. Chapter 429. After half an hour, the burning sensation in his body receded, and Su Xiao calmed his breathing. Su Xiao opened his personal information. The information was as follows. Contractor 13013. To protect the hunter, this is a wrong number, no means can lock the hunter. Name, Su Xiao, Hunter. Level, LV.10, 1 rank. Each level is a rank. The level promotion has no attribute bonus. It corresponds to the hunter's authority in the reincarnation paradise, the difficulty of the world, the task, etc. Life value, 100. This attribute can't be completely digitized, changing according to the degree of injury. Mana value, 1063, intelligence times 10, current mana recovery speed is 26 points per hour. Strength, 42. Agility, 42. Stamina, 44, 2, Heavenly King bonus. Intelligence, 42. Charm, 7, 2 points Heavenly King bonus. Luck, 1, related to items opening and manufacturing, this attribute is extremely difficult to upgrade. Please cherish the opportunity to upgrade. Note, the standard attribute of an adult male is 5 points, and luck is 1 point. The naked charm attribute finally reached the level of an ordinary person, which was 5 points. But compared to other attributes, the gap was obvious. After checking the attributes, Su Xiao opened the skill list. Skill: Green Steel Shadow, LV10, active skill. Effect: consumes 1 to 30 points of mana every minute after activation. A melee attack burns 5 to 50 points of mana to deal the same amount of actual damage. Skill 2. Saber Master, LV18. Passive. Effect: increase saber type weapon attack power by 7. Skill 3. Demon's Constitution, LV. Max, passive. Effect: unable to master and learn all magic skills. Immune to 40 magic damage. Skill 4. Eye of the Heart, LV.10, passive skill. Effect: greatly increases perception. Perceiving the enemy's attack and catching flaws. Skill 5. Supreme Blade, LV. AX, special skill. Skill 6. Spirit Shadow Constitution, LVMX, passive. Skill Effect 1, modify the body, scattering the mana stored in the brain to all parts of the body. Skill Effect 2, there is a great change after the fusion of mana and body. Mana and HP form a good cycle, and HP will be greatly enhanced, increasing the amount of mana by 30. Note, current mana points, 1063 points. Increases HP by 318 points. Skill 7. Devil Seal, LV.2, passive skill. Skill Effect 1, additional 13 true damage when attacking. Skill Effect 2, you can upgrade the level of the Devil Seal by sacrificing equipment. You have reached an agreement with the higher demons. 2 skills were not included in the skill list of the Shadow of the Law, namely Saru and the Meditation of the Heart. Su Xiao's current fighting style had been completely finalized. From the level of the Master of the Sword Technique, it could be seen that the sword technique was his most important combat method, and other abilities were only auxiliary. Alchemy was a good ability, but Su Xiao did not put too much effort. The stronger ability now was only the superior level alchemy bomb. This was enough. The main function of alchemy was to save the expenses of paradise coins and use the rest of the paradise coins to strengthen other abilities. Otherwise, there would be a lot of paradise coins to buy explosive things and potions every time. This time, Su Xiao gained not many soul crystals, and there was no ability to improve. Su Xiao only needed to sell the equipment and convert the paradise coins he got into strength. Su Xiao returned to the exclusive room very quickly, leaving Bobo Wang alone in the exclusive room. He was somewhat uncertain. Pushing open the exclusive room, the corner of Su Xiao's eyes twitched. Bobo Wang's posture was a bit strange. His butt was tilted, his head was facing the sofa, and his mouth opened as if he was ready to eat the sofa. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Bobo Wang had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and the action of biting immediately changed to licking. Licking the sofa to ease the awkward atmosphere, Bobo Wang turned his head, and his eyes were somewhat unwilling. It had been unhappy with this black sofa for a long time, and it had not found an opportunity before. After Su Xiao left, Bobo Wang had been struggling between gnawing and not biting. If he bit it, he would be baptized by the large slippers of 45 yards. It did not bite, and it was very unhappy to see the sofa. When Bobo Wang decided to resist the baptism of slippers and gnaw on the sofa, Su Xiao came back. Bobo Wang was so scared that the whole dog was not good. It did not dare to bite the sofa in front of Su Xiao. Bobo, it seems that I have disturbed your good thing. Su Xiao sat on the sofa and checked if the sofa was damaged. Bobo Wang was very panicked. Kaka. The short wooden legs of the sofa were broken, and the broken short wooden legs rolled to Su Xiao's feet. The row of small teeth marks on it complained about its misfortune. Su Xiao stood up from the sofa. The black shadow shrouded Bobo Wang, and Bobo Wang trembled. 2 minutes later, Su Xiao sat on the bed. Bobo Wang was lying on the ground. There was a broken wooden leg in front of him. It seemed to be apologizing. But Bobo Wang's eyes glanced at the sofa from time to time. His eyes clearly said, "You wait for the master to be absent." Ignoring Bobo Wang, Su Xiao began to organize the items in the storage space. There were a few items that needed to be sold. Gluttony Mask, set 1/7, purple quality. Suffering of Jealousy, set 1/7, purple quality. Magic Spar, purple quality. Anthropomorphic Blood, purple quality. There were not many items obtained in the steel-making world, but each was of the best quality. After all, this was a derivative world of LV.10. Taking Bobo Wang away from the exclusive room, Su Xiao went straight to the trading square. Recovery products, complete materials. New blue equipment, poor. Purple quality firearms, no bargaining. Buying soul crystals, small, no limit to the quantity. The trading square was still the same as before, crowded with people, and the sounds of contractor hawking and bargaining were endless. In front of a stall, perhaps it was a negotiation between the two sides. A few contractors greeted the stall owner, and the stall owner's immediate female relatives were all greeted. Su Xiao found a booth with fewer people. He did not need to squeeze into a crowded place. After paying the paradise coins, Su Xiao got the right to use a booth. Gluttony Mask, set 1/7, was priced at 150,000 paradise coins. Devil Spirit Crystal was priced at 30,000 paradise coins. This thing was material, but it was very rare. The price was not high. As for the artificial human bloodline, Su Xiao hesitated for a while and finally marked the sky-high price of 350,000 paradise coins. Out of the 3 items, Su Xiao wanted to sell only Devil Crystal Stone, and the other 3 items were not likely to be sold directly. After bidding the price, Su Xiao's stall opened, and it was still the name of boutique. After setting up the stall, Su Xiao contacted a person through a fake number. "There is good stuff. Come to the trading square quickly." Su Xiao originally wanted to leave a message, but he did not expect the other party to reply immediately. "What good stuff? I am not interested in anything below purple. Recently, there are members of the first level of the team, and they are very busy." Su Xiao raised his eyebrows. There was also a contractor who participated in the first level trial in the God Emperor Adventure Group. He did not know if he could meet her. He sent the information about the 2 pieces of equipment, Gluttony's Mask and Envy's Suffering, to the God Emperor, and the other person replied after a few seconds. "I will let Sheila pull it over immediately." Sheila was the second character of the God Emperor Adventure Group. She was a beautiful and suffocating female mage. This set was very suitable for the other party. "Are you kidding?" Su Xiao felt that it would be a miracle that the 2 of them did not go to the life and death ring if Sheila came alone. "Hey, that's right. I will go with her and won't let her talk when the time comes." It was torture to communicate with her, and the other party could talk to her to death within 3 sentences. A few minutes after the stall was opened, some contractors gathered around the stall and talked about it. "If you don't want to buy it, it's useless. If you have time, you might as well go to the trial field to enhance your strength. Recently, the contractor's death rate has increased a lot. A crisp voice was heard. Although the person was very polite, the words he said were embarrassing. All the male contractors' eyes were focused on the newcomer. The eyes of these male contractors were even fiercer than when they looked at artificial bloodline is even hotter, and Sheila's beautiful appearance and S-shaped figure are simply criminal. However, Sheila was a conservative woman. She did not reveal her chest, but her black and blue robe outlined her excellent figure, giving people a mysterious and beautiful feeling. Sheila, don't talk. The emperor had a headache. Boss, you still owe me 3,621.52 paradise coins. Considering that it is already past 12, according to the agreed interest, it is. Stop, 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 wait, 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 when do I owe you paradise coins? Last time you were drunk and got a girl in blue sea blue sky. Shut up. The emperor was embarrassed. Even if I shut up, it is a fact. The paradise coins I paid for you cannot be offset. Even if you are the boss, you have to consider the financial situation of your subordinates. After all, that kind of thing. The emperor took a deep breath. If not for his sister, he would kill the other party. How could he say something like a big guarantee? Although he did go. Chapter 430. This is the boss of the God Emperor Adventurer Group. It is different from what I imagined. There is no dignity. You may not have seen his boldness in the derivative world. This is the leader I want to follow the most. The surrounding people discussed. The God Emperor coughed. Fortunately, he was wearing full body armor and a helmet. I recognized the wrong person. I am not the God Emperor you have heard of, a double name, nothing more. The Emperor's explanation was so weak that Sheila's red lips were slightly open as if she still wanted to speak. The eyes under the Emperor's metal helmet were wide open, staring straight at Sheila. Cough, I didn't want to talk about you going to the healthcare. Sheila's simple words almost made the Emperor faint from anger. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone else about that. The Emperor clenched his fists, and now he knew everything. Killing intent, brother, you have a lot of good stuff here. Sheila probably forgot Susiao's name and casually gave Susiao a name. Huh. Susiao looked up at her. Although I don't know the reason, don't look at me like that. It's very scary. What is your profession, a mage hunter? Shut up, Sheila. I said before. I will negotiate. All right, all right. I'll shut up, but remember to spend money. I know. I know. The Emperor gritted his teeth. He was also very helpless to have such a stupid sister. Brother White Knight, please excuse me. Let's talk about business. The Emperor looked at the 4 items on Susiao's stall. After seeing the original sin set and the artificial human bloodline, the Emperor nodded, satisfied. After seeing Devil Crystal Stone, the Emperor's eyes lit up. Devil Crystal Stone, dark purple treasure chest. The Emperor was very knowledgeable. He could tell the origin of Devil Crystal Stone at a glance. Interested? Very interesting. How about 25,000 paradise coins? The purple material is at least 30,000. The bargaining began. The Emperor bought the Devil Crystal Stone with 27,000 paradise coins a few minutes later. A large adventure group like the God Emperor Adventurer Group would nurture a blacksmith. The first business deal was completed, and the atmosphere between the two sides was more harmonious related to Sheila's silence. It was necessary to cooperate with such a large adventure group as the God Emperor Adventurer Group. At least the profit gained in the derivative world could be quickly dealt with. If he got a lot of benefits in the derivative world, it would be bad if the contractor's purchasing power was not enough to fall into his hands. Brother White Knight, let's talk about these 2 original sin sets. Behind the God Emperor, Sheila clenched her fists. She had already obtained 3 pieces of the original Sin set, and with these 2 pieces, one of the set's attributes would be activated. Although the original Sin set was 7 pieces, she could unlock one set attribute when she gathered 3 or 5 pieces. Set effect 1, Original Sin, passive, increases magic damage by 60. This was the set effect after gathering 7 pieces. The power of the spell was increased by 60. What kind of concept was this? I heard that Sheila has gathered 3 original Sin sets. Congratulations. Hearing Su Xiao's words, the emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at the girl behind him. Why are you looking at me? You told him this. What? I said it before. The emperor didn't believe it. The last time you two drank at Brilliance, when you bought the devil fruit. The emperor felt regret in his heart. This was one of his shortcomings. He liked to drink and often did some ridiculous things after drinking, for example, bringing hundreds of his subordinates to protect him. Without a perfect person, the emperor being able to support such a large adventure group already showed his ability. Brother White Knight, don't tell me you will take advantage of me. Of course, I will. Su Xiao's straightforward answer made Bobo Wang roll his eyes. At this time, there was no need to cover it up. With 3 pieces of the original Sin suit collected by Sheila, these 2 pieces of the original Sin suit were determined to be obtained. It is your style, so straightforward. The emperor felt a headache coming on. Let's go. We can't eat these 2. Sheila pretended to leave. She was not trying to bargain but wanted to leave. It was true that she was the God Emperor's sister, but she could not use the team funds for personal reasons. The people below would be dissatisfied. The God Emperor was also aware of this, but he did not get up. 2 sets of equipment plus artificial human bloodline. I will exchange them for 1 piece of equipment. The God Emperor took a deep breath and seemed reluctant. What equipment? Take it out and have a look. Su Xiao was interested. Sheila seemed to think of something and whispered in the ear of the God Emperor, Brother, you are crazy. The God Emperor chuckled and shook his head. It doesn't matter. That bloodline is also very important. It is very suitable for Tandu, that guy. The God Emperor took off the knight's sword at his waist and took the sheath of the knight's sword. This was a black and red sheath. The sheath gradually changed shape in the hands of the God Emperor and turned into a sheath in the blink of an eye. The attributes of the sheath were displayed in front of Su Xiao. Divine Twilight. Origin, Zone 17, Tier 2 Battlefield, Moya Weapon Forging Workshop. Rarity, Dark Purple. Type, Weapon Sheath, All. Durability, 82 to 82. Equipment requirement, Strength, 10, Agility, 10, Stamina, 10, Intelligence, 10. Gem Embedded, Dark Purple Gem, Vitality. Equipment Effect 1, Strength plus 3, Agility plus 3. Equipment Effect 2, Recognition, Passive, can be changed into any weapon sheath. Equipment Effect 3, Restore, Passive, slowly repair the weapon's durability, the damaged weapon cannot be restored. Special Effect, Holy Spirit Blessing, active, after activation, creates a layer of secondary invincible shield. The shield lasts for 1 second, cooldown time of 72 hours. Embedding Effect, Vitality, passive, recovers 10 HP and 0.5 mana points per minute. Rating, 260 plus, note, Dark Purple equipment scores from 151 to 260. Dark Purple equipment with 260 points will have additional special effects. Additional special effects, Holy Blessing. Description, made from the soul of a fake god. Price, 71 Paradise Coins. Su Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. There was no doubt that this was the strongest equipment he had ever seen. The gains were strength +3, agility +3, automatically recovering the weapon's durability for a long time, an invincible shield for a second, HP, and mana recovery. Especially mana recovery, if he recovered 0.5 points of mana every minute, it would be 30 points per hour, and he could recover 720 points of mana in 24 hours, which was faster than his self-recovery speed. Su Xiao's mana recovery speed was 26 points per hour, and 24 hours was 624 points. His mana values were a total of 1063 points, and if he had the scabbard, he would only need 19 hours to recover all the mana values consumed. Hurry up and trade. I'm afraid I'll regret it. The emperor lowered his eyes. Su Xiao did not say anything and traded the original sin set with the artificial human bloodline to the other party. At the same time, he got the twilight of the goddess. When the dragon flash and the light of the god's afterglow touched, the light of the god's afterglow immediately changed its shape and the scale suitable for the dragon flash. Zheng. The dragon flash rubbed the new scabbard and let out a light cry. The milky white energy wrapped the dragon flash inside the sheath, and some invisible damage on the blade began to repair. Although he did not get too many paradise coins after dealing with the 4 items, Su Xiao was very satisfied. This sheath was simply made for him. Not to mention the recovery of HP and mana, the secondary invincible shield of that second was also very strong. Chapter 431. The so-called secondary invincible shield was not invincible, but its defense was strong. This was not something Su Xiao should worry about. No enemy at this stage could break this shield. 1 second seemed to be very short, but it could save his life if used properly. From the eyes of the emperor staring at the sheath, it could be seen that the divine twilight had saved him several times. You must cherish it and use it often. The emperor seemed to have lost his heart, but there was nothing he could do. From this point, it could be seen that the emperor was a natural leader. The set of original sin and the blood of the artificial human was more important to the team, at least for the team. It was more valuable than the value of God Afterglow. Sheila looked at Su Xiao with hatred, her mouth opened and closed, and she could not think of what to say for a long time. Both sides made a fair deal, one was willing to fight, and one was willing to suffer. Brother White Knight, have you heard about tomorrow's auction? Auction? Su Xiao, who was playing with a new sheath, looked up. He had not heard of the auction in the Reincarnation Paradise. Yes, our God Emperor and the Black Fan Chamber of Commerce are jointly held. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, the location is at the Central Hall. Hearing the location of the Central Hall, Su Xiao thought that the God Emperor and Black Flag were 2 rich people. He had heard of the Central Hall. The location was near the trading square and not open to the public. It was only open to the public after the contractor rented it. The rent was 20,000 paradise coins per hour. This was only the rent, not the cost of the equipment. If all the expenses were calculated, the cost of holding the auction would be more than 500,000 paradise coins. Auction equipment. No, auction all the things you can imagine, equipment, skills, bloodline, recovery products, soul crystals, only you can't think of. Su Xiao was more interested. This is the ticket for the front row. The original price is 3,000 paradise coins. I will give you a discount, 2,000 paradise coins. Su Xiao bought it directly. He saw the certificate of the Reincarnation Paradise on the ticket. Remember to come to participate. That crazy boy often talks about you. You are talking about me? You want to kill me? Haha, you guessed it right. The emperor walked away in a carefree manner. She looked at Su Xiao. Her hand shrunk into her sleeve, and a slender finger was revealed from her sleeve. She pointed at Su Xiao, which was the middle finger. If you provoke me again, I will kill you the next time I meet you in the derivative world. When she heard Su Xiao's words, She chuckled. Don't mess around. The emperor looked at her seriously. This guy is serious. The emperor had some understanding of Su Xiao. He knew Su Xiao's character of pulling out a sword without a word. He could move the sword without moving. The dangerous guy is similar to those madmen in the adventurous group. It is not similar. He did not join the adventurous group, which I still can't figure out. The two siblings walked away. Su Xiao yawned. The reason why he revealed his killing intent was that he had a feeling. This was not an illusion. At that moment, she did think so. The auction would be held tomorrow, and the God Emperor and the Black Sail Merchant Guild would be holding it together. The scale of renting the central conference hall must not be small. Su Xiao had 96,306 paradise coins in his hand, almost 100,000. Su Xiao was ready to participate in the auction tomorrow to try to buy soul crystals or good equipment. Back in the exclusive room, Su Xiao lay on the bed easily. The strengthening and sale of equipment had been completed, and he was ready to use the remaining paradise coins at the auction tomorrow. He opened the alchemy list to check alchemy pharmaceutics. He obtained a lot of philosopher's stone in the steel refining world. Those philosopher's stone was made into intermediate level alchemy secret medicine, which increased his proficiency in alchemy pharmaceutics. Those potions had disappeared. He originally wanted to sell them, but contractors in the steel refining world were scattered all over Yame. It was too difficult to find them. In the end, Su Xiao did see many contractors. Those contractors were enemies and could not sell potions. Alchemy pharmaceutics had been upgraded to LV.6, and his proficiency was more than 1,000 points. Su Xiao estimated that these proficiency points were enough to upgrade alchemy pharmaceutics to the maximum level. Each level was 500 paradise coins, and Su Xiao began to upgrade alchemy pharmaceutics. Magic pharmaceutics has been upgraded to LV.7. Magic pharmaceutics has been upgraded to LV.8. Alchemy pharmaceutics has been upgraded to LV.9. Alchemy pharmaceutics has been upgraded to LV.20. Alchemy pharmaceutics has been upgraded to the maximum level. After spending 7,000 paradise coins, alchemy pharmaceutics reached the top, and the remaining 50 proficiency points disappeared. Has unlocked the formula of advanced alchemy secret medicine. Has unlocked the formula of burning medicine. Has unlocked the formula of special alchemy secret medicine. Alchemy pharmaceutics had 4 new formulas locked. This was not all the formulas of alchemy pharmaceutics. The higher level formulas needed Su Xiao to develop himself, but he did not want to invest too many resources in alchemy. It would lead to a deviation in his development direction. Looking at the attributes of the advanced alchemy secret medicine formula, the advanced alchemy secret medicine was green in quality, and its HP recovered a little. Ignoring the formula of the advanced alchemy secret formula, Su Xiao directly looked at the special alchemy secret medicine formula. Su Xiao attempted to make the special alchemy secret medicine so that the prompt of reincarnation paradise would appear. Insufficient material, 5,000 paradise coins to replace the required materials. The cost of 5,000 paradise coins and 300 mana values could be seen as how high the cost of certain alchemy secret medicine was. After hesitating for a while, Su Xiao chose to make it. A light green light flashed in his hand, and the paradise coins quickly turned into materials. 5 minutes later, a medicine bottle appeared in Su Xiao's hand. The transparent bottle was filled with light red liquid, about the length of an index finger. Special alchemy secret medicine. Origin, reincarnation paradise. Quality, blue. Type, recovery. Effect, after drinking, it will quickly recover 65 of HP. Rating 68. Description, high-level products of alchemy, combined with a small amount of biological knowledge, use without side effects. The amount of recovery cannot be picky. More importantly, the recovery speed is a sign of rapid recovery. Su Xiao was not going to sell this kind of potion in a large amount. He wanted to stock up and use it himself. 5,000 paradise coins and 300 points of mana values to make one bottle. He could make 3 bottles every day. He only stayed in the reincarnation paradise for 3 days. If he just returned to the reincarnation paradise, he could make more than a dozen bottles. These were not the paradise coins that needed to be spent. If calculated according to the actual situation, he could only make 5 or 6 bottles. More than 5 bottles in stock could be chosen to sell. After all, this was profit, and if he made 1 bottle to sell 1 bottle, he would not have to worry about the problem of liquidity. Alchemy exploding medicine and alchemy medicine are good. Although the super-level explosives and potions produced are not the strongest, they are the most practical and convenient to make. Putting away the special-level alchemy secret medicine, Su Xiao looked at the other 2 potions. Burning potion. The formula creates a kind of strong burning bullet. Like a maggot in the tarsal bone, the flame cannot be extinguished. Although it is not weak, it is expensive. The cost of each bottle is 8,000 paradise coins. Dragon power. The formula is very interesting. This potion has a shelf life. He tried to make the strength of the dragon, and the hint of the reincarnation paradise appeared. The materials are insufficient. Do you want to spend 2,000 paradise coins to replace the materials? After spending 2,000 paradise coins and 180 mana values, Su Xiao began to make the dragon's strength. A crystal bottle appeared in Su Xiao's hand. The crystal bottle was narrow and wide, and the potion inside was golden. Chapter 432. Dragon Power. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Quality, Blue. Type, Consumable. Effects, apply this medicine to the surface of the skin, Strength +2, Constitution +2, Special Status Resistance +20. Rarity, 7 days. Storage, 100. Rating, 70. Description, don't drink it. Although it will bring a powerful buff effect of strength, agility, and physical strength +15, the user will die within 30 seconds. Su Xiao looked at the dragon strength potion in his hand. This thing could be used 3 times and was applied to the back of his hand. This thing has a characteristic. If you directly drink it, you will die within 30 seconds. Even the gods can't save you. In these 30 seconds, you can get a strong buff. 3 attributes +15 points. This thing has 2 uses. It can be used as a bonus at normal times, but it can also die with the enemy in a situation of certain death. Su Xiao smiled. If he encountered a certain death situation, he would drink this thing. Even if he died, he would not let the enemy feel good. Hint: Alchemy Biology has not been unlocked. If you need to unlock Alchemy Biology, Alchemy Pharmaceutics must be upgraded to LV.10, already achieved, and pay the Soul Crystal, small, 2 + 30,000 paradise coins. Alchemy Biology should be the highest level of combat potential in alchemy. It can give birth to a class similar to a summoner. The bullhead lord that I saw in the Zhanqi world was a product of alchemy biology. Unfortunately, the purpose of Su Xiao learning alchemy was to save paradise coins. Special class alchemy bomb and special class alchemy secret medicine had solved this problem. Even if he unlocked the alchemical biology, the first thing he could create would be cannon fodder. If he wanted to create a powerful creature, he would need to make an effort. If he invested those resources into his saber, the benefits would be greater. Su Xiao was not going to continue to improve his alchemy studies. He just needed to make special bombs and potions for his use or sale. Sun God, Apollo. He was going to make one in the future. It used to blossom at the last light. This was just a nice way of saying it. It was more vulgar. When he was going to kneel, he would give the enemy a surprise. Woo dot. The sound came from the side, and Su Xiao was stunned. He turned his head to look at the bed. Bobo Wang was sleeping soundly. He did not know why this idiot made waves. Su Xiao frowned. Then he thought of something. Bobo Wang might have had a nightmare. Hey, wake up. Why are you sleeping in broad daylight? Bobo Wang woke up with tears in his eyes. At first, he was a little confused. Then he turned to look at the dog. He dreamed that he was chased by big slippers at least 450 yards. After giving Bobo Wang a piece of meat bone, the dark clouds of Bobo Wang's nightmare were swept away. Su Xiao picked up the dragon flash on the side, and the dragon flash came out. A flash of light flashed. The surface of the dragon flash was bright and clean. It seemed that the new scabbard effect was good. Holding the dragon flash in his hand, he stood in the space of the exclusive room, and Su Xiao began to practice the sword daily. He had a feeling before, after knowing the truth, his heart seemed to be released, and his sword skills were improved, but he was too busy before, and he had no time to recall that feeling. Su Xiao danced faster and faster, the cold light overflowed, and the 2 meters around him became a restricted area. The hair of Bobo Wang floated near Su Xiao, and the hair broke inch by inch. Su Xiao danced faster and faster, and sweat oozed out of his body. Bobo, go out and play first. Because Bobo was nearby, he could not release the killing power. Giving Bobo Wang 1,000 paradise coins as pocket money, Bobo Wang happily ran out of the exclusive room, probably to buy snacks to eat. The reincarnation paradise was very safe. Bobo Wang was Su Xiao's follower and could sense Su Xiao's position, so he was not worried about getting lost. Although Bobo was sometimes stupid, he did not have the passive skill of letting go. After Bobo Wang went out, Su Xiao no longer cared about his surroundings. The blade flashed, and the furniture in the room was cut off. Su Xiao should go to the trial field, but this experience was fleeting, and he did not want to interrupt. Zheng. The light blue sword radiance was cut out, and a deep mark was cut on the roof. As Su Xiao waved his sword, a storm of sword radiance emerged in the exclusive room, and all the items nearby were smashed. The more Su Xiao waved his sword, the more carefree he felt. He had never felt this before, which was related to his previous state of mind. The sword technique was grinding the heart, body, and will. His previous heart of revenge could not be tempered, and revenge dragged the development of his sword technique. Everyone has their talent, and some are good at making certain things, some are smart and cunning like a fox, and some are born with the ability to command. Su Xiao did not have these talents. Although he often planned, his plan was simple and rough, to exert his force to the maximum. He never blindly thought about how brilliant his plan was. The reason why his plan was successful was that he was strong enough. Since there was no talent in scheming, he would make up for it with force. Su Xiao's way of survival was a suitable strategy to strengthen the force. Although Su Xiao did not have the talent mentioned above, he had another talent, which was the talent of using a knife. Clang! The blade radiance was everywhere, and the items around were broken. Su Xiao stopped dancing. Although it had not been long, he was already covered in a hot sweat. A carefree feeling appeared. After a long sigh of relief, Su Xiao looked around. The surroundings were full of sores. None of the furniture was complete. The sofa that had suffered a lot had been cut into 3 pieces. Hunter has ended his understanding of sword skills, which has improved his sword skills. Seeing this hint, Su Xiao was not surprised. He casually slashed forward. Clang! The light blue sword light broke away from the edge of the dragon flash, and the sword light turned and instantly hit the wall wound. The sword light was not the consumption of mana but the consumption of physical strength. Although Su Xiao's physical attributes were not low, he could not consume recklessly. Physical value and life value were 2 concepts. The physical value would be exhausted, and the life value would be exhausted. The 2 were somewhat related, and the consumption of life value would also consume physical strength. Looking at the damage caused by the blade light, Su Xiao nodded. Although it was not as strong as the attack power of the close-range slash, it was not weak. The blade light could only inherit the sharpness of the dragon flash slightly. Whether the blade light was sharp was related to Su Xiao's sword technique level. Looking at the master of sword technique, Su Xiao was happy in his heart, higher than expected. Saber Master, LV.21, Passive. Skill effect, increases the attack power of a saber-type weapon by 89 and greatly increases the skill of saber techniques. LV.10 Additional ability. All life rhythm, advanced. This ability cannot be strengthened in the reincarnation paradise and can only be comprehended by the hunter. LV.20 Auxiliary ability. Blade Radiance, it can be used for mid-range attacks. The blade's sharpness and level correspond to its level. There is no interval between use. Perhaps because of the blue steel shadow energy, the sword light that Su Xiao slashed out was light blue. The sword light had a lot of potential for development, but Su Xiao had not seen any skills related to the sword light. If he wanted to develop it, it needed his brain whole. Just as Su Xiao was studying the sword light, the door of the exclusive room was pushed open. Bobo Wang, who was holding a dozen bags, stood at the door. One of the bags contained cigarettes, but it was snacks. Bobo Wang looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned. The bag in his mouth fell to the ground. It looked at Su Xiao with worship and seemed to say, as expected of my master, even the hobbies are the same, and the demolition is more thorough than mine. Ignoring Bobo Wang, Su Xiao spent 600 paradise coins to buy furniture again. The sword skill greatly improved. Su Xiao lay on the newly bought big bed and slept. He used a lot of his strength to dance before. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Su Xiao washed up and took Bobo Wang out of the exclusive room. He was going to participate in the auction. Maybe he could meet some old friends there, but those old friends almost died in his hands. Chapter 433. On the way to the central venue, Su Xiao found many contractors were rushing in the same direction. Half an hour later, Su Xiao arrived near the central venue. It was already a sea of people. Without the mandatory rule of the reincarnation paradise, it was impossible to maintain the order of the scene. Most of the scattered people, contractors, were unruly people. The 80th row ticket of the central venue 500 paradise coins for one, first come, first served. There are 50 rows of tickets in the venue. The price is 800 paradise coins. No bargaining. Several contractors were selling tickets at the entrance of the central venue. These people were selling high-priced tickets. These people must be yellow bulls. Generally, auctions used a deposit system, but the God Emperor Adventurer Group and the Black Sail Merchant Guild took another route and chose to sell tickets. They were willing to spend hundreds of paradise coins to buy tickets, which meant that the contractor had the financial resources to participate in the auction. If they did not have enough paradise coins in their hands, no one was willing to spend hundreds of paradise coins to watch the fun. According to the calculation of 1,000 paradise coins per person, if 500 contractors participated in the auction, the Emperor and the Black Fan Chamber of Commerce could recover the cost. The contractor that Su Xiao saw alone was more than 500 people, more than 5,000. Unfortunately, the profit of the tickets could not be counted in the hands of the God Emperor and the Black Fan Chamber of Commerce. Among them, the taxes of the reincarnation paradise accounted for a lot, plus the publicity and venue fees. The God Emperor and the Black Fan Chamber of Commerce could collect the cost at most. However, the place where the auction made money was not the ticket but the commission of various items. The time now was around 7:30, and there was still half an hour before the start of the auction. The contractor entered the central venue one after another. Su Xiao walked with the crowd to the venue. "Hello, customer, please show the ticket." A member of the God Emperor Adventure Group stood at the door, shaking the pole and standing straight. It was an honor to hold an auction in the Reincarnation paradise. Su Xiao took out the ticket bought from the God Emperor. After handing the ticket to the other party, the face of the contractor changed slightly. It turned out to be Mr. Byakuya, and please come in. This contractor had a smile on his face. It seemed that the God Emperor had instructed them before. There was no such vulgar scene as a VIP channel. There were only two entrances to the central venue, the front and back doors. The front door was for guests to enter and exit, and the back door was for transporting items, so let alone VIPs, even PVI had to enter through the front door. Walking into the central venue, the venue was like a large lecture hall, and the auditorium formed a semicircle around the stage in the center. The central venue could be said to be resplendent. After all, it was the cost of 20,000 paradise coins per hour. It would be strange if not for luxury. Su Xiao went straight to the front row, and his seat was number 8. Number 8 seat was at the front and was closest to the stage. Su Xiao could see the items directly, and the contractor, who was outside the 10th row, could only look through the big screen. The 8th seat was arranged well. There was a round table in front of a 3-person sofa, and there were fruits and delicate pastries on the round table. Su Xiao sat on the sofa, Bobo Wang sat on the side, and the contractor nearby looked sideways. The first 50 seats were not sold to the outside. It seems that the God Emperor has earned a lot. Su Xiao leaned on the sofa and looked at the crowded contractor behind him. Woof! Bobo Wang called, his eyes staring at the snacks on the round table, asking Su Xiao, "Can this be eaten? Will it be embarrassing?" Su Xiao chuckled. "It cost 2,000 paradise coins. What is there to eat?" Su Xiao picked up a red apple and took a bite. The juice was sweet and full. Death liked to eat apples, and coincidentally, Su Xiao also liked it. Bobo Wang ate the snacks on the table and lost interest after only eating a small piece, which was far worse than its snacks. More and more people gathered in the venue. The first seat was empty, which should have been reserved for the emperor. The second seat was the boss of the Black Sail Merchant Guild. This was a fat man with a ruddy face. Although he was approachable, this guy was not a good person. The third seat was Sheila, and from this point, it could be seen that strength was far more reliable than money. Other than the first 3 seats, the remaining 3 to 50 had no special meaning, just first come, first served. Big brother, this venue is not bad. This time, God Emperor earned a lot. You know, a hammer. The rental center venue needs a high permission level. God Emperor robbed a derivative world and got a very high level item. There is a rental right after selling it to the Reincarnation paradise. Big brother is wise. Second, brother is mighty. Third, brother, you are too modest. You are also good. There were only 3 national brothers in the entire Reincarnation paradise. The 3 people walked to the front row bravely and spiritedly. Their position was number 49. Big brother, that guy is also here. Who? The fierce man with the knife. The 3 people on the national team saw Su Xiao eating an apple. The 3 people were eager and seemed to want to set up a formation. After weighing the pros and cons, the 3 people sat down honestly. The price of pretending to be rich was too high. They might die. Yo, I didn't expect you to beat up the 3 of them so well. Sheila opened her mouth. Her brother was not by her side, and her poisonous tongue level was straight to max. Bissi asterisk, what do you know about hammers? Bissi asterisk, you don't even know about hammers. Have you forgotten about the despair of being ganged up on by my 3 brothers? These 3 consecutive strikes were eye-piercing, and the contractor looked at them with great interest. You 3 buffoons, have you thought about that matter? The treatment is very generous, as long as you are willing to return. The emperor walked over from the side and stopped her poisonous tongue. Boss, the 3 of us are used to fighting alone. Thank you for taking care of us before. The three of them, who had always been amusing, became serious and addressed the emperor as you. After all, everyone has their ambitions. If you encounter trouble that you can't solve, you can come to me. After all, we were brothers before and after that. The emperor stepped forward and patted the foot. He's stronger than before. Ha ha ha. The national football boss scratched his head. His muscles have grown a lot, and his IQ has regressed. Sheila held a glass of orange juice in her hand. There was no other meaning in her words, but it was more like the ridicule of his old friend for many years. Sheila is as beautiful as a flower. The three national staff members spoke in unison. For some reason, this sentence made Sheila very angry. Don't you have a newcomer, period. On the side, Susiao was eating an apple to watch the show, and Bobo Wang even took out a milk-flavored fried rice flour. Byakia, are you interested in a fight after the auction? A forthright shout came, and he knew who it was from the voice. It was the combat healer who had learned the wrong initial skill. Not interested. Susiao flatly refused Mad Grandma's proposal. If he wanted to fight, he would fight in the derivative world. That would be exciting. It's a pity, but I hope to meet you in the derivative world. Then see you in the derivative world. Susiao had fought with Mad Grandma before. Although Susiao would sell the items to the God Emperor Adventurer group, he and Mad Grandma were personal grudges. Chapter 434. The venue was full, and some of the contractors who had grudges were even more lively after the meeting. The God Emperor Adventurer Group and the Black Flag Chamber of Commerce did not stop this situation. This was the characteristic of the reincarnation paradise. Strength was the main reason. Only with strength could one have the right and financial resources. The time soon reached 7:50, and the auction was about to begin. God Emperor, you are doing well, holding such a big auction. A man dressed as a cow walked to the front row with a cigar in his mouth. You. The emperor did not look too good and looked at his subordinates. The subordinate immediately contacted the people at the front door and shook his head helplessly after receiving the feedback. The other party had tickets, so they could not stop him. The emperor had this kind of reaction because the person who came was from the Phantom Troop. Zolunnan came uninvited. God Emperor, you are too stingy. It's just a ticket, but you don't sell it to us. Zolunnan sat on seat number 15 and crossed his legs. Stingy? Ask my 34 subordinates who have died in battle first. The Divine Emperor took a deep breath. The other party had already come in and said that everything else was useless. It's just a dead soul under the spear. If you have the ability, find me for revenge. I'll be waiting for you at any time. Zolunnan sat in his seat with a calm expression. The enmity between the Divine Emperor and the regiment could not be reconciled. Big sister, can I kill you? A crisp child's voice came, and the face of the number 2 no. Gilug, you madman. She turned to look at a little girl behind her. She didn't know when the other side had arrived behind her. I almost killed you last time. Big sister, your heart is soft. The little girl was dressed in a red child costume, with a lollipop in her mouth and an Arabic number 6 tattooed on the back of her white hand. Her name was Gilug. She liked to eat sugar and liked to kill people. The contractor, who had died in her hands, had more than 3 digits, and the brigade number was 6. Pervert murderer, I'm not interested in talking to you. You are so heartless. You have already been so intimate with me. Hearing Gilug's words, Sheila felt a faint pain in her chest. Before the 3 derivative worlds, she met Gilug. In the battle, the other party's hand had grabbed her heart. If the God Emperor hadn't arrived in time, she would have died. Gilug walked to the man next to him and sat down. Like a child who was still childish, he curiously looked around. Ziulun, the one who burst your bladder last time was that guy. Does it look very appetizing? It's him. He was the one who sold Carlo's number. I'm even more interested. What's the situation with that husky? He's so cute. Zolunnan no longer spoke. Gila was a little moody. Even if he was a member of the regiment, Gila could still kill him if he went crazy. Although the regiment's appearance made the God Emperor adventurer group a little unhappy, the auction still had to continue. As for the Black Sail Merchant Guild, they shrank back to the backstage after the people of the regiment appeared. Facing the madness of the regiment, they could only tremble. After they provoked the regiment, only 5 derivative worlds passed, and more than 20 of the Black Sail Merchant Guild members died. The lights in the venue suddenly went out, attracting the contractor's exclamation. The curtains on the stage gradually opened, and the spotlight shone on the stage. "Hello, everyone, hee hee." A circus clown-like host stood on the stage. This was a Black Sail Merchant Guild member who had cheated contractors 12 times in a row. "Bastard, return the money." "Clown, don't let me meet you in the derivative world." Change host. Is the brain of the God Emperor and the Black Flag Chamber of Commerce in water? The tide of angry scolding came, and the boss of Black Sail Chamber of Commerce laughed. "God Emperor, it seems that the effect is good." "Yes." The clown on the stage looked around the venue, listening to the tide of angry scolding. "Everyone, don't be excited. I am not the host. I am just announcing that today's process is a parking certificate. We have signed a temporary contract with the park." The clown opened his chest. There was a mark on his chest. The curses below disappeared. The reputation of the Black Flag Chamber of Commerce was not very good. If not explained in advance, it would affect the auction. Even the clown with a bad reputation was restricted. This made people feel very relieved. The clown funnily ran off the stage. A man in a suit walked up to the stage. "Hello everyone, welcome to this auction." "This auction? Don't talk nonsense. Let's start the auction." A muscular man in the front row roared. The muscular man was holding a piece of raw meat and chewing it. "Cough, that's good. As a contractor, everyone should skip the process and start the auction." After the host spoke, the first item was sent to the stage. Seeing this item, the audience was in an uproar. "How is this possible? This guy is... Hey, this auction is getting more interesting." The reason why the audience was so shocked was that the first item was a human. That's right, it was a human, and it was an elf with human blood. Elf, a female, has signed a contract with a follower, 100,000 paradise coins starting bid. The basic attributes of the female elf were announced, and only a part of the skills was displayed. The female elf stood on the stage, crossed her arms, and timidly looked at the bidders below the stage. Mad Grandma was a little unhappy. This was the auction item of the Black Fan Chamber of Commerce. Their God Emperor would not sell this kind of thing. 130,000 paradise coins. A loud shout came from behind. Although they could use the number plate to enter the price, they did not shout out the momentum. This elf was used for fighting. As for whether it could develop further or not, in the end, it would depend on the contractor. If you make too much of a request, the servant will try his best to resist, and the contract will be removed. Not all the servants are as loyal as Bobo Wang and can die for the master. This servant was not weak in combat, and there would be no backstabbing situation, so she was very popular with the contractor. The first item naturally gave people a sense of surprise, and it was obvious that the Black Fan Chamber of Commerce had done it. The female elf was finally sold for 170,000 paradise coins, and the bidder was a female contractor. The female elf was very happy. She was a little afraid that the male contractor would buy her. "Don't be afraid. You will be under my protection in the future." The female elf held the female elf's hand. The female elf nodded quickly, and the favorability rose greatly. See? If you demolish the house again, I will auction you. Su Xiao looked at Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang raised his head and looked at him with contempt. Bobo Wang was not convinced. You also demolished the house yesterday. The second item was a mage weapon with a purple quality. The mages in the auction hall were on fire. Magic staffs were rare, and purple quality was even rarer. The atmosphere of the auction reached its peak. This was not an item from the Divine Emperor and the Black Sail Merchant Guild. Other contractors provided it. After the bid was successful, they won. Starting from the third item, the item's price began to drop, which was prepared for the ordinary contractor. Su Xiao had spent some paradise coins before, and now there were 8,076 paradise coins left. The fourth, the fifth, and the items were sold one by one. The ordinary contractor was very excited, and the contractor in the front row was not in high spirits. They did not like these things. Chapter 435. The auction continued, and just as Su Xiao was sleepy, the host on the stage winked backstage. Everyone, the highlight is coming. Everyone, prepare your paradise coins. A female worker with exposed clothes carried a tray with two large pistols. The two pistols, one black and one white, gave Su Xiao a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen it somewhere. Black sandalwood, white elephant teeth. Why did these two guns appear in the reincarnation paradise? This kind of weapon. I want these two guns, the weapons I dreamed of getting. The contractor looked at the two guns with fiery eyes. Su Xiao's eyes flashed. He was interested in the two guns. The broken elf was only a green weapon. Although it had been strengthened, it still could not keep up with his pace. The attack power was too low. Now he used the Spider Queen in mid-range combat, but the Spider Queen was a sniper rifle. As for the blade light, it was not a conventional method. It had to be used at a critical moment. Su Xiao was a little tempted, but after the attributes of the two guns were displayed, his heart was half cold. It was not that the attributes were too bad, but it was too good. Black sandalwood, white elephant fang. Origin, reincarnation paradise, worker forging. Quality, purple. Attack power, 27 to 53. Type, double spear. Reloading, 30, each, automatically reloading. Each reloads consumes 30 points of mana, and the reloading interval is 10 seconds. Durability, 46/6. Equipment requirement, strength 27 points, agility 35 points. Equipment effect 1, retreating magic, passive. Attacks, demons, and magical creatures have additional 12 points of judgment damage. Equipment effect 2, sweep, active/switch, can switch to continuous shooting mode. No cooldown time. Special effect, precision, passive, 7 accuracy. Rating, 150, note, purple equipment score is 71 to 150. Purple equipment with a score of 150 will have an additional special effect. Additional special effect, precision. Description, please do not be deceived by the appearance of these two pistols. The combo mode will surprise the enemy. Price, 46,300 paradise coins. The attack power of these two pistols could only be described as terrifying. Especially when dealing with demons and magical creatures, the judgment damage was lower than the real damage. If they were to start firing at demons and magical creatures, they would either die or be crippled. Seeing this gun, the mages on the field felt a chill run down their spines. They were all in the category of magical creatures. Su Xiao's heart began to beat faster, and these two guns just made up for his lack of mid-range. He was a loner. He could not have any obvious shortcomings. When he was in the steel refining world before, he felt that the broken elf was starting to get tired. In mid-range, he had to take out the heavy Spider Queen. Although he wanted to buy this gun, there was a problem in front of him. The price of this gun was about 7 to 100,000 paradise coins. With the familiar appearance of the people, it was not surprising to sell more than 100,000 paradise coins, but he only had 80,000 paradise coins. Looking at everyone's expression, you must be very greedy about these two weapons. Although a forging master made this, its power is obvious. 90,000 paradise coins at a low price. Everyone is actively bidding. Hearing the low price of 90,000 paradise coins, Susiao was speechless. He looked at the host on the stage. "Guest, don't show such a dangerous look. You can't be strong here." The host joked with Susiao, but he did not notice that the boss of the Black Fan Chamber of Commerce was constantly winking. Big Fatty Chien almost fainted from anger. The host on the stage was on the side of the Black Sail Fleet. He had noticed Susiao before, and he had also heard of the name White Knight. In the conversation between Mad Grandma and Zolunnan, he knew that the Black Sail Merchant Guild might have underestimated the other party's strength. This killing god could not joke around casually, and the Black Sail Merchant Guild might have another enemy. 110,000 paradise coins. 115,000. 120,000. The bidding began. These two guns were the vision of too many people. Now that there was a chance to get them, the auction price naturally rose. After the price reached 120,000 paradise coins, it stopped, and the increase was small. After hesitating for a moment, Susiao decided to buy this gun. Although he did not have enough paradise coins, he had other ways. 70,000 paradise coins. He wanted to leave 10,000 paradise coins for a spin. This gun was good, but he could not take out all the property in his head. The host was shocked. The auction was always going up to raise the price. It was the first time he had seen a lower price. Big Fatty Chien opened and closed his mouth as if he wanted to say something but was stopped by the God Emperor on the side. "Don't worry. I have made a deal with him twice. Although White Knight kills without blinking, he won't do anything shameless." The host on the stage was a little embarrassed. Susiao was sitting in the front row. He would have ignored the other person if it were for the back row. The bidders below the stage were amazed. They were also the first to see the auction at a low price. Of course, Susiao would not intend to buy an item worth 120,000 paradise coins with 70,000 paradise coins. He would not do that kind of brainless thing. He was taking things. Since he opened his mouth, he had the confidence to buy these two guns. Otherwise, he would not open his mouth. Susiao held a crystal between his fingers and looked at the emperor. "There are not many paradise coins. Use this thing to pay." The host saw the soul crystal in Susiao's hand. At first, he did not care. There were 5 soul crystals, small, in the auction this time. But when he looked carefully, the host found that something was wrong. The volume of the soul crystal in the other party's hand was not right. "This is soul crystal, middle." The host stepped down quickly and personally took the soul crystal in Susiao's hand, middle. Although the price of the soul crystal was not too high, it was too rare and had always been in a state of shortage. To obtain the profession panel, one needed a soul crystal. To upgrade the profession skill, one needed a soul crystal. To forge high-level equipment, and to learn a high-level scroll, one needed a soul crystal. A large amount of demand and low output led to the scarcity of soul crystals. In the trading market, not to mention soul crystal, middle, and soul crystal, small, could not be seen. The difficulty of Susiao obtaining the soul crystal was not too great. After all, there was the way of the honor store. The host held the soul crystal in his hand. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. He looked at the emperor and Big Fatty Chien for help. And the eyes of the two people at this time were clearly saying, "Idiot, knock the hammer." The host understood and directly hit the hammer. Congratulations to Mr. White Knight for successfully bidding. 70,000 paradise coins and soul crystals, middle, were directly deducted. Black sandalwood and white elephant tooth appeared in Su Xiao's hands. Holding the two guns in his hands, Su Xiao was very satisfied. The cold touch came. The feeling of the two guns was good. The power must not be weak. He did not know who tasted their power first. The Emperor and Big Fatty were also very satisfied. Although both of them had obtained soul crystals, middle, their team had been in a state of hunger for this kind of material. Soul crystals had a price but no market. It was not empty words, and the fact was so. After buying the two guns, Su Xiao was not interested in the next item. Although he knew that there was still a big event, he did not have enough paradise coins. It was not his style to only watch and not buy. Su Xiao directly got up and left the auction house. The Emperor sighed and left the God of Wealth. The two guns rotated in his hands, and Su Xiao returned to his exclusive room. The prophet of the steel refining world had been transformed into strength, the attributes had been greatly improved, the sword master had risen 3 levels in a row, and some of the mid-distance battles were solved. There was still a day and a half before the survival trial. In this day and a half, Su Xiao began to do business. He still had 10,000 paradise coins left, and after making 2 bottles of special alchemy secret medicine, his special alchemy secret medicine reached 3 bottles. Su Xiao set up a booth to sell it at 6,000 paradise coins per bottle in the trading market. Sure enough, as expected, it was quickly sold out. He already had 5 bottles of special alchemy secret medicine and a pile of special alchemy bomb in his storage space on the 3rd day. The material preparation was complete, the time to stay in the reincarnation paradise was about to reach the limit, and the survival trial was about to begin. Stay time for 3 days. The survival trial will begin in 1 minute. The number of participants will be 501. Completed the survival trial, the hunter will be promoted to the 2nd rank. Survival trial initiated, location, T12K planet, Devour Island. The feeling of teleportation appeared. This time, the teleportation was different from before. It was very strong, and the surrounding space seemed to be about to split open. Bobo Wang, on the side, was greatly embarrassed. When it was teleported, it would also be hit by a stick. Chapter 436. He didn't know how long it took. It was dark in front of him, and Su Xiao, who had a faint pain in the back of his head, regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, Su Xiao did not get up for the first time. Dragon Flash appeared in his hand, and he began to observe the surroundings. The surroundings were empty. This was a ruin. The ruins should have been a small town, but he did not know why it was razed to the ground. There were a few bones scattered on the ground. From the shape of the bones, it could be seen that this was an upright creature, but there were no human characteristics. The flat and long skull, the sharp front claws, and the backbone were full of thorns, and more importantly, the remains had a slender tail. The vision behind Su Xiao became vast. The ruins were not big, the horizontal length was about half a kilometer, and the surrounding was an ocean. This was an island. Could this be Devour Island? Su Xiao felt that it was impossible. There were too many contractors around. 500 contractors gathered here, and he was exactly 501. Fuck, unlucky, it is the most dangerous Devour Island. Didn't the boss say that the Island of Terror was Devour Island? What should we do? Be careful. Maybe the same batch of contractors is very strong, raising the difficulty of survival trials. The contractor talked about it, and the 500 contractors gathered together and did not have a conflict. Su Xiao found a rock and sat down. This was the peace zone, and the reincarnation paradise prohibited contractors from fighting. Bobo Wang ran to Su Xiao in the distance and lowered his head with a wronged face, revealing the back of his head. "Don't worry. This trouble will disappear soon." Bobo Wang looked up and seemed to ask Su Xiao. "It won't be long before you get used to it." Bobo Wang was desperate. Su Xiao was used to the feeling of being teleported. Hunter has arrived on planet T12K. The survival trial is about to begin. Planet difficulty, LV 1.14. Nightmare, difficulty level, easy, difficult, nightmare, purgatory, Azura. Source of the world, 0. World description, Hunter is free to explore. Hint, Hunter, please do not enter the Red Earth region. The Red Earth region is more difficult than LV.17. Hint, Hunter, please do not enter the depths of the Black Forest. The difficulty of the Black Forest is beyond LV.20. Trial mission, survive for 10 days. Hunting mission, none. Warning, please do not communicate with void creatures that may appear. Void creatures are mostly unstable and have unknown dangers. Trial, begin. Su Xiao immediately checked the details of the trial mission. Survival. Difficulty level, LV.16. Mission summary, survive by all means. Quest information, survive for 10 days. Obtaining food, water, and other things will be a huge problem within 10 days. Quest deadline, 10 days. Quest reward, upgrade to Tier 2 Hunter. Quest penalty, no penalty. With the difficulty of LV.16, it could be seen how difficult the survival mission was. Not only that, Su Xiao was deeply surprised after seeing the mission information. What was the situation with food and water? His storage space carried a lot of materials. As for the free punishment for the mission's failure, Su Xiao thought that this was complete nonsense. The failure of the survival mission meant death, and what punishment did he need? When Su Xiao was thinking about the situation of food and water, he found that the actions of several contractors around him were very abnormal. These contractors took out the weapons from the exclusive room. Not only that, but they also took out their backpacks and tried to store more food. There was a lot of food and water in Su Xiao's storage space. With his current attribute, the amount of food he ate every meal was amazing. If he wanted to exert a strong power, he must have enough energy. Not only Su Xiao, but Bobo Wang on the side was also a foodie. The situation is a bit bad. Su Xiao's face was not good. He put the dragon slaying flash on his waist, and at the same time, he took out the black and white double guns and inserted them into the holster on both sides of his thigh. He also took out the Spider Emperor sniper rifle. He could not carry this nearly 2 meters long sniper rifle, which would affect his movement. Su Xiao could not carry it, but Bobo Wang could. After tying the Spider Queen to Bobo Wang's back, Su Xiao took out a square backpack and packed a few alchemy bombs and 5 bottles of secret alchemy medicine. After hesitating, Su Xiao took out another bag and packed some food. This food was enough for him and Bobo Wang to eat, and he could not carry more. Food and water would become scarce materials from the other contractors' performance. Reincarnation paradise might temporarily seal the storage space, just like in real life. Su Xiao was more worried that if the survival trial was just as simple as the survival of an island, it was impossible to have the difficulty of LV.16. The roar came from the sky, and a supersized plane gradually approached the ruins and finally landed. This plane looked old, but its structure was advanced. The contractor and the others did not move. Their eyes focused on the plane. Gaba skeletal Trojan, unknown language, ... A pilot jumped off the plane and looked at the contractor. He said something. This pilot was short, about 1.2 meters to 1.3 meters. Even more peculiar was that he had a head that looked like a mouse. If one looked closely, one would find that this pilot looked between a mouse and a human. The head of a mouse, the size of a human, the limbs of a mouse, the tail, etc. Su Xiao could not understand what the mouse pilot was saying, but this did not stop him from walking quickly to the plane. Announcement: all contractor needs to board the plane in 5 minutes. A blood-red announcement appeared. This announcement did not say what would happen if it went against it, but the blood-red font was self-evident. Gugulupapama. The mouse pilot adjusted a watch on his hand and seemed to be changing his language. Can you understand? This damn translation equipment. Old White's maintenance skills are so weak. The mouse pilot was so angry that he jumped up and down. The contractor and the others stopped and focused their eyes on the mouse man. It looks like I can understand. The rat folk nodded in satisfaction as he looked around at the contractor. All cultivators, welcome to hell, haha. When the contractor and the others heard this, they looked at the rat folk with cold gazes. They were all contractors who had passed the advancement quest, and they were all first-order high-level contractors. They all had a bit of a temper. Who are you? A contractor looked at the rat folk coldly. The other party's attitude was malicious. Who am I? Good question. I am the referee for the trial. You can call me Lord Mouse or Void Brute. Lord Mouse's eyes flashed with red light. They were 2 electronic eyes. This batch of quality is good. I hope the survival rate can be more than 5. How can Paradise let the first-level contractor come to Devour Island? This doesn't seem right. The big mouse seemed to know the Reincarnation Paradise very well, or it was the staff of the Reincarnation Paradise. I don't want to say more nonsense. The necessary things have been prompted by Paradise. I only have one sentence: do not leave Devour Island during the trial. Otherwise, all will be executed. The contractor did not speak, but some contractors did have this kind of desire to go back to Paradise. There was no rule that they could not leave Devour Island during the trial. Since the so-called Devour Island was very dangerous, it would be better to leave directly after arriving at Devour Island. Hey, the one was wearing red clothes over there. You look very unhappy. Lord Mouse looked at the contractor, who had a calm expression. It has nothing to do with you. After saying that, the contractor was about to board the plane. It has nothing to do with me? Laughable. If you don't like me, I will let you die. Lord Mouse pulled out a laser gun from his waist and aimed it at the contractor. When the laser gun began to accumulate energy. In a very short period, the energy was filled up. A beam of light shot out and directly entered the contractor's body. Poochie. That contractor exploded into a bloody dance that filled the sky, not even leaving behind a single residue. Let me remind you, more than a dozen judges like me at the edge of Devour Island. Chapter 437. One shot instantly killed a contractor, and because of the other party's gaze, this Lord Rat could be said to be extremely vicious. After killing a contractor, the laser gun in Lord Rat's hand shattered, along with one of Lord Rat's arms. The arm fragments fell to the ground. Lord Rat's arm was not flesh and blood but metal structure. Those who disobey the order will die. Do you understand this time? That guy will be the end. Rat Lord did not even look at the broken arm. Its broken arm was gradually being generated, and countless nanorobots repaired the arm. Su Xiao, who was in the distance, witnessed this scene. This Rat Lord gave him a very difficult feeling. At least, it was not something he could fight against now. Rat Lord no longer paid attention to a contractor. It was just killing the chicken to warn the monkey to avoid more trouble later. Sitting in the plane's cockpit, Rat Lord took out a bottle of wine and drank it. Ah, damn Paradise, it pulled me here as a coolie. If the great sage Rat were here, the Paradise would not dare to order me like this. Recalling the years when he and that sage Rat roamed freely in the void, great sage Rat laughed. The wine was the most special thing about that sage. Great sage Rat also began to like wine for a long time. In the void, wherever he liked, he would snatch whatever he liked, beautiful women, treasures, wine, everything. Sage, where did you go? At least give us subordinates a coordinate. What a willful great sage. Su Xiao casually found a seat to sit down on the plane, and the contractor also sat down. The cabin door closed, and the plane quickly took off and went to an unknown place. If he guessed correctly, the plane should fly to Devour Island. Su Xiao tried to perceive outside the plane, and as expected, he failed. This plane was made of special materials and could block perception. The destination of the plane should be Devour Island. According to Su Xiao's guess, this planet should be between the real world and the derivative world. The name of the T12K planet was unheard of. Still, the reincarnation paradise could send him directly to this planet, which meant that the reincarnation paradise had some control over this place. Still, it was not as thorough as the control of the derivative world. This could be seen from the location of the transmission. He was not directly teleported to Devour Island but was going to take a plane. Flying at high speed, the cabin was silent. 5 minutes later, a contractor broke the silence. Friends, I am the vice captain of the Vast Sea Adventurer Group. I have a piece of information about Devour Island that I can share with you, but there is a condition. A temporary contract was displayed. The content of this temporary contract was that several people formed a small group to deal with survival trials together. A few contractors were tempted and quickly walked up to chat. With this beginning, the cabin became lively. There were people from the Alliance, and there were also people who exchanged information. Su Xiao sat in his original position and did not move. Not to mention that he did not want to join a temporary gang. Even if he joined, it was still unknown whether those people dared to accept him. There was no contractor in several seats near Su Xiao. Those contractors did not want to approach Su Xiao, and the inadvertently killing intent made people very scared. The nearby contractor remembered Su Xiao's appearance, and at the same time, he marked him in his heart with extremely dangerous, don't provoke, and other labels. Allying was very common. Out of the 500 contractors, at least 300 people chose to ally. These people were divided into many small groups. In front of the cabin, several hooded women, contractors, discussed in a low voice. Are you sure? I'm not mistaken. It must be that guy. I can recognize him even if he turned to ashes. A female contractor gnashed her teeth and looked at Su Xiao from time to time. Don't expose it first. That guy is strong and abnormal. After Devour Island, find a way to kill him. Several female leaders of the contractors spoke. Although her voice was calm, she could not help but recall the scene. A man with a long sword rushed to them. No threat, no abuse. The other party did not even talk much. Their control skills were ineffective. The mage's concentrated fire could not be killed, the front row could not hold, and the sniper bullets were easily dodged. Byakuya, this time, I will not lose again. The blood revenge of the 32 sisters must be avenged. There were 6 women, namely Len Yu, the Red Spider Lily Adventurous Group leader, the Smart Woman, the Sniper Bee, the Wet Nurse Candy, and the newly recruited Master, Tanana. After nearly being wiped out by Su Xiao, Len Yu suddenly realized that it was useless to have more people. They needed elites. After the giant ended, the ordinary members of Red Spider Lily left one after another. This was a normal situation. The moment of the decline of Red Spider Lily came from the original medium-sized adventure group to a small adventure group. Len Yu was not discouraged. She found that this was more conducive to the development of the team. At least the distribution of resources was more abundant. In the next few derivative worlds, several people of Red Spider Lily began to try to dig the derivative world, unlike before. Although she had experienced several crises of nearly being wiped out, the strength of several women of Red Spider Lily quickly increased, and they were all stuck at one point in time for the promotion task. This was certainly the masterpiece of the black-bellied woman. Now Len Yu was ready to find Su Xiao for revenge. She felt that she was strong enough. There was a sentence that she might not have heard: "Is it not good to live? Why do you want to die?" Su Xiao leaned on the seat and did not seem to find anything. He had long noticed the eyes of hatred. It seems that the trial this time will not be lonely. Which group of enemies is it? Su Xiao had a headache. He was not worried about how strong the enemy was, but that he had too many enemies. He could not remember which group the other party was. No matter which group of enemies, the other party would find him after arriving at Devour Island. When the two sides met, they would fight. He killed the other party or was killed by the other party. It was so simple. Has arrived above Devour Island. Warning: due to the special nature of the survival trial, the storage space function is about to be sealed. Please take out the required items as soon as possible. Warning: due to the special nature of the survival trial, the storage space function is about to be sealed. Please take out the required items as soon as possible. Warning: due to the uniqueness of the survival trial, the storage space function is about to be sealed. Please take out the required items as soon as possible. 3 blood-red warnings appeared in a row. Su Xiao had taken out all his weapons, so he ignored this warning. **T, the storage space is almost out of use. There are still 2 minutes left. Under normal circumstances, you can recover after completing the survival trial. The trial is not as simple as you think. The contractor and the others took out their weapons, carrying supplies in big and small bags. The storage space was the ability that all contractors had. It was only now that the contractor found how precious the storage space was. Announcement: the launch is about to begin. The contractor needs to spend 100 paradise coins to buy a parachute bag. Some of the people in the cabin already knew that there would be such a situation, so they calmly paid 100 paradise coins. Although Su Xiao did not know that there was such a situation, he would always prepare about 1,000 paradise coins, so he decisively paid 200 paradise coins, and the extra 100 paradise coins were Baba Wang's umbrella bag. Announcement: all contractor needs to return to their seats in 10 seconds. There was still no warning, but the font was blood red. If you disobey, you will die miserably. The contractor all sat back in the seat. Su Xiao found that there was a contractor nearby with a pale face. The other side did not have a parachute bag on his back. The answer was self-evident. The other side did not have enough paradise coins. Friend, can you lend me 2 paradise coins? After the trial, there must be a big reward. That contractor began to ask for help from a contractor nearby. Everyone shook their heads. The storage space was locked, and there was no need to trade paradise coins. Chapter 438. Bang! A muffled sound came from the back of the cabin. A seat under the contractor opened, and he directly fell out of the plane. Ah! The shouts gradually disappeared, and the plane began to drop the contractor. Hey, wait, I haven't dropped an umbrella yet. Paradise, I beg you, can you give me a free one? The contractor without an umbrella had a pale face, and his eyes were filled with horror. Bang, bang. The contractor was thrown off the plane after another and soon arrived at the contractor without an umbrella. He looked at the hole in the chair next to him. There was an island below. The island was not small and surrounded by the sea. Wait a minute, Paradise, listen to me. I helped you complete so many tasks. This contractor was thinking too much. In Su Xiao's view, the reincarnation paradise followed the rules and regulations and would not favor anyone. How many contributions would be gained? The contractor, who did not have an umbrella, felt that the seat under his buttocks began to loosen. Wait a minute, Bang! The seat was opened, and the contractor, who had no umbrella bag, was thrown out of the plane. Reincarnation Paradise, I'm RNMMP. The sound was getting farther and farther. Su Xiao estimated that this brother was dead. Maybe he would fall to the ground and become a scarlet card? This was a high altitude of 4,000 meters, and there was no possibility of survival without an umbrella. Woof. Bobo Wang was very nervous. After all, he had never heard of parachuting. Su Xiao was not nervous. This was the fun of exploring the reincarnation paradise. Without a big heart, he could not wander in the reincarnation paradise. Bang! Su Xiao's bottom was empty, and he and Bobo Wang were thrown off the plane. His body fell quickly. Su Xiao and Bobo Wang were not far away. Even if the weight was different, the landing time was roughly the same. H equals 1/2 gt? The law of physics. Su Xiao quickly fell, and the strong wind blew his short hair. Below was a very large island with a diameter of at least several hundred kilometers. Rather than this being an island, it was more like a small country. Bobo, glide in that direction. Su Xiao pointed to a small town below. In the sky, the small town was at most the size of a cigarette box. Lai. The crisp sound of birds came. Su Xiao looked up at the sky, and his pupils contracted. A black eagle at least 5 meters long hovered in the sky. The black eagle looked mighty, and the black feathers on its body were like steel. This black eagle was hovering high in the sky. By looking at its size, one could tell that it was not an ordinary creature. The black eagle flew above Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang's fart was about to go cold, and the other party wanted to catch it. Ow! Bobo Wang let out a dry howl, and the black eagle was stunned. Li. Woof. Woof. Li. The dog and the eagle began to negotiate. It seemed that the negotiation was not good. The black eagle rushed to Bobo Wang aggressively. Su Xiao pulled out the black and white guns on both sides of his thigh and aimed at the black eagle. Bobo Wang made an unexpected move. Li. Please don't misunderstand. This time it was not the black eagle but Bobo Wang. The black eagle diving down was confused and began to circle Bobo Wang. It seemed to want to know what kind of species this was. The cry just now was somewhat like its companion. Bobo Wang could be said to have miraculously become one with the enemy. God knows how a dog made that kind of cry. It seemed that it was forced. Ah! A scream with a lone voice came from nearby. Su Xiao looked at the source of the sound. It was the contractor who did not have an umbrella bag. In the absence of Brother Wu San, this brother had already been scared to death of how desperate it was to fall freely in the sky. If he survived this disaster, this brother would prepare several parachutes. Brother, save me. We can also land with an umbrella bag. Brother Wu San tried to get close to Su Xiao but failed several times. Goodbye, no, farewell. The cry of the other side attracted the attention of the black eagle. Bobo Wang had become one with the enemy. The black eagle would not attack it for the time being, and Su Xiao was not easy to mess with. So the black eagle was attracted by the contractor. Farewell? What do you mean? Because of the angle, Brother Wu San did not see the black eagle. The sharp wind-breaking sound came, and it was too late for Brother Wu San to feel the crisis. The sharp eagle claw pierced Brother Wu San's body, revealing the bloody eagle claw. The black eagle pecked down with its beak, and the hooked beak pecked at Brother Wu San's neck, tearing off a strand of flesh. Blood splashed high up in the sky, and the pain almost made Brother Wu San faint. After all, Brother Wu San was a contractor who had completed the promotion task. Although he was in a desperate situation, he did not give up. Ice touch. Ka. The ice covered Brother Wu San and the black eagle. The two froze together and then fell. The dangers of the survival trial were reflected here, and they were faced with danger even before they reached the island. A conservative estimate was that the black eagle's agility attribute was above 40 points, and its strongest attribute was not low either. This was just a creature they encountered by chance, and there must be even more terrifying creatures on the island. Su Xiao and Bobo Wang quickly fell, and when they fell 500 meters, the umbrella bag automatically opened. The momentum of falling slowed down, and Su Xiao turned from the original rapid falling to falling. Su Xiao had thought too much before. He wanted to land in a small town, but parachuting was not simple. Now the landing point was according to fate. There was a prairie below and several tall trees on the grassland. Su Xiao could not control the parachute. He could only pray not to hang on the tree. The trees were so tall that they were at least dozens of meters tall. There were 5 trees on the grassland. Su Xiao flew straight to one of them and rushed into the branches. A large number of branches broke. Crash! Su Xiao broke through the branches and almost hung up on the parachute several times. Although it was thrilling, he miraculously landed and was not hung up. This put Su Xiao in a good mood. According to his luck, although there were only 5 trees on the grassland, he belonged to the type that was bound to be hung up. Cutting off the umbrella belt on his body, Su Xiao stepped onto the ground. The feeling of free falling in the air was not good. It was not easy to deal with the attack, and it was better to step on a solid body. Su Xiao looked for a long time and did not see Bobo Wang. Woof! A familiar cry came. Su Xiao looked out and saw that Bobo Wang was hanging on a tree, looking like he was hanging from a southeast branch. The umbrella was strangled on Bobo Wang's throat, and Bobo Wang rolled his eyes. His gaze seemed to say, "Master, come and save me. I'm hanging up." Su Xiao estimated that the height of Bobo Wang being hung was at least 10 meters, and it was not a good choice to climb up. Not to mention that climbing the tree was not easy. There must be a lot of snakes, insects, rats, and ants on this tree. Dragon Flash came out, and a light blue sword light was cut out. The sword light cut accurately from above Bobo Wang, the umbrella belt was cut, and Bobo Wang screamed and fell to the ground. Bang! Bobo Wang fell to the ground with his face first and fell the ground in a backward posture. Bobo Wang was stunned by the fall. After getting up, he rushed straight to the big tree. Crack! 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 Wood shavings flew everywhere. With Bobo Wang's temper, he would never give up until this tree was gnawed down. This time, it was indeed the other party who made the first move. Su Xiao did not care about Bobo Wang biting the tree at first, but after a few seconds, he found something wrong. There was an extremely horrible feeling below as if a needle was stabbing his eyebrows. "Bobo, run!" Su Xiao ran to Bobo Wang, and Bobo Wang immediately stopped biting the tree and ran quickly to Su Xiao. Su Xiao turned over and rode on Bobo Wang's back, quickly pointed out the direction, and Bobo Wang ran for his life without hesitation. Boom! A large crack appeared on the ground, and a big mouth of a blood plate broke out of the ground. Its mouth was full of sharp fangs, densely packed in a few rows. Su Xiao threw out an alchemy bomb without looking back. The alchemy bomb exploded, resounding through the grassland, and the fire soared. With the explosion's impact, Su Xiao and Bobo Wang ran far away. A centipede with a diameter of 2 meters stretched out its face, its body length unknown. After Bobo Wang ran far away, Su Xiao felt dizzy. A few seconds later, the scene in front of him began to change. You have escaped from the perception of mislead. The hint of the reincarnation paradise let Su Xiao know what happened just now. At this moment, the scene in front of him changed. It was still the grassland, but the grassland soil became blood red. In introducing the reincarnation paradise, Su Xiao clearly remembered the sentence. Hint, Hunter, please do not enter the Red Earth region. The Red Earth region is more difficult than LV.17. The place where Su Xiao landed was the Red Earth region. Chapter 439. A faint fishy smell came from under his feet, and the red soil seemed to have been soaked in blood. All the vegetation that grew in the Red Earth region was unusually tall, green grass was dense, and several big trees in the distance were dozens of meters tall. Bobo Wang walked slowly in the Red Earth region, and there was no longer the previous unrestrained. Su Xiao looked at the back with lingering fear. The centipede hiding in the soil was too horrible. He had been swallowed alive if he did not notice an inexplicable sense of crisis. There was no map, no position, food was lost, and fresh water could last for 1 day. The food was lost when parachuting because Bobo Wang had to carry an umbrella bag, so he held the food in his mouth and then lost it when he negotiated with the Black Eagle. Gilu. Bobo Wang turned to look at Su Xiao, and his eyes clearly said, "Master, I'm hungry. Bear with it. I just ate it on the plane. It's only been an hour. With your fat, it's no problem to eat for 2 days." Bobo Wang's body was strong enough to last for 2 days, but this required fresh water. The water was enough for Su Xiao and Bobo Wang to drink for a day. Bobo Wang could hold on for 2 days, but Su Xiao could not. It was not that he was spoiled, he needed to fight, and fighting would consume a lot of physical strength. Su Xiao did not have high-calorie food. Those small and high-calorie foods were generally white in quality and very rare. A contractor would keep that kind of food for an emergency. No one would take it out to sell. There was a large barbecue in the backpack behind Su Xiao, food, but this was also a recovery product. Barbecue sauce. Quality, green. Type, restoration. Effect, recovers 80 of HP within half an hour after consumption and will recover a small number of injuries. Rating, 21. Description, 1900 paradise coins. The restorations can also satisfy hunger. Su Xiao would not eat this thing as a last resort. From this point, he could see the importance of intelligence. If he knew that food was so precious before, he would buy a large amount of food for recovery. No one would tell the secret information about the survival trial to outsiders. They would only tell each other in the adventurous group. What if there was no food? Was there a need to ask? Of course, it was to rob. It could be foreseen that food and water would become the main reason for the war between the contractor and him in the next 10 days. There were still 10 days to the trial. If there was no food, Su Xiao's combat power could last for 2 days. After 2 days, he would become weaker and weaker. The grassland in the Red Earth region was endless. Su Xiao did not know how far he went forward. Su Xiao vaguely heard the sound of water. There was water and food. Bobo, stop. Su Xiao carefully listened to the direction of the sound of water. After arriving at the Red Earth region, the perception was no longer credible. The giant centipede could mislead perception, so what it perceived was not necessarily true. The sound of water came from the left, and Bobo Wang quickly ran to the left. Not far away, a small river appeared. This small river flowed between the grassland, and the grass was half the height of a person growing nearby. Buzz! A bee flew by. This honeybee was not small. It was the size of a thumb. This thing could be eaten. Su Xiao might be sure that he had seen this kind of bee on Earth, but it was much smaller than this. The bee flew very fast. If the nerve reflex speed were not enough, it would not be able to catch this little one. Su Xiao pressed his hand on the handle of the dragon flash, the sword light flashed, and the bee's wings were cut off. Be careful to pinch the bee that is falling. Su Xiao did not want to try the poisonous sting of this little guy. It was not good to be stung. Pinching the head of the bee and removing the internal organs, Su Xiao directly threw the bee into his mouth, and Bobo Wang on the side was stunned. Although this bee was raw, it tasted good and was very chewy. You want to eat? Su Xiao looked at Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang shook his head quickly and took 2 steps back. Su Xiao thought to himself, this kind of bee was delicious in the world, almost extinct on Earth. There were 4 of these bees. Su Xiao only caught 2. The other two flew too fast. Seizing the opportunity to replenish his energy, Su Xiao consumed too much energy every day. Pushing aside the water grass, a fast-flowing river appeared. The water of the river was very clear. This appearance did not deceive Su Xiao. He took out a transparent empty bottle and filled it with some water. He raised the water bottle. The clear water changed color after being reflected by the sun, and it was a little faint red. Countless parasites were in the river. If he drank a mouthful, it would be difficult for him not to die. The river water was more terrible than the poison. There was no hope for clean water, the water was not clean, and the possibility of finding food was not high. A black shadow flashed in the water. Su Xiao suddenly burst and stabbed into the water. Smack! A strange sound came. Su Xiao used the dragon flash to pick up a strange fish in the water. The strange fish was about half a meter long, with a big head and a small body, and many passengers hanging on its body. Even if not for hit by Su Xiao, this strange fish would not live long, and there were at least dozens of creatures living on its body. Throwing the big fish back into the water, even if Su Xiao starved to death, he would not eat this thing and die faster. A serious problem appeared: the red earth region water could not be drunk, and the creatures killed could not be eaten. He took out a compass from his backpack. Su Xiao bought this thing for 600 paradise coins. In the words of the stall owner, this thing can also be a guide even in outer space. Unfortunately, this white quality guide needle that could be called a guide in outer space failed, and it had turned into an electric fan at this time. Su Xiao looked at the sun in the sky. The sun was high in the sky. Today was a good day. Finding a wooden stick on the ground, the sun made the wooden stick produce a shadow. Su Xiao put a small stone on the top of the shadow. Taking out the pocket watch, Su Xiao waited for 10 minutes. The shadow of the wooden stick moved a little, and Su Xiao put a stone on the top of the shadow. Connect the two stones on the ground and get in the direction. It might be in the east and west. This was the way to distinguish the location of the earth. Su Xiao did not know if it were useful here. After all, it was not certain where the sun of this broken planet rose from. Su Xiao confirmed the direction, looked for stones and branches around, and piled these things together to form a coordinate and ensure that he could move vertically in one direction. With the direction and road signs, Su Xiao rode on Bobo Wang. Now the first thing was to leave the Red Earth region. This place was completely a restricted life area. The terrifying creatures suddenly appeared, the river water could not be drunk, and food was scarce. Not to mention surviving for 10 days here, it was already extremely lucky to live for 2 days. After riding Bobo Wang for a distance, the coordinates behind disappeared. Su Xiao once again identified the direction and set up new coordinates. After 5 consecutive times, Su Xiao finally arrived at the end of the grassland. The endless green disappeared, and a winding mountain appeared in front of him. This mountain was not steep, and there was a faint red on the rock. It seemed that he had not walked out of the red earth area. Not long after entering the mountain, Su Xiao found something. He found a pile of carbon ash. Chapter 440. He jumped down from Bobo Wang's back. Su Xiao walked to the pile of ash. The ash was already cold. It should have been left a long time ago. There were bones scattered around the ash. The answer was self-evident. Intelligent creatures were moving around. Picking up a broken bone on the ground, Su Xiao saw a row of teeth marks on it. These teeth marks were left by flat-teeth creatures, and this kind of creature's bite force was very strong. It could even bite off the bones and suck the bone marrow inside. Knowing how to make a fire and cook the food, the teeth marks on the bones could tell that the same creature did not cause this. Then there was the possibility of a group. Su Xiao was hesitating whether to track this creature. The other party might have food and clean water. Just as Su Xiao was thinking, a short scream came from the valley in the distance. The scream stopped as soon as it appeared, and the person who screamed accidentally had died. Bobo, catch up. Without food, Su Xiao could not hold on for too long. Instead of hiding and hiding, it was better to try his luck. According to the direction of the scream, Su Xiao quickly ran into the valley. The vegetation in the valley was very low, and he could see the situation in front of him from far away. Su Xiao arrived near the scream, but no other creatures were around. After searching around for a while, Su Xiao found a broken sword from a pile of shrubs. After picking up the broken sword, Su Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the debris of a blue quality weapon, which meant that the one who screamed just now was a contractor. Not far from the broken sword, Su Xiao also saw a pool of blood. There were slight traces of fighting nearby. Su Xiao analyzed that this was a melee-type contractor fighting with an unknown enemy, but he was soon defeated. A few drops of blood that spread to the distance appeared. Su Xiao hesitated for a moment and quickly followed the blood. The original blood was very dense, and it began to break after a while. 10 minutes later, the blood completely disappeared. At this time, it was time for Bobo Wang to appear. The smell of blood was like a lighthouse in the shadow of Bobo Wang. The tracking began. According to the direction Bobo Wang pointed, Su Xiao advanced. What Su Xiao did not know was, he was walking out of the Red Earth region by accident. Although it was still not easy to survive, as long as he went outside the Red Earth region, it was not so difficult. Su Xiao stopped after tracking the blood for an hour. He was lying on a hillside, and a tribe appeared in the distance. Yes, it was a tribe. This was a small basin, and dozens of low triangular wooden tents were built in the basin's center. The wooden tents were covered with hay, and a roughly carved deadwood stood in the center of the tribe. It looked like a vine-type creature. This should be a totem. Looking at the tribe, it had been a civilization. Dozens of human-like creatures were walking in the tent. These creatures were similar to the primitive people, but their skin was black and red, and their faces were painted with different patterns. Some of them even had animal teeth on their noses. Unlike the primitive people, these natives were tall. The shortest was about 2 meters, and the taller was even 2.5 meters. Tucharakaba, unknown language, dot. Bu, unknown language, dot. Bobo Wang, who was lying beside Su Xiao, perked up his ears. Someone seemed to have called him just now. Dumbass, lower your head. Su Xiao pressed Bobo Wang's head into the grass. Bobo Wang gnawed on the grass. Bobo Wang, who was already very hungry, was surprised to find that eating grass was also good. If you are hungry, eat the grass, eat a grasshopper, drink dew when you are thirsty. In the basin, the two red-skinned indigenous people were discussing something. The more they discussed, the more intense it became. In the end, they even pushed each other. The reason why the two indigenous people had a conflict was because of a pair of bloody genes. This tribe could not produce a pair of genes at a glance. With the contractor being caught by these indigenous people, Su Xiao had already seen a contractor who had been caught, and there was more than one person. Two bodies with their heads cut off and their internal organs hung in front of the tent, and it looked like they had to be processed. According to Su Xiao's guess, these two people should be contractors, and the previous screams might be from them. Not far from the two corpses, there was another contractor. This contractor was still alive, but there were several bloody holes on his body, but he would not die in a short time. This contractor had been stripped into a naked pig, and his face was full of despair. His little brother was fluttering in the wind. This contractor was dead for sure. His hands and feet were tied, hanging on a wooden stick. The more Su Xiao looked at the other person, the more familiar he was. Ignoring the blood on the other person's face, Su Xiao patted Bobo Wang's head. Wasn't this brother Wu San? After freezing with the black eagle, the other person was not dead, which was already a miracle. Su Xiao thought that he was unlucky enough. Now it seemed that there was someone else. Brother Wusan was the real unlucky one. Before entering the survival trial, the paradise coins he left as an emergency were all used up because of a special contract. Every time before entering the derivative world, the reincarnation paradise would collect 100 paradise coins for the contractor to master the language. This kind of low-level mistake would not be made by Brother Wusan. It was just an accident. He was the only one who did not have a parachute among the 500 contractors. It was unlucky enough that he was not thrown out of the plane without a parachute, and what was more unlucky was that he was attacked in the air. Brother Wusan was not a weakling. Relying on his strength, he removed the layer of ice when he was about to land and pressed the black eagle below him. Although he was almost killed, he survived stubbornly. This moment was enough to move everyone. Unfortunately, the bad luck was not over. Brother Wusan and 2 contractors landed one after another. What was a pain in the ass was that the 2 contractors once had a conflict with him. The great escape began. When Brother Wusan was about to shake off the 2 contractors, the red-skinned native flashed onto the stage. The short scream was actually from Brother Wusan. It was the roar that was unfair to fate. The things that happened after that were simple. 3 contractors had been defeated, and 2 of them had died on the spot. They had been processed into rations. Brother Wusan had been stripped naked and turned into the meat dish of the red-skinned native tonight. A red-skinned native was searching for a backpack near Brother Wusan. It was the backpack of the 2 dead contractors. The red-skinned native took out 2 small bottles from his backpack. After smelling them, he laughed. Inside were salt and chili noodles. The red-skinned native did not recognize chili noodles, but it recognized salt. Brother Wusan almost fainted from anger when he saw this scene. Why did the 2 bastards bring seasonings when they were trying to survive? Hey. Brother Wusan's voice was very weak. The red-skinned native looked at Brother Wusan. Don't put chili noodles when you roast me tonight. I don't like that thing. The red-skinned native clearly couldn't understand. It kicked Brother Wusan in the face. These red-skinned indigenous people had a fierce feeling. Except for their kind, they looked at other creatures as if looking at food. The request to put less spicy sauce noodles was rejected, and Brother Wusan was also kicked out. Su Xiao saw this scene. He did not intend to save the other party, but these red-skinned indigenous people could not be let go. The reason was very simple. The other party had clean water. He had seen it before. It was impossible to communicate peacefully, so he would use a knife to communicate. Su Xiao was lying on a hillside. Although his stomach was already growling, he did not move. It was not the time yet. Bobo Wang, who was originally lying near Su Xiao, had disappeared. The passive skill "you can't see me" played its effect. The sky gradually darkened. Some of the natives who were hunting outside returned. Su Xiao calculated that there were 43 people among the red-skin natives. These indigenous people were a bit strange. They were all adult males, and there were no females or children. This situation showed one thing: this was not a large concentration of the red-skinned indigenous people. It might be a temporary camp when hunting outside. There was another possibility that these indigenous people were a small tribe expelled from the big tribe, and the females were all taken away. Su Xiao was partial to the latter. From the traces nearby, these red-skinned indigenous people lived in the vicinity for at least a few months, and they couldn't go out to hunt for such a long time. Chapter 441. The sky was getting darker and darker, and a bonfire was rising in the tribe of the red-skinned natives. A group of natives was singing and dancing around the bonfire. The atmosphere of the natives was good, but the umbrella man beside him was very depressed. It's going to end like this. I'm unwilling. Although the umbrella man was going to face the fate of being slaughtered, he was not afraid. He had seen a scene 10 times more terrifying than this. Wula! A native shouted, and the flames roasted his cheeks until they were red. Woo! The sound of the wind breaking was heard, and half of the head of the native suddenly flew up. And his head was broken, and his body staggered. Suddenly being attacked, the native was confused, reaching out to touch the red body on his face. The one-eyed saw the blood on his hand, and the red-skinned native who was shot staggered a few steps before falling to the ground. Su Xiao saw the scene through the Spider Queen's scope. The optical red detection scope was 8 times active, with night vision, and it also had a silencer. It was perfect for sniping the enemy at night. Moreover, Lankai Windbreaker also has a bonus at night. Equipment Effect 1, Night Mist, passive, can reduce the chance of being discovered at night, Strength +4, Agility +5. Counting the bonus of various equipment, Su Xiao's current strength was 49 points, agility 50 points, stamina 44 points, and intelligence 42 points. With the strength attribute of 49 points, Su Xiao directly ignored the recoil of the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen shot the contractor in the head, but the sniper of the red-skinned native failed to blow the head. The gun just now did not completely break the head of the red-skinned native, only half of the head of the other side. Half of the head of the red-skinned native was not dead, and he was still crawling on the ground. Su Xiao took out Havana's eye to check the enemy's attributes, which was a great help to the battle later. Is comparing the intelligence attribute of both sides, compared to completion, our intelligence is 1.076 times that of the enemy, obtaining 86 of the enemy's information. The information was as follows. Name, Ya Senman. HP, 100. Mana, 390. Strength, 32. Agility, 29. Stamina, 48. Intelligence, 39. Charm, 2. Skill 1, Wild, passive HP plus 100. Strength plus 10, Stamina plus 10. Skill 2, Bloodline Vine Totem, active. Ya Senman can burn their life force to unleash powerful combat power. Specific effects are unknown. Skill 3, unknown. Skill 4, unknown. After learning the information about the enemy, Su Xiao's eyes jumped. Compared to the giant centipede before, the red-skinned native was only at the level of the little monster, but this little monster was too strong. In the basin below, the people of the tribe fell, and all the red-skinned indigenous people stood up and looked around like hungry wolves. Their first reaction when they were attacked was not to panic but to kill the enemy. With the night stealth effect of the sniper scope, night vision plus silencer, and the Lankai Windbreaker, the red-skinned indigenous people could not find Su Xiao in a short time. Bang! Su Xiao fired another shot, and the indigenous people who observed everywhere were living targets. This time, Su Xiao chose to shoot at the neck. A ball of blood exploded in the basin. The head of the red-skinned native could resist a shot, but the neck could not. This gun broke the neck of a red-skinned native, and the head flew out into the distance. Roar! An angry roar came, and a red-skinned native's pupils flashed with red light. He suddenly turned to look at Brother Wusan. Brother Wusan was originally full of ecstasy, but when he found that a native was looking at him, the joy on his face froze. Hey, this has nothing to do with me. Listen to me, you. Puff. A wooden spear pierced Brother Wusan's eye socket. The tip of the wooden spear had been burned and had been slightly carbonized. It was extremely sharp after being polished. The tribe of the red-skinned native was in a small basin, surrounded by valleys that could block the cold wind. This kind of terrain could be called a paradise for snipers. The only thing that could hide in the basin was the wooden tent, but the night vision function allowed Su Xiao to see where the red-skinned native was. Bang, bang, bang. Su Xiao fired 3 shots in a row, and 3 blood balls splashed. 2 red-skinned native people were broken in the neck, and 1 was hit. The red-skinned native who was hit in the chest was not dead. Although the ribs were exposed, They seemed to be fine. This kind of physical strength and survival power was horrible. Su Xiao needed to pay some price to deal with these indigenous people. Bang, bang, bang. Su Xiao began to shoot without regard for the consequences. It was not that he wanted to be exposed, but the red-skinned indigenous people had already scattered and rushed to the basin. These red-skinned indigenous people would not be passively beaten all the time. After the initial confusion, they had already determined the approximate position of the enemy. Bang, bang, crack. The bullets were empty. Su Xiao took out the spare clip. He still had 3 spare clips. Now the storage space was banned. The bullets were just a piece of scrap iron in the trial with the Spider Queen. After changing the clip, Su Xiao pulled the bolt, and the bullets were loaded. He did not continue to shoot. The natives had already rushed to the basin. Now the chance of being exposed was too high. The red-skinned natives shouted and rushed to the hillside. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Under the hazy moonlight, the natives could not find where Su Xiao was. These natives had the habit of making a fire at night. When they roasted food, they would also usually gather around the fire. This showed that they did not have night vision, so that Su Xiao would shoot. Fighting with enemies with night vision at night was courting death. Su Xiao saw 2 natives running around the nearby hillside through the Spider Queen's scope. In the case of blocked perception, it was best to have night vision devices. There were indeed some in the storage space, but it was useless to take them out. Bobo. Su Xiao was looking for the location of Bobo Wang. A pair of bright eyes suddenly appeared in front of Su Xiao. In this situation, where the lights were blind, Su Xiao was shocked. After handing the Spider Queen to Bobo Wang for safekeeping, Su Xiao began to approach the 2 red-skinned indigenous people not far away. Under the moonlight, Su Xiao could only vaguely see the 2 people. He slowly approached the 2 people behind them. The 2 indigenous people held torches and shouted from time to time. The sudden attack made them very angry. The light blue light flashed, and the sound of the blade cutting flesh came. Although the body of the red-skinned native was very strong, the sharpness of the dragon flash was 9 points, not to mention that Su Xiao's strength attribute was 49 points. Puff, blood sprayed on the face of the red-skinned native on the side. A knife cut off the neck, but Su Xiao frowned. When the dragon flash cut the neck of the red-skinned native, it was like cutting a thick piece of rubber, almost unable to cut off. Feeling the warmth and stench on his face, the red-skinned native subconsciously wanted to shout, but he did not find Su Xiao's specific location. Puff, another cut off the neck. Su Xiao shook off the blood on the dragon flash and stepped back quickly. Every time he killed a red-skinned native, the talent of the devouring spirit could devour 15 points of mana values. Unfortunately, there was no treasure chest dropped, and he did not obtain the source of the world. The 2 red-skinned natives were just an insignificant branch of this world. It was impossible to obtain the source of the world by killing them. It was also good to harvest 30 points of mana values. What Su Xiao wanted were food and water. Of course, it was better to have a treasure chest. Every native swallowed 15 points of mana values. If these red-skinned natives were all killed, the devouring spirit would be able to devour to full. Dozens of red-skinned natives were not easy to deal with. If it were daytime, Su Xiao would turn around and run. There was still a chance at night. Just as Su Xiao was ready to continue looking for the natives, a sound of wind breaking came from behind him. A wooden spear stabbed Su Xiao. Subconsciously dodged. The wooden spear brushed past his shoulder, leaving a trace of blood. The dragon flashed in his hand and turned around. Su Xiao stabbed the red-skinned native behind him. The dragon flash stabbed the red-skinned native in the chest, but it did not care. The pain of Qing Gangying was directly ignored by it, and this guy seemed to have no pain. Pa! The neck of the red-skinned native suddenly burst into a blood dance. Su Xiao's whole body was cold, and he subconsciously fell to the ground. There were other contractors, and they were snipers. The sniper rifle had a silencer. Su Xiao lay on the ground for a while, and there was no bullet coming. Su Xiao was a little puzzled. Dozens of meters away, Babo Wang's front paw grabbed the gun of the Spider Queen, and the other front paw was on the trigger. A big watery eye observed Su Xiao lying on the ground through the scope. Bobo Wang was very puzzled. How did its master get down, and he was not injured? The Spider Queen's gun butt was pressed against Bobo Wang's chest, just scared Su Xiao half to death. Bobo Wang fired the gun. Bobo Wang controlled the Spider Queen on the ground, and a strong feeling appeared. The Spider Queen's method of use was too simple, and Bobo Wang learned it under his ears and eyes. Bobo Wang learned to use a gun, which was no longer something that slippers could punish. Chapter 442. After Su Xiao lay on the hillside for a while, he felt something was wrong. In the past, when a sniper locked on him, he had a feeling of sharpness on his back. If he described that feeling carefully, it was like someone holding a sharp weapon aimed at his eyes at a close distance, and it could stab him at any time. Now there was no such feeling. His first thought was that his perception was blocked, and he dispelled this idea in a flash. Perhaps someone at the same level could block his perception without shooting, but it was impossible to shoot after shooting. Su Xiao got up and looked around. The surroundings were dark, and the range of vision was reduced to the extreme. Although he was confused in his heart, several red-skinned indigenous people had held torches and searched not far away. In the case of a sniper, Su Xiao certainly would not act rashly. It was courting death. Su Xiao returned to the vicinity of Bobo Wang in the night. He was going to take the Spider Queen. As soon as he arrived near Bobo Wang, he saw that Bobo Wang was observing the enemy through the Spider Queen's scope. Connecting the previous situation, an idea appeared. You fired the gun. Finding that Su Xiao's eyes were a little wrong, Bobo Wang quickly shook his head. The gun shocked Su Xiao. Although Bobo Wang strongly denied it, there was a shell next to its front paw. Awalala, unknown language, ... The red-skinned native let out a roar in the distance, and all the red-skinned native people began to concentrate. Su Xiao would not let this happen. It would be more difficult to deal with the red-skinned natives after they gathered together. According to the number of torches, there were 21 red-skinned natives who could fight. Most of the red-skinned natives were shot or seriously injured by Su Xiao with the Spider Queen. Su Xiao picked up the Spider Queen. Bobo Wang did shoot before, but this did not mean that it could control this gun well. The Spider Queen's recoil was terrifying. Bobo Wang only fired one shot, and her HP fell to about 15. Blood oozed from the white hair on her chest. Bang, bang, bang. Su Xiao accurately shot 3 consecutive shots. The 3 indigenous people fell to the ground. Although not all of them were shot, these indigenous people lost their fighting power in a short time. Bang, bang. Su Xiao no longer hid and shot in a half-squat position. The torches in the distance stopped one by one, and every torch stopped moving, representing a red-skinned native falling to the ground. The red-skinned native could survive in the red earth area. Of course, they had their unique points, and with this method of sniping, the red-skinned native immediately found Su Xiao's position. It was only a matter of time before they were found, and now it was the key to weakening the number of red-skinned native people as much as possible. Bart, unknown language, ... After a round of shooting, there were still 14 red-skinned natives who could fight. These natives screamed and rushed to Su Xiao. Bang. After shooting the last bullet in the Spider Queen's chamber, Su Xiao threw the Spider Queen to Bobo Wang. Hide well. Bobo Wang had already become one with the grassland. The red-skinned native, the remaining 13 people were 40 meters away from Su Xiao. Considering the terrain factors, they were expected to close in 5 seconds. Su Xiao pulled out the black and white double guns on both sides of his thigh. There was no time to shoot now. he directly switched the double guns to continuous shooting mode. The muzzle moved forward, and both hands pulled the trigger simultaneously. 2222222. The black and white gun suddenly burst out with the firing speed of a submachine gun. The two guns were loaded with 30 bullets each, and after firing at the same time, they formed two bullet locks. Under the continuous shooting mode, the bullets were instantly shot empty. Pot, 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 pot. A rapid muffled sound came, and the native who rushed in front directly shot the quilted chain into two pieces. The blood mist fluttered, the broken limbs scattered on the hillside, and there were 10 people left in the battle of the red-skinned native. Because it was the first time to use the black and white guns, Susiao did not expect that the speed of these two guns was so fast some bullets hit the enemy's body. The eyes of the red-skinned indigenous people were red, and there were only 10 people left in the tribe that originally had dozens of people. The indigenous people stepped on the ground barefoot, making rapid footsteps. It seemed that the momentum was going to swallow Susiao alive. He inserted the black and white double guns back into the holster, and Dragon Flash came out. The green steel shadow energy was very conspicuous at night, and Susiao opened the green steel shadow energy to the maximum. 3, 2, 1. After counting 3 times in his heart, Susiao detonated the alchemy bomb not far in front of him. Boom! The fire was soaring, making the night like day. The strong wind came head-on, Susiao blocked in front of him with one hand, and his eyes stared at the center of the explosion. 2 indigenous people had their legs blown off, and the remaining 8 rushed to Susiao. Woo, ta, ta. A native shouted and rushed to Susiao with his white teeth full. The white teeth were very conspicuous. For these indigenous people, the teeth were very important. Without healthy teeth, it meant death. They cleaned their teeth with charcoal every day. Although the indigenous people were fierce, they did not rush forward like a swarm of bees. A native rushed to Susiao, 6 natives surrounded Susiao, and an old native stopped not far away, holding a blowpipe in his hand. These natives fought with dangerous beasts all year round, and there was no need to communicate with each other at all. The ancestors of human beings were the same, but these skills had been lost in the evolution along the way. When human beings got civilization, they also lost things, such as special bite force, survival force, enough to resist the strong body of beasts, etc. Aware of this formation of the red-skinned native people, Susiao was secretly vigilant, and at the same time, he was glad that he had used a long-range weapon to reduce the number of the native people. The native in front of Susiao was very strong. It could be said that it was the strongest among all the natives. This native held a stone axe in his hand. The stone axe was made of a black material, which should be some metal ore. The attack of the stone axe native had no rules, but there was a wild and fierce feeling. The axe came head-on, and the bulging muscles and strong wind made people fear the axe. Susiao dodged the attack sideways, and the stone axe was close to the tip of his nose. Susiao was deliberately doing this. Too big of a dodging action would waste time. The stone axe fell to the ground. Boom! It was as if explosives were buried in the mountain rocks, and the gravel under this axe splashed. As soon as Susiao dodged the stone axe, he stepped forward and stepped on the stone axe that was cut into the mountain rock. The stone axe native exerted strength in both hands, but the stone axe did not move. Susiao stepped on the stone axe with one foot, and the dragon flash in his hand slashed forward. This was typical slashing, but the angle was extremely tricky. If the stone axe native let go of his hand to dodge, he would cut off the hands of the stone axe native. If he did not dodge, he would cut his throat. Pucci. Blood sprayed, the dragon flash crossed the throat of the stone axe native, and 3 fingers flew up simultaneously. The stone axe native did not dodge, and while resisting Susiao's chop, he also grabbed the dragon flash with his hand. After cutting off the throat and 3 fingers of the stone axe native, the chop stopped, and the body of the stone axe native was too strong. Su Xiao exerted strength again, and the remaining 2 fingers of the stone axe native broke. With a click, something unexpected happened. Before the stone axe native's fingers were cut off, it bit on the dragon flash. Although all the fingers were cut off, the stone axe native blocked Su Xiao's attack, and it was cut off the artery and vein plus 5 fingers. Chapter 443. The stone axe native SISI bit the dragon flash, and Su Xiao couldn't take back the sword. And don't forget, in addition to the stone axe native, 6 native people with wooden spears around Su Xiao. These wooden spear natives did not have the spirit of a knight. They believed in rushing up. The stone axe native bit the dragon flash and 6 wooden spears stabbed at Su Xiao. Su Xiao kicked the lower jaw of the stone axe native, and with a crisp sound, the lower jaw of the stone axe native was deformed. As soon as he pulled out the dragon flash, the pain came from his chest and thigh, and 2 wooden spears ran through Su Xiao's body. He did not know what material the wooden spears of these natives were made of, but they were sharper than metal after being polished. Puchi, puchi, puchi. Another 3 wooden spears pierced Su Xiao's body, and only one of the 6 natives pierced the air. It was inevitable to be injured in the battle, not to mention that Su Xiao was being besieged. After the 5 indigenous people stabbed Su Xiao, they immediately pushed him to the high ground. If his feet left the ground, Su Xiao would die. Su Xiao did not change his expression at this critical moment and looked at the 2 indigenous people on the left. The bright sword light flashed across the night sky. Su Xiao cut off the head of a native, and the other cut on the chest of the nearby native. The aborigine whose head was cut off fell to the ground, and the other aboriginal continued to raise the wooden spear in his hand as if he was not injured. The blood flowed down the wooden spear, and the pain filled the nervous system. Regardless of the pain in all parts of his body, Su Xiao shot out the broken line and firmly entangled a native. Although the wounds on his body were expanded, those indigenous people lifted Su Xiao to more than 10 centimeters high. Holding the dragon flash in both hands, Su Xiao cut off a wooden spear. This wooden spear pierced his lower abdomen, and the power was the greatest to go up. The 5 survivors began to retreat. One of them was entangled by the broken line and did not retreat far. Su Xiao looked at the natives around him, and a smile appeared on his face. If he did not die, then the enemy would die. The dragon flash stabbed forward. The blade cut through the brain of a native. At the same time, a bomb fell out of Su Xiao's cuff. Boom! Although the bomb exploded, it did not have an impact but burst out a dazzling light. This was a flash bomb. The flash bomb at night was like a small sun, and the eyes of several indigenous people were white, and tears poured out uncontrollably. Puchi, puchi. The sound of cutting flesh came from the strong light. Su Xiao killed 2 indigenous people, and he also cut off all the wooden spears on his body. Stepping on the ground, Su Xiao just wanted to rush out of the encirclement, and the numbness came from his neck. 3 indigenous people had combat power, 2 holding broken spears and the older native standing in the distance. The older native made this attack. It was good at long-range attacks, and the weapon was blown arrows. Su Xiao took a few steps back, and the numbness began with his neck, quickly spreading to half of his body. Touching the neck position, a wooden thorn stabbed into his skin. The wooden thorn should be a thorn of some plant, with animal feathers tied to the tail. You have been eroded by the toxic green arrow frog nerves. Abnormality resistance detected. Physique attribute detected. Physique attribute passed. Abnormality resistance failed. You receive 10 true damage per second, the effect lasts for 50 seconds. Your nervous system has been paralyzed by 7. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. The blow dart native had not made a move before. Even if the other natives died, it did not care. It was waiting for an opportunity to hit the enemy. Su Xiao's body was numb, and his movements were no longer flexible. There were 3 natives left. 2 of them did not have weapons, and the other was the most dangerous native. From the attire, it might be the leader of the natives. Tuna Sprinkler, unknown language, ... Blow Arrow waved his hand, and two indigenous people with broken spears began to approach Su Xiao. It was very difficult to deal with a tribe alone. If not for the lack of food and water, Su Xiao would not fight with these indigenous people. This was a battle of survival. The trial world was so cruel, either choosing death or choosing to rob other people's survival resources. Although the arrow poison frog poison was very hot, Su Xiao could solve this poison. He needed time now. Whether energy or poison, Qing Gangyang energy, everything that invaded his body, would find a way to expel these outsiders. Su Xiao's mana values merged into his blood and body, and the green steel shadow energy was the same. Unfortunately, the poison of the poison arrow frog was not energy. The green steel shadow energy could not cure this poison for a short time. Although it could be removed, it required time. Su Xiao quickly converted mana into green steel shadow energy. A few seconds later, his legs regained some consciousness. It was undoubtedly good news for his legs to recover intuition. Although the left body still had no consciousness, Su Xiao's pace was a little deformed, but he had the capital to fight the enemy. The two indigenous people rushed quickly. The blow dart in the rear held the blow arrow and aimed the blow arrow at Su Xiao. This made Su Xiao very uncomfortable. With the threat in the distance, he could not fight with ease. Just as the two indigenous people approached Su Xiao, a roar came from the distance. The two indigenous people immediately turned their heads. That was the roar of their leader. The blow dart was full of anger. Bobo Wang attacked it. Bobo Wang's hidden ability was unquestionable. It sneaked behind the blow dart native and took a bite at the buttocks of the blow dart native. This bite was very important, allowing Su Xiao to clean up the two wooden spear natives. The time was fleeting, and Su Xiao rushed to the two wooden spear natives. The fierce hand-to-hand battle began. Su Xiao half of his body was numb, and the movement of waving the sword was inevitably deformed, and the wooden spears in the hands of the two wooden spear natives were cut by him before, and the threat was greatly reduced. 3 minutes later, the two wooden spear natives fell to the ground, and Su Xiao was not feeling well. There were bruises on his cheeks, and blood dripped down the corner of his mouth. The battle on Su Xiao's side ended, but Bobo Wang was extremely hot. Bobo Wang bit the butt of the blow dart, his body curled into a ball, and cleverly used his two furry front paws to protect his eyes. The blow dart frog was desperate. If it punched with its fist or kicked back with its foot, the dog would not let go. It even used the arrow frog blow dart to stab Bobo Wang, but it was useless. Bobo Wang obtained it with a dark purple quality scroll. It was a high-level creature, and the poison of the arrow frog was like a drizzle to it. Bobo Wang bit the butt of the enemy, and Su Xiao attacked directly. Although the blow dart aboriginal was long-range, the physical strength was surprisingly high, and the melee ability was not weak, but it had Bobo Wang on its butt, and the melee ability could not be used. The blow dart aboriginal shook Bobo Wang on his butt to fight with Su Xiao. Although the picture was a little funny, the battle was extremely fierce. Su Xiao was half numb, and he could not use the sword skills, so he could only exchange injuries. Half an hour later, the blow dart aboriginal covered his bloody throat and fell to the ground with a face full of fear. Bobo Wang still had a bloody nose and a swollen face on his butt. Bobo Wang's mouth was swollen and high, almost as thick as a neck, very cute, and the gaze seemed to ask, "Master, am I brave?" Bobo Wang was very brave. He was brave, but he also learned Su Xiao's ruthlessness. No matter how the enemy beat him, he would not let go. Chapter 444. You killed the Yasenman chief. Yasenman chief is a key figure in the Red Earth region. You have obtained 8 of the source of the world, and now you have obtained 8 of the source of the world. You have received the chief package. Su Xiao lay on the hillside. He had not rested for long when he suddenly heard rapid footsteps. Struggling to sit up, Su Xiao looked around. On the hillside in the distance, a vague figure ran to the distance. This figure was extremely obvious at night. His whole body was white and naked. This was Brother Wu San. It had to be said that Brother Wu San's survival was very tenacious. He was stabbed in the eye socket by a wooden spear before, and he was not dead yet. Although he was not dead, the misfortune along the way made him half dead. After witnessing the battle between Su Xiao and the red-skinned native on the hillside, the only thought of Brother Wu San was to run. The three red-skinned native people could press him on the ground and rub him. The fierce man on the hillside dealt with dozens of people simultaneously and finally won. Brother Wu San was so scared that he did not dare to breathe. After the battle on the hillside, Brother Wu San recovered some strength. Although the fierce man seemed exhausted, he did not want to take the risk. His first reaction was to run away, and the farther he ran, the better. It was good to be alive. That guy was so strong that he did not want to get close to the battlefield of the other side. When Su Xiao noticed Brother Wu San, he had already run far away. Ha ha ha, I am alive. I will be blessed if I survive a disaster. F***ck. Ah! Brother Wu San began to shout proudly after running to a safe distance. It seemed to be venting the depression in his heart, but shouting turned into a screaming, and the sound was getting farther and farther. Over there, it seems to be a cliff. If Su Xiao remembered correctly, it was indeed a cliff over there. He observed the nearby terrain during the day. Brother Wu San just escaped from the native tribe and committed suicide by jumping off a cliff. Bobo Wang looked in the direction where Brother Wu San disappeared. His face, which was almost swollen like a ball, was slightly melancholy. The gaze seemed to say, "This guy knows how to play." First, let's not care about Brother Wu San's wonderful journey. After lying on the ground and resting for a while, Su Xiao's body regained consciousness. Picking up the chief's package on the side, this was something similar to a treasure chest. He had obtained this kind of item once in the war world. This special treasure chest had a lot of randomness. It could have a very valuable item or a worthless item. Putting away chief package, the current situation was unsuitable for opening the box. Su Xiao pulled out a few broken spears inserted into his body. The pain stimulated his nerves, and his eyes turned black. After sewing the wounds and bandaging them, Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the empty tribe in the distance, the enemy had been solved, and at the moment of harvest, he was hungry. Walking down the hill, Su Xiao looked around the tribe with a strong flashlight and killed the red-skinned natives who were seriously injured. There were dozens of tents in the tribe, and the search was not simple. There was dried meat in each tent, but this dried meat looked suspicious. Su Xiao did not eat this dried meat. Looking for tents one by one, he soon came to the largest tent in the center. Although this tent was also simple, there were many things inside. After searching for a while, Su Xiao gained a lot. He found a roasted whole pig. Although he was unsure if this creature was a pig, it could be eaten. This was an item that had been certified by the Reincarnation Paradise. Charcoal roasted pig. Quality, blue. Type, recovery. Effect, after use, 100 HP will be restored within an hour, and the fatigue will be relieved. Rating, 56. Description, although the name is strange, this is a delicacy made from medicinal herbs and charcoal. Only the leader of the tribe is qualified to enjoy it. Not only did Su Xiao find a charcoal roast little, but he also found a few bamboo tubes of fresh water. He took a small sip. This fresh water was very sweet. It should be mountain spring water. Food and fresh water were temporarily solved. Su Xiao was not in a hurry to eat and drink but continued to search in the open. He wanted to leave here as soon as possible. The strong smell of blood might attract other creatures. After searching for a while, Su Xiao found a jar. The jar was very rough, but this should be a treasure for the red skin and earth. Su Xiao shook the jar. There was something inside. To be safe, Su Xiao put the jar on the ground and took a few steps back, breaking the jar with a stone. The jar was broken, and a few crystal stones rolled out. Su Xiao was happy. 5 soul crystals, middle, and a small bamboo tube rolled out of the jar. 5 soul crystals, middle, could already be called a huge sum of money, and high risk also brought high returns. As for the small bamboo tube, in a sense, its value was even higher than the soul crystal. Unknown creature's feces powder. Rarity, white. Type, material. Rating, 5. Description: the feces of a certain creature in the Black Forest has been processed into a powder. From the information, this thing was not very useful, but the truth was that this was not the case. This must be the feces of a terrifying creature. The score of feces had reached 5 points, which was incredible. The smell of this terrifying creature would make other creatures afraid. Most creatures would not dare to approach if this kind of feces powder were sprinkled near the camp at night. In this way, Su Xiao could get enough rest, and the possibility of surviving for 10 days was greater. After looting, Su Xiao quickly left the basin and went straight to a valley in the distance. This was the place he chose during the day. There was a cave in the valley, and there were no traces of living creatures living in the cave. 5 minutes later, Su Xiao arrived in front of the cave. The small traps set up near the cave entrance were not triggered, which made him feel relieved. Spray the feces of an unknown creature at the entrance of the cave. This kind of feces is very precious and needs to be used sparingly. However, even if it is conserved, this kind of feces can only be used 5 times. The amount sprinkled is too little and useless. Moving a few big stones from nearby to block the cave entrance, Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief in the cave. The cave was not deep, only about 5 meters deep. Sitting on the dry straw mat laid out during the day, he finally came to a safer place. Exhaustion filled his whole body, and Su Xiao now wanted to fall asleep. Woof! Bobo Wang stared at charcoal roast little, and his saliva was already flowing out. Su Xiao cut charcoal roasted little in half. Although this was not small, it was only enough for him and Bobo Wang to eat. Anything you eat when you are hungry is delicious, not to mention the taste of charcoal roasted pig is really good. Half of charcoal roasted pig went into his stomach. Su Xiao picked up the bamboo tube on the side and gulped down the mountain spring water in a few mouthfuls. Bobo Wang also did the same action. 1 man and 1 dog could be said to be synchronized. The food was solved and also absorbed enough water. Su Xiao began to feel sleepy, and so did Bobo Wang on the side. Lying on the hay did not take long for Su Xiao to enter deep sleep. As for vigilance, he could only resign himself to fate. There is a lot of blood loss, penetration, exhaustion, and the remaining poison arrow frog in his body. It was already a tenacious life that he did not die. It was impossible to be vigilant when sleeping. He needed to survive for a total of 10 days. Su Xiao only survived for less than a day. If the difficulty of survival in common areas was 2, the Red Earth region was 10. As for the Black Forest, it was at least 50. The remaining survival time is 227 hours, and the number of surviving contractors is 462. Chapter 445. Boom! The feeling of the earth shaking appeared, stone chips fell from the top of the cave, and Su Xiao, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. He turned over and sat up, and the sense of weakness and fatigue was swept away. The cave was a little dim, the hole was blocked, and there was no abnormality. Boom, boom. The loud noise came from the distance, conservatively estimated that it was half a kilometer away. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Taking out the waterproof pocket watch to check the time was already 11 o'clock at noon. Today was the second day of the survival trial, and although the first day was a bit awkward, Su Xiao survived the most difficult day. When he had just arrived to Devour Island, he was very unfamiliar with this place. Not only Su Xiao but also a contractor. The remaining time is 215 hours. The number of contractors' survival is 456. The contractor, who could live through the first day, had a certain understanding of Devour Island. The main reason why many casualties appeared on the first day was to parachute. Some of the contractors encountered creatures on Devour Island when they landed, and it was inevitable that the death rate was higher. There would be a lot of deaths on the first day, and it would decrease rapidly on the second day. From the third day, the number of contractors' deaths began to increase, and the number of deaths after that would be more and more. The last 2 to 3 days should be the cruelest. If he wanted to find food and fresh water, he had to explore Devour Island. It was inevitable that he would encounter native creatures or meet with other contractors. In the cave, Su Xiao moved his muscles and bones. The natives he dealt with yesterday were very strong, but this was related to his condition. It consumed a lot of physical strength to cross the whole grassland, and he did not drink any water for the next 10 hours. It was good to have the combat power at that time. He had to leave the Red Earth area as soon as possible. There was too little food here. If he had enough physical strength, although it was not easy to deal with those indigenous people, it would not be as bitter as yesterday. It was a terrible experience to be hungry and weak. Outside the cave, there was still a constant roar. Su Xiao moved the stone of the hole, and the light shone into the cave. His pupils enlarged a little to adapt to the sudden light. He slowly walked out of the cave. The roar was clearer, and the sound came from a plain on the right side. Su Xiao climbed up a hillside and looked down at the plains where the roar came. Seeing the scene in the distance, Su Xiao subconsciously squatted on the hillside. On the plains in the distance, the densely packed red-skinned natives were charging and shouting, conservatively estimated that the number was more than 10,000. Bobo Wang, who was in a daze, followed behind Su Xiao. Bobo Wang had a habit, he liked to howl when he got up. Bobo Wang stood on the hillside like a snow wolf. The breeze blew its soft hair, and its head was raised. When it inadvertently saw the scene below, Bobo Wang had already prepared a *AO and held it back. It saw the dense indigenous people. Bobo Wang was so scared that he almost peed out and quickly retreated to the back of the hillside with an expression that scared the baby. Shouts of killing came from the distance. The enemy of the red-skinned native was not a human but a creature that Su Xiao had never seen before. This creature was like a giant scorpion, about 3 meters long, covered with a black exoskeleton, thick feet stabbed into the ground, and a big pincer in the curved tail and mouth. After Su Xiao saw this creature, he immediately thought of the Zerg. It was no wonder that Su Xiao thought this way. This kind of giant scorpion creature was completely born for fighting. It had 2 hearts and no brain, this fatal weakness. Taking out the Eye of Havana, because the distance is a little far, Su Xiao is unsure whether the detection can be successful. Checking. Because of the distance, only 87 of the information was obtained. The information was as follows. Name, Scorpion. HP, 100. Mana, 50. Strength, 16. Agility, 14. Stamina, 8. Intelligence, 5. Charm, 1. Skill 1, External Bones Level 1, Passive, Defense +2. Skill 2, Acid Blood Level 1, Passive, Blood has Corrosiveness. Skill 3, Void Insect Tribe, Passive, can survive in extremely harsh environments and can digest 80 of organic matter. Skill 4, Group Combat, Passive. After the number of sting scorpions exceeds 300, Strength +2, Agility +2. After the number exceeds 1000, Strength +3, Agility +3, Strength +5. After the number exceeds 10,000, agility +5. Hint, the hunter has come into contact with the two main forces of the Red Earth region. Intelligence in the Red Earth region has been released by 20. Red Earth region is naturally generated. Food is scarce, and fresh water is scarce. Red Earth region has 70 of the region occupied by the two types of creatures. They are respectively. The two types of creatures have fought in the Red Earth region for over 300 years. Yasenman tribe occupied 31 of the area, Void Insect tribe occupied 39. Seeing this information, Susiao had some understanding of the Red Earth region. Two creatures here were the most difficult to provoke, which were the Yasenman tribe and the Void Insect tribe. The number of Void Zerg was huge, and the number of sting scorpions on the plains alone was more than 100,000, which could be called the Sea of Insects. Although he knew the distribution of forces in the Red Earth area, this was not much help for survival, but the future was dark. Susiao now wanted to leave this broken place. In layman's terms, this damn place is too poor. There is no food. It was not easy to leave the Red Earth region. Not to mention the two forces in the area, the harsh environment alone was enough to kill. After observing for a while on the hillside, Susiao was ready to go around the battlefield on the plain. But at this time, the roar gradually came from both sides, and Susiao's face changed dramatically. Could it be? He stood up and looked into the distance. He did not know when, but many red-skinned natives and sting scorpions had rushed over from both sides. He was not at the edge of the battlefield but the center of the battlefield. It was just that the battlefield was too big, so he did not notice for a moment. He saw a place full of enemies, and the red-skinned natives and sting scorpions rushed over from both sides like a tide. Bobo is hidden well. Susiao opened the buttons on his collar. Although he did not want to be involved in this war, he could not avoid it now. Since he could not avoid it, he would kill his way out. His current state was very good. Zheng. Dragon Flash came out. Susiao did not drive the green steel shadow to the maximum. It could be imagined that this war would not end for a while. A sting scorpion with a sour smell rushed over. The sting scorpion had no intelligence. It only followed the queen's instructions and killed all the creatures with 2 feet. The sting scorpion rushed to the side of Susiao. The long sword crossed, and the trajectory of the sting scorpion was skewed. It hit the mountain rock, and a green mark appeared on the shell of the sting scorpion. The knife was cut in half, and the cut was smooth. Whoosh! A wooden spear was thrown from a distance. Susiao was familiar with this kind of wooden spear. It was a red-skin native. Susiao dodged the wooden spear sideways, pulled out the black spear on the outside of his thigh with one hand, and fired a few shots. The red-skin native was directly killed, which made Susiao a little puzzled. He thought of the possibility that he might have dealt with the elites of the red-skin natives yesterday. The physical strength of those guys was abnormal, as if they were made of iron. These red-skinned natives on the battlefield were much weaker, not to mention dozens, even hundreds of Susiao could easily deal with them. The red-skinned natives collided with the sting scorpion like two waves crashing together. Flesh and blood splashed, broken limbs flew. The hatred between the red-skinned natives and the Zerg lasted for hundreds of years, and they would fight to the death when they met. In the center of the battlefield, the blade storm bloomed here, and all the enemies who dared to approach Susiao were cut into pieces, whether it was the red-skinned natives or sting scorpions. Chapter 446. Susiao wanted to kill his way out, but there were too many enemies, and the surroundings were densely packed with enemies. He could not even see the scene in the distance. The shouts of the red-skinned native and the roar of the sting scorpion connected on the battlefield. Both sides were quickly dying and dying, but neither side retreated. If one side were defeated, the land would be taken away, and the living environment would worsen. This was a battle between races. Red blood and green fluid mixed. Susiao looked around like an eagle, and all creatures who dared to approach him were killed. He did not kill the other side, but the other side also wanted to kill him. This was a battlefield, and there was no reason to say. Now it was impossible to kill out. How to survive in the battle was the most important thing. The light flashed, the two sting scorpions were cut off simultaneously, Su Xiao turned around and kicked sideways, and the head of a red-skinned native was deformed. He quickly took out the Dragon Force potion. He smeared the potion on the back of his hand. Dragon Force. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Quality, blue. Type, consumable. Effect, apply this medicine to the surface of the skin. Strength +2, Constitution +2, Abnormal Status Resistance +20. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. Rarity, 7 days. Storage, 100. Rating, 70. Description, do not drink it. Although it will bring a powerful buff effect of strength, agility, and constitution +15, the user will die within 30 seconds. With a physical attribute of 46 points, Su Xiao, who had been fighting for 10 minutes, was not panting. There were broken bodies piled around him. Su Xiao stood on the towering pile of corpses like a martial god on the battlefield. The red-skinned natives around looked at Su Xiao with fear, their calves trembled, and they did not dare move forward for a while. The red-skinned natives did not dare to go forward, but the sting scorpions did not care about this. They did not even have a brain. This kind of fear had nothing to do with them. Several sting scorpions climbed up the pile of corpses. Several white marks flashed in the air before they got close to Su Xiao, and the sting scorpions were cut into several pieces. Su Xiao jumped off the pile of corpses and jumped into the sting scorpions. Clang! A circular slash appeared, and the body of the sting scorpion cracked where the slash passed. Su Xiao cleared out a circle with 5 meters around him. Holding the sword with both hands, Su Xiao took a deep breath. A light blue blade cut out of thin air, leaving the edge of the dragon flash. Zheng, the dragon flash, gave out a crisp sound unique to metal. The blade light flew into the large army of the sting scorpion, and wherever the blade light passed, the sting scorpion was cut down like wheat. After the blade light, a passage with a diameter of 2 meters and a length of 10 meters appeared. The passage was full of green blood and the sting scorpion that was still struggling on the verge of death. Su Xiao just wanted to break through from here, and in less than 2 seconds, the sting scorpion had filled this passage. Su Xiao seemed unparalleled on the battlefield, not to mention getting close. He could be killed at a glance. The sting scorpion would not come near for a short time, and he turned to look at the red-skinned ghoul. Wow! The red-skinned natives were not ready to approach Su Xiao. These red-skinned natives began to walk around Su Xiao. Their enemies were sting scorpions, not Su Xiao. Finding the attitude of these red-skinned natives, Su Xiao frowned. Last night, those red-skinned natives did not show this emotion of fear, and those guys could even ignore the pain caused by Qing Gangyin. Now the red-skinned natives were different. Although these red-skinned natives were much weaker, they would scream when they were injured, and they had emotions of fear and panic. Compared to those red-skinned natives yesterday, these red-skinned natives now were closer to humans. The killing machines that were specially cultivated yesterday were like killing machines. The war was still going on. Although the red-skinned native was scared off by Su Xiao, the sting scorpion rushed over again. He killed all the creatures approaching Su Xiao, let alone this kind of war weapon. The attributes of the sting scorpion were very weak. If they stood in a row, Su Xiao would kill them in a row, but the number of sting scorpions was too many, overwhelming. There was no hope of breaking through, so he could only continue to kill until the war's end. Su Xiao's 4 attributes were more than 40 points, and the master of sword techniques was LV.21, so in the war, his combat power was terrifying. Moreover, Su Xiao used a sword, and he was not weak in the face of many enemies. The killing moment began, and there were more and more beast corpses near Susiao. Half an hour later, Susiao had forgotten how many sting scorpions he had killed, hundreds. No, it might have been thousands. In the distance of the battlefield, 6 women, contractors, were lying on the hillside nearby. It's starting again. I just dodged a battle yesterday. Do these 2 races fight every day? A weak wet nurse hid behind a hillside, observing the battlefield with a telescope. We must leave the Red Earth region as soon as possible. After this war is over, we will cross the battlefield. If the information is correct, the other side of the battlefield is the common area. Another woman, a contractor, spoke. She carried a sniper rifle on her back and had a cool and elegant temperament. Except for a few members around her, she rarely spoke to outsiders. These 6 people were all members of the Red Spider Lily Adventurous Group. Like Susiao, their landing location was also the Red Earth region. On this day, the women of Red Spider Lily realized the horror of the Red Earth region. They were all injured. If not for the wet nurse, they would have lost members. Leader, there seems to be something wrong on the battlefield. Candy, who was holding a telescope, looked at the center of the battlefield. She found humans fighting on the battlefield, and the nearby area was full of corpses. This is... Candy's voice trembled, and some bad memories appeared. Leader, that man has appeared. Which one? It's that knife man. Len Yu's pupils contracted. She snatched the binoculars from Candy's hands and looked toward the center of the battlefield. We finally found that guy. Kill him now. Sniper B took the sniper rifle on his back and aimed the scope at the center of the battlefield. The vice captain, Shwemagwi, lowered her head. She kept silent. The scheming, black-rimmed woman pushed her glasses, her eyes empty as if she was thinking about something. Saber Man? Is that the guy you mentioned before? The newly recruited master, Tanana, came forward. Her figure was not strong, and she was even a little thin. She had a head of wine-red hair, and her body emitted a jasmine fragrance. Lona was a little excited. She had heard the members mention how strong the Saber Man was, but she did not believe it. She did not believe anything she had not seen with her own eyes. She wanted to fight with the Saber Man. Lona was different from the other members of Red Spider Lily. She had a wild ambition in her heart. She got Len Yu. This was a master with a special sexual orientation. Len Yu had been observing the situation on the battlefield, and her face was getting uglier and uglier. Monster. He is so strong that he is a little abnormal. Len Yu clenched her fist and punched the grass. The cynical woman took the telescope and shook her head after observing it for a while. If there is no good opportunity, we will die if we go up now unless he falls into the cliff and dies. The bee only used the scope to look at Susiao and quickly moved away. She had a feeling that if she continued to aim at the other party, she would be exposed. Lona saw the reaction of several people and was somewhat puzzled. She grabbed the telescope. The black-bellied woman did not let go. Lona had some doubts. It is better to be prepared in your heart. This is our mortal enemy. We must be separated by life and death. We cannot reconcile the kind. Lona nodded, but she did not care in her heart. Her strength was even slightly stronger than Len Yu's. Chapter 447. Lona searched on the battlefield through the telescope. She quickly found Susiao. The limbs of the sting scorpion flew, and dark green blood splashed. A man holding a long sword was fighting on the battlefield. Although he was the enemy, the man looked relaxed. When he dodged the enemy's attack, he would also deal a fatal blow to the enemy. The long sword flashing with purple light seemed to be able to cut off any object. The special light emitted by the blade was recognized at a glance. It was a special light that only strengthened and above. Suddenly, the man on the battlefield stopped as if he was brewing something. Clang! A large number of sting scorpions were dead and wounded. Lona swore that she had never seen a contractor attack with sword energy or saber light. Lona was stunned. She estimated that if she fought with that man. Lona shook her head. She could not let that happen. She could not. Otherwise, she would be dead. This is our enemy. Lona looked around at the people around her. The expression on her face seemed to say, "Are you kidding me? Yes, this is our enemy. He was not so strong before." The cynical woman bit her thumbnail and thought quickly in her mind. Candy, who was at the side, said, "Leader, we have to find him for revenge. Can we not take revenge?" Although Candy was a weak girl, she had a strong heart. After nearly being wiped out, she did not quit the Red Spider Lily adventurous group. No way. No. The answer appeared in unison. It was the black-bellied woman and the bee. The master of the bee, black and white, was killed by Suxiao. Her hatred for Suxiao could not be reconciled. As for the black-bellied woman, she had other considerations. In the Red Spider Lily adventurous group, the black-bellied woman could be considered to know Suxiao the best. After some deliberation, the black-bellied woman said, "Lona, now you can choose to quit the group." "Are you farting?" Lona looked at the black-bellied woman. She turned to look at Len Yu. Memories welled up in her mind. In the world of LV.2, Lona was lying on the street covered in wounds a long time ago. Her face was full of blood. "Candy, someone here is injured, not the hostile contractor. Kiss her." "Okay. Len Yu, you don't have to worry about her. We don't know each other at all. It's not easy to survive." Thinking of this, it was over. With Lona's strength, she would be valued even if she joined a large adventure group. How could she join the Red Spider Lily adventure group with only 5 people if there was no special reason? She had been looking for the two names Len Yu and Candy for a long time. Now Len Yu did not know that she was the dying contractor. "Then just treat it as me farting." The cynical woman pushed her glasses and smiled. She had never trusted Lona before, but now it seemed that Lona was temporarily credible. "It's like this. Let's try to recall our grudge with Saber Man." The cynical woman picked up a wooden stick and tapped 3 points on the ground. "This is the Queen, Leaf, and Black-White." The 3 entered the low-level world with exemption scrolls, which reduced their strength. After that, they fought with Saber Man and died in battle. We don't have to investigate the cause of this. It is meaningless. The black-bellied woman wiped the 3 spots on the ground, and B, on the side, curled his lips. "When we were in the giant world, we sensed the blood marks on Saber Man. Then we began to fight. We were no match. An ordinary member suddenly showed his power and sent us away." "Len Yu, is the identity of the ordinary member still not revealed?" The black-bellied woman looked at Cold Moon. Len Yu shook her head. "No. The reincarnation paradise warned me before. If I reveal it, the consequences will be very serious." The cynical woman used a branch to draw on the ground. "Is that so? Then let me ask you a question. Why did the Knife Man approach our adventurous group? You should know that he did not need to approach us in the attack and defense task initially, and the Team Blood Seal was not confidential information. Does he want to take the initiative to fight with us?" The black-bellied woman looked at everyone. Her IQ was 156. Although her strength was not excellent, her ability to infer was very strong. Hearing the black-bellied woman's words, the women were puzzled. "Why did the Knife Man approach us in the giant world?" "I don't know." Xuemegui's IQ was not high and 120, and she had been confused. The target of the Knife Man may be the ordinary member. Otherwise, he will not approach us. With the character of the Queen, he will say the name of Red Spider Lily. So, to clear our identity, knowing that there may be blood marks, the Knife Man still chose to approach us, which is strange. It is connected to the abnormality of the ordinary member. Yes, that is it. The black-bellied woman bit the nail of her thumb hard. I just guessed that the knife man might be different from us. Every time he entered the derivative world, he had a special task, like killing some special contractor. At that time, everyone saw that the ability of the ordinary member was very abnormal, and the reincarnation paradise would block her words. This was a situation that had never happened before. Every time, there is a special task, a rapid increase in strength, and the powerful ability to fight contractors. The cynical woman began to chatter. She did not notice that 5 eyes were looking at her in horror. Len Yu's scalp was numb, and the cynical woman's voice suddenly disappeared as she was talking. The reincarnation paradise blocked the cynical woman's words. "Don't say it, Xiao He." Len Yu shouted, and the cynical woman was stunned. "What's wrong? Just now, the reincarnation paradise blocked what you said." The cynical woman only noticed the frightened eyes of several people at this time. Her heart began to beat faster, and this fear and excitement made her subconsciously tighten her legs. "Looks like I guessed correctly." The black-bellied woman's expression changed. "What's wrong?" a few people at the side hurriedly asked. The cynical woman lowered her eyes. She thought of something. About Su Xiao's identity, it might be a unique identity. Once exposed, she would be surrounded and killed by other contractors. Maybe we don't have to take the initiative to deal with him. The cynical woman smiled a little cold. She thought of a way. "Xiao He, what is in your hand?" Candy stretched out her slender fingers and wiped them on the back of the black-bellied woman's hand. "What? What is this blue dot on your hand?" The black-bellied woman looked at the back of her hand. She saw a small blue dot appear on the back of her hand. The blue dot enlarged at speed invisible to the naked eye and seemed to form a mark. The black-bellied woman's expression changed one after another. "Xiao He, what method did you say before?" Hearing Len Yu's question, the black-bellied woman shook her head. "Nothing. I might have made a mistake." The cynical woman recovered her face and seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. "Give up on revenge. My previous deduction was wrong. There is a clue that I can't figure out no matter what, so those previous deductions may not be valid. Some taboos cannot be violated, even Su Xiao will try to avoid those taboos, and the cynical woman accidentally violated the taboo. The cynical woman just insisted on revenge because she knew that both sides had already accepted the death hatred after the battle with Su Xiao. Even if they unilaterally did not pursue it, no one would ignore an adventurous group who looked for revenge at any time. On the battlefield, Su Xiao wiped the dragon flash. The battle between the red-skinned natives and the Zerg came to an end. Both sides retreated a distance. Dozens of red-skinned natives stood not far away. These red-skinned natives seemed to be waiting for someone. An old native came out. The old native wore feather ornaments on his head, and the other natives bowed and retreated. "Foreign strong, the Yasenman tribe welcomes you to the Red Earth region." The old native was full of smiles and did not seem hostile. He was still holding food and fresh water in his hand as if he was ready to give this food to Su Xiao. Note: the hunter's heroic performance on the battlefield has gained a favorable impression of the Yasenman tribe. Favorability: friendly, 21/500. Su Xiao's eyes were shining. These red-skinned natives were different from the earth people he had met before, and this old native spoke a language he could understand. The theme of the survival trial was survival. If he explored the world based on survival, what would happen? The answer was a huge benefit. Chapter 448. Su Xiao looked at the old native. The other party wanted to pull him into the camp of the native, and the camp's favorability had appeared. The world introduction mentioned one point before, to avoid communicating with the void creatures. The reason was that the void creatures were mostly unstable structures. Those Zerg were void creatures, which had been seen from the other party's information. As for whether the red-skinned native was a void creature, Susiao was not sure. From the information, it did not seem like it. These red-skinned native people should be the original people of this planet. The Void Zerg might be outsiders. Not communicating with the void creatures was just a one-sided statement of the reincarnation paradise. It could be treated as a warning. Susiao had to confirm the specific situation personally. Since the red-skinned natives had the possibility of communicating, Susiao would certainly seize the opportunity, but he also had to be vigilant. He had killed several red-skinned natives in the war. How do I leave the Red Earth region? Now Susiao was most concerned about the retreat. Even if he communicated with the red-skinned natives, he had to prepare the retreat first. Susiao opened his mouth, and the old native with feathers stepped forward. For an adventurer, keep walking in the sun's direction, and you can walk out of the Red Earth region. The direction of the sun. Susiao felt that there was something wrong with this. Yes, it is the direction of the sun. Everything we have is guided by the sun. Of course, this requires a small tool. The old native untied the hanging on his waist. It was a compass-like item, somewhat similar to Jack's compass in the Pirates of the Caribbean. Susiao guessed that this might be a tool similar to a compass. Tell me your price. The meaning of the other party was already very obvious. Food and water could be given for free, but this compass could not. Foreign strong man, you can call me Bale. I wonder what your name is. The old native Bale gave people a feeling of an old fox. Although he looked calm on the surface, he had been inquiring about Susiao's origin and did not mention the price of the compass. Byakuya. Conventionally used a fake name. The name Byakuya was already used. The reason why Susiao used this name was to reduce the feeling of incongruity. If it were called Zhongtaidan or something like that, once it did something big in the derivative world, it would immediately be known by another contractor. The name was too discordant. Byakuya, well, don't you go to my tribe to rest. Old Bale was full of enthusiastic smiles, and many wrinkles appeared on his face, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Susiao hesitated for a moment and looked around at the number of red-skinned natives. There were thousands of natives around. It would be troublesome if they entered the tribe of the other side. But now, the favorability was, friendly, 21/500. As long as there was no huge change, the red-skinned natives would not besiege Susiao. Even if he wanted to attack Susiao, the favorability would drop rapidly, and then it would have a warning effect. A red gem slipped from the cuff to the palm of his hand. It was a philosopher's stone. With this philosopher's stone, he could make alchemy bombs and potions at any time. He decided to take a trip to the tribe of the natives. It was impossible to snatch the compass from the hands of the natives, but he could get it by other methods. From old Bale's tone, he could hear that the other party could give him this compass, but he needed to pay some price. Old Bale walked in front, followed by dozens of indigenous people. The location of the tribe was a bit far. Susiao rode Bobo Wang for half an hour and did not see the location of old Bale's tribe. This was a normal situation. No one would fight near the base camp. If the war happened near the base camp, the red-skinned native would not be far away from extinction. 40 minutes later, a wisp of smoke appeared in the front. Susiao found that the native people in the vicinity had sped up a bit as if they had not returned here for a long time. Tata Mang, Kset Seni. Unknown language. A female shout came from afar, and the tribe not far away began to bustle. This was a large tribe, and many stone houses were in front of them. Although these stone houses were simple and crude, they could shelter the wind and rain. The dozens of natives behind old Bale shouted excitedly, but they did not dare walk in front of old Bale. Tet Mabai, unknown language, ... It seemed that they got old Bale's approval, and those indigenous people rushed to the tribe with their big feet. Hundreds of female indigenous people came out of the tribe. These female indigenous people were a little happy, and some were disappointed. From the manner of these female indigenous people, Su Xiao guessed that this tribe had already implemented a similar system of monogamy or wife. Su Xiao also found something strange. All the female indigenous people brought several children. Some female indigenous people carried 2 in their arms, 2 on their backs, and 5 or 6 behind them. From the age, these children were divided into 3 ages, which meant that these female indigenous people could give birth to 2 to 3 children each. Tuyi, unknown language. A young male aboriginal ran to Old Bale and puffed up his chest. He seemed to be very proud. Old Bale smiled and patted the shoulder of the young aboriginal. Su Xiao did not understand the native language. Old Bale saw this and helped Su Xiao translate. His wife gave birth to 15 births. This is a real warrior. His blood is very good. Huh. Su Xiao thought he heard wrong. Can humans produce 15 babies at the same time? Although these red-skinned natives have strong physical fitness, their overall structure is the same as humans. You don't seem to believe it. I will take you to see it. It seemed that Su Xiao's doubts were something that could not be tolerated. Even the old fox, Bale, had some anger on his face. No need. Let's talk about business. No, this is business. Old Bale looked at the young native beside him and said many things. The young native's face turned red. He glared at Su Xiao angrily, then turned and rushed into the tribe. The young native walked out of the tribe with a female native not long after. They were carrying a few children, and there were exactly 15 of them. How is it? 15 if you say so. Look at the degree of strength and the size of the skeleton. You must be an outstanding warrior in the future. Old Bill seemed to have transformed into a pig farm director and introduced how excellent the pigs in their field were. It was no wonder that Old Bale and the young native were like this. The red-skinned native had been fighting with the void insect tribe for hundreds of years. The style of the insect tribe was to be violent. If the red-skinned native had no means of dealing with it, it would be a dead end. The response method of the red-skinned native was to give birth. The red-skinned native could give birth to 2 to 5 descendants each. This was an average number. The female native began to give birth at the age of 16. This process lasted until the age of 30 to 35. One could imagine how many children they could give birth to. With his strong body and fertility, the Yasenman tribe withstood the attack of the insect tribe and gave a counterattack. How could the races that could survive in the Red Earth region be so easy to exterminate? Not only that, but the Yasenman tribe also had an unknown method. That method could produce stronger warriors, and the side effects were also obvious. He lost most of his consciousness and became bloodthirsty, cold, and dull. Su Xiao had already fought with the product of this method. Chapter 449. Su Xiao's primary task now was to get the compass in the hands of Old Bale. The Red Earth region could survive a few days ago, but it has been different in the last few days. Su Xiao already felt that the reincarnation paradise gradually increased the difficulty of survival the next day. There was food and water in Old Bale's tribe, but this was not a long-lived place. It should be no problem to stay here for the first 5 days of the survival trial. The difficulty of the Red Earth region in the next 5 days would be very terrible. Following Old Bale into the tribe, few males in the tribe. Without thinking, one would know that the males all went to the front line to deal with the Zerg. Not long after, a tall stone house appeared in sight. This stone house was located in the center of the tribe, and it was especially conspicuous among the many low stone houses. A wooden plate was tied to the stone house, and a vine was carved on the wooden plate. This vine bared its fangs and claws, and it seemed to be alive. Su Xiao's eyes flashed. The small tribe he killed also had this kind of vine. The small tribe regarded this vine as a totem, but Old Bale's tribe differed. This vine seemed to be a symbol. Come in and sit. Old Bale walked into the stone house. There was no furniture and other items in the stone house. There were some animal skulls around the room. The center of the stone house was laid with fur. Old Bale sat on the fur. Su Xiao sat opposite him. Bobo Wang did not approach the fur. The black and white fur made Bobo Wang panic. Old Bale, who sat down, said, "You want to leave the Red Earth area?" Su Xiao nodded. This was obvious. All right, let's negotiate a condition. Old Bale placed the compass in front of him. This is the only way to leave the Red Earth region. Without it, you won't be able to leave the Red Earth region. Oh. Su Xiao did not ask anything, and Old Bale would take the initiative to say it. I don't know how you entered the Red Earth region. But I can show you a map. Old Bale got up and took out a piece of animal skin from the vase behind him. The animal skin was spread in front of Su Xiao. He found that it was a simple map drawn with charcoal. Although it was a bit rough, this was the map of Devour Island. The structure of Devour Island was very interesting. The entire island was not connected. The Red Earth region was the center of Devour Island. There was a circle of cliffs around the Red Earth region. The span of the cliff was dozens of meters wide and deep, so it was difficult to leave the Red Earth region. Although there was a circle of cliffs around the Red Earth region, it was not impossible to leave. There was a natural stone bridge on both sides of the Red Earth region. The stone bridge was connected to a common area. One of the two stone bridges was already half destroyed, and now there was only one left. The compass refers to the stone bridge, so you will need it if you want to leave quickly. If you follow the cliff, it will take at least 10 days. But with the compass, it will take 1 day from here to the stone bridge. Although Old Bale's words could not be completely believed, their credibility was not low. Su Xiao did see the cliff. He had walked along the cliff for a long time, but because there were too many obstacles on the road, he could only give up. Not to mention the terrain near the cliff, just the creatures near the cliff were enough to kill. Where is this? Su Xiao pointed to a circle of forest on the edge of Devour Island. This is the Black Forest, the forbidden area in the forbidden area. If you don't want to die, don't go there. Su Xiao completely understood the terrain of Devour Island this time. The outermost area of Devour Island was a circle of the forest, which was the Black Forest which occupied the largest area. The inner side of the Black Forest was a common area, which was the safest and the most abundant resources. Going further to the center was a circle of cliffs, and on the other side of the cliff was the Red Earth region. If you look at Devour Island from a high altitude, you will find that the island was like a target. The red of the bull's eye was the Red Earth region, the green outside the center was the common area, and the outside black circle was the Black Forest. After understanding the situation of Devour Island, Su Xiao wanted to leave the Red Earth region more. Tell me your conditions. Since they wanted to trade, they might as well get straight to the point. Old Bale gestured for the natives in the stone house to leave first. Byakuya, you should have seen the Bloodvine warrior, right? Bloodvine warrior. Yes, you have their smell of blood on you. There is no need to deny this. Their smell of blood is very special. Su Xiao's hand was close to the hilt, and he looked at Old Bale with a smile. Maybe I have seen them. Kill dozens of them. Old Bale stood up with a cry, and at this time, a sharp blade was pressed against his throat. You killed them? Did you also kill Barry? That's great. Old Bale raised his hand to indicate that he was not hostile, but the excitement on his face could not be concealed. Barry? I have never heard of it. A Yasenman who used a blow dart. Is it that guy? Su Xiao nodded. There was no need to hide it now. At worst, he would kill his way out. I sincerely thank you. Old Bale seemed to be very happy to know that the group of aboriginals had died. My dear brother, you are finally dead. Old Bale paced around the stone house. The joy on his face was not concealed. It seems that I helped you kill your competitor. Don't you thank me? Old Bale stopped pacing and sat opposite Su Xiao. No thanks. As expected. Old Bale gave Su Xiao a lot of money. You killed them at night, right? Huh. Su Xiao looked at Old Bale doubtfully. No doubt. If it were during the day, and it was under the sun, you would have died. Old Bale had seen Su Xiao kill enemies on the battlefield with his own eyes, but he still said so. Day? The sun. Su Xiao murmured and did not continue to ask. When you killed Barry and the others, did you find something in their tribe? For example, a transparent crystal or black seed? Su Xiao guessed that the transparent crystal should be the soul crystal. As for the black seed, he could not think of it. I didn't find it. Even if he found Su Xiao, he would not say it. What a pity. Let's continue to talk about the compass. Old Bale pondered for a few minutes, and after a long time, he said, I can give you the compass, but you have to do one thing for me. This was an unexpected result. What is it? Su Xiao was ready to rob, and there was only Old Bale in the stone house. 3 days later, we will start a war with the Zerg. This kind of war is common, but the scale is not small. We are going to send 15,000 people. There were 50,000 combat members in the Yasenman tribe, and there were already a lot of 15,000 people. Help me do something after the war. Go to the nest of the Zerg to rob something. Impossible. Su Xiao refused flatly. The Zerg must not be easy to provoke, let alone the nest of the other side. No need to refuse first. Old Bale chuckled and seemed to have expected that Su Xiao would refuse. I will go with you. What Old Bale did was not for the tribe or even the thing that could not be seen. Otherwise, he would not ask an outsider like Su Xiao for help. Chapter 450. If it were for Old Bale, then nature would have been different. Su Xiao went alone, then Old Bale might be using Su Xiao, and the two of them going together was different. Su Xiao temporarily gave up snatching the pointer, not because of Old Bale's proposal, but because Old Bale had always given him a wrong feeling. The other party's aura was extraordinary. Sometimes it was one, and sometimes it suddenly became two. It seemed that there was something in his body. 3 days later. Yes. Since he could not leave the Red Earth region, for the time being, Su Xiao explored it in the Red Earth region. Old Bale was overjoyed. He got up and walked out of the stone house. He did not tell Su Xiao not to tell others about this matter. Su Xiao did not understand the language of the Yasenman tribe at all. Woof! Bobo Wang barked and came to Su Xiao's side. His eyes seemed to say, Master, I smell a conspiracy. If you can see it, how can I not see it? Patting the head of Bobo Wang, Su Xiao connected the clues in his heart. Blood Vine Warrior, Totem, Vine, Soul Crystal, Black Seed, Old Bale, the Blow Dart Aboriginal Berry, the hatred between brothers, and prominent tribes. The more Su Xiao thought about it, the more attractive he felt. What is hidden here? Su Xiao had a feeling that if he knew the secret here, he would get a lot of sources from around the world. After thinking about this, Su Xiao was not in a hurry to leave the Red Earth region. He left the Red Earth region 5 days ago. He had enough time to explore. However, there was one thing that he had to get the compass as soon as possible. Su Xiao wandered in the Yasenman tribe for the whole afternoon. Old Bale did not stop him, and he did not even send his subordinates to stare at Su Xiao. The area of the tribe was not small. More than 400,000 people lived here, and the children accounted for most of them. There were tens of thousands of adult female natives, and the male natives were even rarer. The male natives usually stayed in the tribe after their arms and legs were broken. Although these disabled natives did not need to fight, their faces were wax yellow, and their eyes were deep. It seemed that they had made a significant contribution to the continuation of their race. He wandered in the low stone house for a while. Susiao looked at a mountain behind the tribe. This mountain blocked the rear of the Yasenman tribe. The side of the mountain was a steep rock wall. It was impossible to enter the Yasenman tribe from the rear. The mountain peak was closely connected to the Yasenman tribe, or the Yasenman tribe established it. Susiao walked to the foot of the mountain. A row of packed stone houses blocked the foot of the mountain. If he wanted to get close to the foot of the mountain, he could only enter from the front entrance. There were dozens of red-skinned indigenous people guarding the front entrance. These red-skinned indigenous people looked stiff, and some insects fell on their faces and ignored them. It was impossible to get close to the back mountain, but Susiao had a general direction, and the secret should be there. After wandering for an afternoon, today's survival was very easy. After all, the Yasenman tribe was a tyrant in the Red Earth region, and no beasts were close here. At 7 o'clock that night, Old Baal invited Susiao to his stone house. A bonfire had already been raised in front of the stone house. Men, women, old and young, were gathered around the bonfire. Among these people were Old Baal's wife, son, daughter-in-law, granddaughter-in-law, and so on. Although the Yasenman tribe had another name, it was similar. Of Old Baal's 72 sons, 60 had died in battle. 10 of them were still on the battlefield, and the other 2 were injured and disabled. Sometimes, when Old Baal was not in the tribe, he was the steward of his 2 sons. There were dozens of people around the fire, which were the family of Old Baal. Susiao had a question before: if Old Baal's son A died in battle, would his son A's wife be widowed? Susiao vaguely remembered Old Bar's surprised gaze at that time. Old Baal replied, "How can it be so wasteful? Of course, it will be continued by the other brothers." This made Susiao not only look at the cemetery near the tribe, but he suddenly felt that the grass there was more green, and the green oil was shining. The indigenous people next to the fire danced and sang songs that Susiao could not understand. Old Baal handed a large piece of barbecue to Susiao. After confirming that there was no problem with the barbecue, he cut half of the barbecue to the cloth. Dinner was settled. When Susiao was eating barbecue, Old Baal handed him another dish. It was a kind of black round cake, which seemed to have been fried with animal oil. It was very crisp and emitted a strange fragrance. Susiao looked up and down at this suspicious cake and tried to take a bite. The taste was delicious. Bobo Wang smelled the fragrance, and the big furry head came close, stretched out his head and swallowed the black cake, chewing it happily. "What kind of cake is this?" "The cake made by the sting scorpion brain tastes good, right?" Old Baal enthusiastically pushed a large plate of black cake in front of Susiao, but he did not notice Susiao's face. Thinking of the sting scorpion with an ugly appearance and a pungent smell, Susiao's stomach was a little churning. The face of Bobo Wang on the side was green. Susiao only took a small bite, and it swallowed the whole cake. Susiao looked at the other light refreshments and began to look wrong. He would not eat food that looked suspicious again. Putudu, Fema, unknown language, ... A loud shout suddenly came from the distance. Old Baal's face changed significantly when he heard the shout. He stood up with a cry and rushed to the back mountain. Susiao quickly got up, picked up the cloth that was still gnawing the bones and ran to the back mountain. When Susiao ran to the back of the mountain, he found many people gathered there. In the center of the crowd, a male native was lying on the ground twitching, foaming at the mouth, as if he was epilepsy. Old Baal rushed forward and said something to the native on the side. After the native nodded quickly, he turned and rushed into the back mountain. Susiao looked at the twitching male native on the ground. If he remembered correctly, this native was the guard who guarded the back mountain during the day. The weapon of the other party was a stone spear, which was easy to recognize. Old Baal pressed his hand against the chest of the stone spear native, and the twitching of the stone spear native slowed down a little. Not long after, the native who had run into the back mountain returned with a bamboo tube in his hand. The bamboo tube was filled with a liquid that looked like a mercury membrane. The temperature of this liquid was shallow, and it was emitting cold air. From the degree of trembling of the native, this thing was freezing. Old Baal took the bamboo tube, ignoring the extreme cold, and poured the liquid in the bamboo tube into the mouth of the stone spear native. After pouring more than half of the bamboo tube, the stone spear native stopped twitching. Wula! A female native ran forward, her face full of tears. The native on the ground was her spouse. Old Baal shook his head. It seemed that he was not confident. At this moment, something strange happened. Ah! The body of the stone spear native bounced up and let out a scream. His mouth was wide open, and his hands were like chicken claws. Hearing this scream, old Baal turned and ran. Not only him but the surrounding natives were also the same. Wow! The female native knelt on the ground and cried. No matter how the people around her pulled her, she tried her best to move forward. Susiao also followed the crowd and retreated. Soon, only his spouse was left beside the stone spear native. Ah! The sharp roar of the stone spear native resounded through the valley. His mouth emitted light, and his chest began to turn transparent. At this moment, the body of the stone spear native was like a piece of burning iron, and his blood vessels, bones, and internal organs could all be seen. It was as if a small sun had appeared in the body of the stone spear native. The spouse of the stone spear native rushed to the front of the mountain and hugged him. A terrible thing happened. Chi. The body of the stone spear native quickly turned into charcoal and was burned up a few seconds later. Ah! More screams came. Susiao subconsciously covered his ears, and his ears were buzzing. Dong! The body of the stone spear native burst open, and the dazzling light illuminated the night into daytime. Everyone present closed their eyes. The explosion's light faded away, and the stone spear native had disappeared. There was no residue left. There was a big pit where he was. The surface of the giant pit had been turned into glass, which was the appearance after enduring the high temperature.